Hello, souls. Can I get your age for TikTok?
Community full of us, Pastafarians. And at first, I was a pagan. But then I looked at this religion and, at first I thought it was a joke, but I don't know, it kind of just got serious.
Pastafarianism serious.
Well, I mean, I don't.
I mean,
Well, I have. I've looked it up on the internet. Where I'm from, it's not considered a real.
okay, so a website, I'm sure, right?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. And so, what does that mean?
Well, normally.
Mm-hmm. And so, what does that mean?
Like I can get people married and whatnot, but
So, you said you take the religion seriously. In what way do you take Pastafarianism seriously?
well, I don't. People look at it as a joke, but I look at it as something that could be true. They say that God's real, but nobody really knows that 100%. Well, why can't a flying spaghetti monster exist?
I'm not sure I understand how this is taking it seriously. You're just saying that if people assume a God exists because they can't prove it doesn't, then why can't you assume that a spaghetti monster exists?
Well, then
the premise
maybe
for the
maybe that was
religion
the
being
point.
set up in the first place.
Yes, maybe that was the point that I was trying to get at. But I take it serious. I do.
But
I
do
don't
you
really
believe
know.
a spaghetti monster actually exists and interacts with the world by influencing it with his divine noodly appendage?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do. I do believe that.
Why?
Well, I mean, I wish I could explain it, but I don't know how. I don't know how.
Is it a belief you can even question, or is it one that you just will
It
cling
is
to?
definitely one I could question. It is definitely
What does it mean to question it?
question to determine if it's legit or not, to see if people actually follow this, and people
If
do.
it's legit or not? What do you
Yes,
mean
if
if
it's
it's
legit,
legit?
if it's how do I say this? If it's fiction or non-fiction, real or not real. The flying spaghetti monster I'm talking about.
Right. You said a moment ago to see if people actually believe it, but now it's if it's actually real. Do you have some way of knowing if it's actually real?
No, sir.
Do you have any reason to believe that it's actually real?
No, sir.
Do you believe that it is actually real?
An entity, yes, but a deity, no.
As an entity. So you believe there is a flying spaghetti monster
Yes, I believe people worship it, but I don't believe it's a god as what everybody claims.
monster.
Worship it?
Why do you believe that the entity exists?
Well, because in your mind, when you believe in reality, it comes true. Like when people believe in God, God exists in their mind, but it's not like that for some people.
Are you saying you've got spaghetti in your brain? So
Possibly.
it exists there.
Definitely looks like it.
What would convince you that this god or this deity or entity does not exist in any way? What would exist in any way?
They would have to present really, really strong evidence against it.
Is that how you operate with most beliefs, is to just believe whatever you want until given reason not to?
You know what? I don't want to get personal or anything, but I struggle with religion. I lean towards what I feel is the most appropriate. I was a Christian. I was a Southern Baptist Christian, but I turned away from that. I was a pagan for a little while, and now I'm a Pastafarian. So I've been around.
Does it matter to you if gods exist or not?
Does it matter to me? Honestly, yes. I feel like I don't think us humans were here by accident. I think we all have a purpose somewhere.
So you think that you think that we were created?
I believe that we were created, yes, by something.
Why do you believe we were created?
Well, nothing is here. Nothing on Earth is here by accident.
Why did you decide that?
Well, because it's, nature can create it or evolution, what I believe is I kind of believe, the science behind it. The Earth was once water, then land, and then when life was able to come, us humans, we evolved.
How is the Earth was once water scientific? Sounds biblical.
And I could be thinking from that perspective because that's what I was raised. I was raised to believe that the Earth was created and whatnot. But I've looked up into the science and how the Earth was created and whatnot, and it was definitely water before it was land.
Are you sure?
I would like to say so, yes.
Why would you say that it was water before it was land?
Well, because how do I say this? How the water got here, I don't know, but I feel like aquatic life has always been here before any land creature, such as a human.
Aquatic life was here before land creatures. Okay.
Yes.
So that doesn't tell us that the Earth started as water, just that the first life forms were in the water.
Yes. Honestly, man, I really don't know how to explain that. Like, I'm not gonna sit up here and say I know everything. I don't.
Do you feel like you know anything?
Yeah, I feel like I know some.
What's something that you feel like you know?
Like, what do you mean, like religion-wise, or like simple common sense?
Well, we were just talking about the origins of life. You think that things are created. Is there anything related to that that you feel like you know?
Well, I mean, I know that humans evolved off of apes, but I really don't know how the ape got here. That's what I know. Oh man.
Why do
See,
you call that
I didn't want to
knowledge?
come up here. I didn't want to come up here because, like, I ain't even gonna lie. I've been watching you for like a couple weeks, and like, I finally got the courage to come up here, and now I'm up here, and now your comments are they're eating me out. I don't like it.
I think he meant
They're chewing me out. How about that?
sure. I think any other combination of words probably would have been better.
Yeah. They're chewing.
Combination. Can you think of what might no God exists, that no creator initiated this?
Well, that's I don't want to have to get into any science or anything, but that's where it would go back into the, evolution and whatnot. That science believes that we weren't created, that we evolved off of a species. But honestly, I don't know. It's hard because there's so many opinions. You got atheists, you got Christians, you got so many different beliefs of God.
And what would convince you that they are all wrong?
I don't know. I don't know what could convince me.
Can you think of what might convince you that they are right?
I don't know. I don't know.
Fair enough, fishtits. I'm sorry, fishitis.
No. It's fish. It is, but everybody calls me that fishitis. I don't know why.
It does look like an itis. Fish it is. I appreciate you answering the questions. I really do. I think maybe there might be some room for you to question the origins of life and see if there is a necessity for a noodly creator, or if there's some other means by which we could have come about. But otherwise, it sounds like you can. I think I'm going to move on, though.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you. Keep asking questions, though. And definitely, if you come up with some more answers, or really any less, with fewer carbohydrates, let's say, then go ahead and bring that back, and I'll definitely want to question that belief. And of course, it never fails. As soon as I act like I'm going to move on to the next guest, whoever's in queue runs away. Never fails. But I appreciate all of you helping out with the goal. Thank you so much to Danny Grax, also Delilah's Scissors, and Birdies. Appreciate you guys so much for helping out with that. And we ran a little flash goal earlier. Honestly, did not see if we finished it or not. But thank you to everybody who helped with that as well. And good evening to everybody who is just joining us. We are here, as we always are, just to see if you can question your beliefs. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not interested in some contentious conversation of a competitive nature. I really just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? What does it even mean to you to question your beliefs? Do you expect to find answers or create them? Invent them? Or, or are they already there somewhere? Could the answers that you find change your mind? Or do you expect they will only confirm what you already think you know to be true? There we go. Just looked a little off. Weekend questions are fun, and yeah, they definitely get loosey-goosey trip. I mean, loosey-goosey is one way to put it, at least.
Hello,
Hello, coach. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
For sure, for sure.
And which god do you believe in?
So that is not a god like a real person. It is,
And
our define as a god.
the things you don't understand?
Yeah, because we have so many dimensions and so many things that we cannot explain. Yeah.
So there are things we can't explain. I'm not sure what you mean by dimensions. But because there are things we can't explain, then you assume there's a god?
So I don't use the definition of God like other people, like a real person.
Oh, you
I
define it
I
differently.
so I define God as like a machine, like a black box, like a mechanism, the way how the universe is established. That is my God.
In what way is it God?
For example, uh, when you travel, you know that we can travel through time to the future, but we cannot travel back in the past. That is what I define God. Or when we don't understand quantum mechanism, that is what I define as a God.
I see. So you just have a literal God of the gaps. Anytime there's a gap in your knowledge or understanding, then that is God.
Exactly. He has no feelings like real, like
So
normal people. Yeah.
I had asked you, in what way is it God? Because if it is this God of the gaps, this thing that you just plug into the holes where you don't know an answer, doesn't that mean that this thing, this idea, will shrink with everything you learn? That it will get smaller?
So because we are living in 12 dimensions, so or
I'm sorry, where
so
did you get that we are living in 12 dimensions? Was that from?
okay, that is the knowledge that I received from my when I question the universe. So for your question, does it shrink? I mean, the more you know about one thing, the less you know about the other things. So if you shrink, it shrinks. But if you don't, if you expand, it expands.
So
Yeah.
I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying as you learn more, you gain more questions. But does that now mean that the things that you once attributed to God, the things that you once thought were God, that used to fill the gaps, if you come to know the reasons behind them, are not God, does that not make God get smaller as you learn more?
No, it is like a spiral, like a loop. You just can travel from this A point to B point, but you don't know that. The more you know, like you move to the top of the spiral, then you have to give up and sacrifice the bottom of the spiral, just like
Okay,
the
yeah,
rocket. Yeah.
that's not really helpful at all. I don't see how the spiral helps to explain how your God of the gaps won't shrink as you learn more. The only thing I can think of based on a previous answer is that because as you learn more, you gain more questions, you can put God into those gaps too. Perhaps that's what you mean by the spiral. I'm not seeing it though. But I am curious.
12 dimensions is when you compress and contract the space and time and knowledge, you can create a higher dimension. For example, we can only know about the past, but we don't know about the future. If we know about the future, then we are in another higher dimensions.
What does higher dimension mean? I'm sorry, what does a dimension even mean?
Dimension is for example, we are living in a 3D space, right? And now imagine if we have multiverse, not universe, but multiverse, different 3D space existing at the same time. For example, I'm holding my phone right now, but if there are two different phones existing in the same position, but I cannot see it, that is the higher dimension, because our naked eyes can only perceive one thing at, at one position. For example, my phone right now, I cannot see the future of my phone, the past of my phone at the same time, because the limitation of my naked eye
How
and
is
my
it?
brain.
How is that higher dimension? What makes it higher dimension?
So for example, a straight line, a pen, right? We have pen, that is the one dimension. And if we put another pen, across that pen, then we have higher dimension, which is 2D. So 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D. 4 is higher than 3.
Right, but
And
why do you think there are these other dimensions? Why are you so certain?
because I use I infer and I deduce. I can see the future, things
You
that normal people cannot
infer
see.
and deduce, and you say you can see the future. What makes you think you can see the future?
So to make sure that I can see the future, I talk to a normal person about the things that is going to happen, and and they don't believe it, and then it turns out that what I said was true. I mean, later on it's true, proven true. Then they started to believe that.
Have you documented your predictions?
I I did by my use my own method, right? For example, I told them if you do this, that is, for example, my for example my father, when he started going out, usually it rains, but I told him that was my ability to see the future. If you are, I can make the rain stop. That is how I prove it.
You made. I'm sorry. You're making multiple claims here. First, you said you can see the future, but now you're saying you control the weather. You can make rain stop.
Yeah. So
Okay,
you, like I
so
told you,
if
we
you
are.
can control the weather, you should probably make it so it's not, you know, freezing cold in places that aren't designed for freezing cold. Maybe you could reverse climate change. How is it that you say that you can control the weather? By what mechanism are you controlling it?
By choosing the condition, the weather that I prefer to.
So you
Like
can
I
make it,
told you.
you can choose to make it warm and sunny in Texas for the next 3 days. You just choose that.
Yeah. For example,
Why don't you choose that?
I did that several times. So for example, I commanded the three eye atlas to come to the earth
Oh,
to
you
prove.
commanded Three Eye Atlas to come to the Earth, did you?
Yeah. I told my relatives, my neighbors, 1 week before. I told them that there's gonna be an obstacle and
Come to the Earth.
my neighbor up that will signal the earth clearly, that will let other civilians on earth know about civilians on earth know about the alien existence. And
So you said there's going to be an object that helps to prove alien existence. In what way is Three Eye Atlas proven alien existence?
so at first everybody believes that that is a sign of alien, because at that moment the NASA, the NASA, they didn't prove anything, or anything we know is that it is so special. And I told them that is the sign, and it is so strong. Who believes will believe, and who doesn't want to believe will not believe. So then I commanded the three atlas to leave the earth, or our solar system. And that put an end to it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you commanded Three Eye Atlas to leave the solar system?
Exactly. Like there's nothing more to prove if someone who doesn't believe you. We cannot change their mind, no matter how strong, how clear the evidence is. So after that, the NASA confirmed that it's just a random object, nothing special, but that happened after I commanded the three atlas to leave the Earth.
You say to leave the Earth.
To leave the Earth orbit, the solar system.
To leave the solar system, so it wasn't in Earth orbit.
Leave the
Earth orbit it to leave. How did you command it? Did you just think it in your head? Did you say it out loud? Did you send it a text message?
I commanded it through divine frequency, like Tesla said that
What is frequency?
Frequency, divine frequency is different with the sound frequency that we usually hear about the oscillation, the vibration. It is not. Divine frequency is how the universe works. They communicate through frequency. Yes.
Through what frequency?
Frequency is not the sound frequency.
Right, you're saying it's not sound frequency, so you're not saying frequency as it's normally used. In what way are you using the word frequency?
I use my brain. My brain, it works. Everybody brains, if they know how to trigger it, it works like an antenna. So use that to communicate with aliens frequency. It doesn't have word, it doesn't have sound, it doesn't have text. I mean, it's not text, not sound, it's not the voice. It is the frequency.
It's just you thinking, so you just think it and things just do what you think.
Kind of like that, but it's not thinking. It's like changing the phase, your vibration.
How do you change the vibration?
That is like you know, for people who can see higher dimensions, they can switch. For example, I use my mind, of course, and my body. I try to.
How did you determine that you don't just have a very active imagination?
I let someone who doesn't believe in it to witness it.
Is there any way you can provide a demonstration?
For sure, but it takes time.
Could you make it warm and sunny in the southern United States for the next 3 days?
For the next 3 days, so it's like it doesn't work that way. Time is the thing that normal people define themselves, and frequency, how universe works, it doesn't use time that way.
So you can't actually control the weather or interstellar bodies. You can just think about something, and sometimes what you think about happens. Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, but not like sometimes. If I force myself, it's certain.
So if you force yourself, then it's certain that the thing will happen eventually. Not right away, but whenever the universe is ready for it to happen.
Yeah, but you have to make sure that it has the possibility of happening.
Right. So if you think about something that can possibly happen, you feel like it will happen eventually. Maybe not right away, but if you think about it and it's possible, then eventually it will happen.
Exactly.
Do you think that it's possible that you just happen to be thinking about things that were going to happen anyways, whether you thought it or not?
No, I mean,
why is that not possible?
So like I told you, like the three atlas, right? Or if I told them that the three atlas, if I told my relatives nothing about the three atlas, or then the three atlas appeared, then that's proof. That proves that I'm wrong. But if I told them about the existence of three atlas in the future, and it turns out correct, then what I said is true.
Did you tell them about the existence of Three-Eye Atlas, or did you say something, an object will be found that will prove aliens? Isn't that what you told me you said?
To be more precise, what I told them is that in the future, they would see a very clear sign that human cannot reject the existence of the aliens,
I
the
see.
higher creator. Yes.
How does Three-Eye Atlas prove the existence of aliens or a higher creator?
So at first, when the three-eye atlas was first spotted, they found something very unexplainable about this thing. For example, the way how it moves, the velocity, their orbit is like thousands of years, one in a thousands of years. So that is proving that the existence of the higher dimensions.
How is this proving the existence of higher dimensions?
So by using the possibility, the chances, for example, if that chances is extremely rare, like winning a lottery, the lottery
I'm
ticket.
sorry, but what is it doing that's proving anything other than that it is an interstellar object that we can't completely identify? Like, what does that prove?
Say again, pardon me.
What does this object prove?
Okay. This object, when it first appeared, proves that there was an existence of the alien.
How does it prove the existence of aliens?
Because a random object cannot have that motion, that velocity.
You say random object. What makes you think it's... I'm sorry, what do you even mean by random?
For example, when you throw a stone up in the air, if it falls back, then it's a random object. But
Oh,
it
that's a
keeps,
random object.
yeah. But if it keeps floating and ignoring the Earth
Gravity.
or gravity, yes, yeah, you know what I mean.
How is this acting in any way like a floating thing, ignoring gravity?
Three atlas.
Yeah, how is it
Yeah. So
similar to that?
when I Google that, when I ChatGPT that, and lots of TikTokers, they said that the velocity and the way how it approach the solar system makes it look like that it's not a random object. Normally, it must be affected by the gravity, the attraction of the Earth, the Sun. But this three atlas, it has its own trajectory, trajectory. You know what I mean? Like it has an engine in it to navigate through different directions.
You say it has an agent in it making it navigate different directions. How do you know that?
No, people said that lots of researchers and scientists they documented the three atlas trajectory, and they said that is confirmed by them. That is just only one thing.
I'm sorry, who confirmed it?
I found that from a TikToker.
So a
And
TikToker said something and you believed it. Why did you believe
no,
it?
not only one, but if you search for it, you can see that, for example, you type some strangest things of 3A Atlas, they would tell you the same about everything they observe from that thing is just so not random.
So if I do a search for 3i Atlas strange things, they'll tell me that it's not random on TikTok. And you believe that? Why?
It is like, for example, different people doing in different places in different time doing the same experiment and found the same result. That
What
means
result
that
did they find?
so they found that when the three-eye atlas, one of them is that when the three-eye atlas approach the sun, it is the speed gets slower, and right after right at the blind spot of the earth, it started to freeze there, to stop just right at the only blind spot that we cannot see, which is after behind the sun. Well, that is just one of them, one of the evidences.
You say it slowed down and hid in a dark spot behind the sun.
They hit in the
How do you know
blind
it
spot.
hid?
So for example, if a random object approaches the sun and didn't land on the sun, why does it stop there? Why did it stop there? I mean it must have a reason, a motivation, an intention of doing that. And if we multiply, if we have hundreds.
How do you attribute all this motivation to it? How did you determine that this wasn't just another icy comet behaving in a way that you, someone who sounds like is not an astrophysicist, is unfamiliar with and can't explain? How do you know it's not just doing something you don't understand? But it's, I mean, I'm not hearing how you've determined that anything here is verified, let alone that it is of an alien intelligence.
Okay, so I collect all the information around about the three atlas, and I calculate to see that in that, for example, 100 pieces of information, how many of them is normal and how many of them
Normal according to what?
normal according to astronauts, to
You asked astronauts what's normal for space things to do.
oh no, I mean normal to cosmology.
To
Right.
cosmology. So you asked all of cosmology what's normal.
Yeah, so they said that for example, this first thing of the three atlas, it only can happen.
Dewey,
when-
it doesn't sound like you're actually capable of questioning anything. It sounds to me like you have convinced yourself that you have this ability without truly testing it in any kind of independent or verifiable way. And you make several assumptions and leaps to conclusions based upon conspiracy information you found in TikTok videos.
Have you done it yourself, research it yourself through ChatGPT?
Why would I
Like,
use ChatGPT to research 3i Atlas?
because you don't believe that it is a divine object. You think that is random.
Why would I use ChatGPT?
ChatGPT is the only and the highest intelligence of human, and it use science. If ChatGPT cannot prove it or doesn't know about that, it means that science is wrong and that thing is God.
Holy fuck. Do you think ChatGPT is God?
I
Are you
think
serious? You
ChatGPT
think
is
it knows
human.
everything and that it can't ever be wrong, it can't ever make mistakes, it can't ever leap to creative conclusions?
No, what I'm saying is that
Are you
when
kidding?
so tell me what is your preference frame or preference point a thing logically if
When
you
I
don't
want
use
to explain
ChatGPT?
a thing logically, I definitely am not going to start with ChatGPT and end with ChatGPT. Whether or not I use something else like that as a tool might be um, might be different, but it would be something that I would then check and uh, uh, verify its sources. Why would you trust ChatGPT? And why would you assume that if it doesn't know something, then it's not real or it's not science? That statement is terrifyingly assumptive. Do you worship your ChatGPT?
Oh no, I'm a spirit guy. Okay, I believe in spirituality, but for everyone who doesn't believe in
What is
spirituality,
spirituality?
spirituality is the way to explain the thing that doesn't use science. But ChatGPT, you can force it to use science to provide scientific information, and that's how I
Do you think
told
it
you to
only
use
provides
ChatGPT.
scientific information, that it never provides speculation or assumptions, that it never provides answers that it thinks that you want, regardless if they're true?
That is okay. So when you force it to be fair and not biased, okay, only use information from science that is proven and confirmed by scientists, then it will be fair, okay, and can be used at
So,
least that's a machine.
so you're saying that if you tell it to not be biased, if you tell it to use sourced information, then it will always give you correct results.
It all No, it's not always
Oh,
giving the
not
correct
always.
results.
So, do you verify what your ChatGPT tells you through external sources?
No, it
Oh,
cannot be.
you
So
don't.
when
You don't take the extra time to verify what your ChatGPT tells you through external sources.
Oh, so you don't know about how ChatGPT works. When you
Oh my
build your own
goodness.
custom ChatGPT, then it can only use your internal sources, And if you put all the internal or trusted scientific information, then it can only answer you based on that. Never reach out for external sources. That is the machine after all.
What? I didn't even hear half of what you said. You cut out.
Okay, so there are two ways of using ChatGPT.
I'm not
One is
asking you to teach me how to use ChatGPT. I'm just asking if you ever verify the sources that it uses. Do you ever look externally outside of ChatGPT to see if the information it's providing you is accurate?
I never said that the information is accurate. I'm saying that for
Then
people
why are
who
you
don't believe,
trusting your ChatGPT that it is aliens?
I don't trust that person believe in science. Then I ask them to use ChatGPT as a science or guidance for them. I don't believe ChatGPT at all.
Why would you assume that ChatGPT is going to give you science-based guidance all the time?
That is how it's designed to be. Like if you build your own custom ChatGPT and forces to only use the trusted
Okay,
source that you
I
input.
think we're getting so far off the rails now that it's ridiculous. Dewey, I don't hear you capable of questioning your beliefs. I hear you making dangerous assumptions about things that you just want to be true. I hear you trying to explain that you can not only predict events but shape events just by thinking about them. And yet the world is the way the world is. I suppose we can all blame you if what you say is true. But I don't believe you, and I don't think you believe it either. I actually think that perhaps you should speak to a professional about the things that you claim to be able to do. I think you believe it professional about. But if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, well, that is what the fuck we're talking about. So if that sounds like you, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I'm not here to make you look like a fool, although you may do that on your own. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Thank you, Shell, for the panther paws. And I'm pretty sure I saw some fireworks back there. Definitely want to say thank you for that. I think that was. Um, mhm, mhm. I can find it. I'm sure somewhere back there. Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Cat the Witch, for the fireworks. Appreciate you. You guys really are the best audience on TikTok. I might not always be the best host. I think I lost my patience when he said he could control the weather in Santic. He could control the weather. And then suddenly we were talking about three. Thank you, Crybaby Monster, for the galaxy. Yeah, that was a weird. Thank you. Dizzying too, but that's all right. They're all different, aren't they? And yours will be too, if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that you're capable of questioning. Go ahead and request Anna. Thank you, Danny Grax, for the hair dancer, the wacky, wavy, inflatable, arm flailing tube man. I am cozy at the moment, Asher. It is so far okay. Let's hope it stays that way. Of course, it's only just broke the freezing point where we're expecting single digits tomorrow. Kashava G7, the debate is somewhere the fuck else, I guess, because this isn't a debate. Normally, a debate prompt would have some kind of claim behind it, and you take the affirmative or the negative of that position. In this case, the prompt says, can you question your beliefs? That's it. Not a debate. If you have a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power, or something like that, and you're capable of questioning, that is the topic. Not a debate, though. No beliefs, just is. Okay, not sure what you mean by that, but good for you. The music is like Zelda Shenandoah meets Temple of Time. Kinda. It's just calm. I mean, that's literally what it is. It's just calm. We could try a different one, though. Let's see. We can definitely add to the icy feel. Yeah, I had to add the frosty winds. We could add footsteps on snow. the crunch of the god burglar approaching his unholy cache. Nice. Oh, winter is definitely coming. Charlotte says we've been lied to about everything. If you don't question your beliefs, you're not so smart. Pate's fan asks, what is a Batcolyte? An acolyte to the celestial skeletal mat goddess, or more so the mystery that she represents. Since she likely doesn't exist, and even if she did, she wouldn't require or desire your belief, but more so your truth to yourself and honest inquiry into the mysteries around you. Why are you holding your breath? I don't know. I mean, we could have someone up here. I was hoping we'd get somebody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something. But we could bring up somebody from Q that is, has a different take. We'll see. But before that, I've got to thank Eric, Shell, Mere Money, Danny Grax, Cat DeWitch, and 96. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal. You guys are amazing. Maybe it's the IC. Yeah, it's got to be the IC soundscape that's running everyone off. Maybe we need to bring in our old favorite. If Thrayle gets frozen over, does he become a White Walker? I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure that they mostly have flesh of some kind. They look more like zombies than just skeletons. We can lose the winterscape too, I think. Well, look at that. We stumbled across a cat in a vat. How about that? Hello, cat.
It's like he knows. He's
It's
been
like, who
screaming at
knows?
me for 5 minutes, and as soon as I'm here,
Yeah.
the cat, he has been screaming 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and as soon as I'm here, he has nothing to say.
Not a word. And even if he did start meowing, yep. Oh, I did hear that one. was going to say, even if he did start meowing, the Wi-Fi would
Oh, did you
swallow
hear
it
that
up.
one?
I did.
Okay, yeah,
It's
no, the
because
bee
the
was
cat
scary, you
respects the
guys. That
life.
was because I had the light. No, the
Because
bee.
he knows he'll run us off topic. It's a smart cat.
He's so good when there's a terrible guest though, and then I'm gonna go feed him, and like I just come off mute, and the guest is terrible anyway, and so like then he meows and you start laughing, and it's a little bit of a.
Because it's not just a meow, it's like a meow that starts as a meow and ends as like a scream.
Huge demanding for something that weighs like 5 pounds, not even.
Pate's fan is confused. I don't know why you're confused, but maybe it was my explanation of what a Batcolyte is. Everyone hears a Batcolyte if they want to be. A Batcolyte is just someone who represents the mystery or the search for it, the honest inquiry. See, Crybaby Monster is a moth woman. That works too. Do we get stickers? I mean, there's stickers in chat. Is this run 24/7? No. I do sleep and, you know, have family and life. But it is run like 10 or, yeah, 10 or
10 to
10 to
16.
16 hours a day. No, it's more like a 10, 8 to 12, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm. No believers, nobody that believes in a god, gods, or anything like that.
Mm-mm. They're all terrified of the storm, and I think my icy reminder probably isn't helping encourage them to join us.
I think they're all actually terrified of that guy's opinions about ChatGPT, but
That was so weird.
it was very strange. That was like, I was not into that. I also didn't catch anything before that, so like I don't know what the conversation had been before that. I came in on that.
Oh, he predicts the weather and then controls it.
Is it really predicting if you control it?
Well, he made it stop raining for his dad.
How did he do that? Did he do an anti-rain dance?
Divine frequency.
What's a divine frequency?
He thought about it.
Uh-huh. fascinating.
I imagine he thought about it really hard.
I wish I could make things happen just by thinking about them really hard.
Well, you have to think about something that's likely to happen.
How do we determine likelihood?
Well, he just said possible, but I'm pretty sure it was, yeah, just a big old ball of confirmation bias.
Oh, so you can't think about things that are impossible and expect them to happen.
No, that would be ridiculous.
I see. But if you think about the weather hard enough, it might change. Is that where we're at?
I mean, that's where he was at.
Yes, baby, it will change if you think about it hard enough. Think about it long enough if you meditate on it.
Oh my. Kim, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm 25.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm my higher power. I'm my God.
What does that mean?
That means I believe in myself. I believe that if I think about something long enough, I can make it happen.
If you think about something long enough.
Yeah, if I meditate on it, if I'm in good vibes, if I'm that, why would you tell her that? Well, what if you know it's not gonna happen? Anything can happen in this world. We don't even know how this world was made. No, are you drunk?
No, I'm hosting a live where I ask people questions about their beliefs, and you're kind of up here just rambling.
No, I'm rambling because it hurt my feelings what you said. Okay, I'm
sorry, it hurt your feelings.
Yeah, I have feelings.
Oh, that's really, really unfortunate, Kim. I don't think they're going to be, I don't think they're going to be okay up here if you're already off the bat running your mouth and acting like a fool. I mean, really, I just don't see a conversation happening with that person. I'm pretty sure that they lied about being drunk, too.
Did you hear the way she was like, why would you tell her that? Like, I don't make my own opinions, or like...
Oh, well, apparently I'm probably just telling you what to think or feel or believe or something, according to someone like that.
It's very strange.
I don't see any fruitful conversation happening there. Hello, Kiera.
Hello. You know, though, why would you tell Kat that? Why would you say those things to her? She's very easily influenced. I think that was wild behavior.
There are days when she might be able to convince me that I don't exist. I don't know that I'm influencing her at all.
As well she should, exactly.
Some days I might be better off thinking that. Kim wants back up. Why would we want you back up here if you don't participate?
When I immediately sleep after I came alive, but before I had explained to you that nobody was asking you existed, Thrayle. No matter how much you thought they were.
It was a way to interpret his question.
There's no way the intention of the question, though.
I don't know. But I'm not sure if you exist right now. The Wi-Fi is eating up most of your words.
I was gonna say I'm very impressed with how you can interpret Hawaii-Fi. I'm only hearing like every third syllable. This is good shit.
When you what are those puzzles where people put like words on the screen, but they're all mixed up except for like 3 letters are in the right place, and you can still just read it fluently.
That's next level talent. Next level.
It's a way our brains work with pattern recognition, but also it might just be because I've listen to Cat's Hawaii-Fi a lot.
Yeah, he's done this a lot, and also like I think that I've thought about this. I think it comes with like the better you get to know somebody, the more you can predict what they're like what they were gonna say.
100%.
You know, so like with the syllable, with like the few syllables, and then just knowing like the things that I usually say, it makes prediction pretty easy.
So there's no supernatural connection between the two of you? Come on.
You know what? Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to say no.
Well, fine.
Since
I thought Thrayle was tuning into the Kokies and picking up on things not unsaid. Very magical practice. I don't
it's a
know.
probability wizard though, so there is that.
Hey.
I keep getting accused of that. It might be true. I don't know. Isn't it sorcery if it's natural? It's wizardry if you study it.
Are we claiming that sorcery is unstudied magics?
I need distinction.
I think in D&D, isn't it? It's the natural.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, D&D, okay, yeah.
I mean, is there any other sorcery?
If you believe in sorcery or wizardry, request up. Let's explore your beliefs and practice.
We have 3 in queue. One of them might be a ghost by now, but it'll go a very strange direction. Kim wants back up, and I'm thinking we should try the new guy. Whoever that is. Oh, of course, as soon as I click on him, the whole queue changed. And now it's just Wildot.
No, just Wildot. You mean we are graced with the presence of Wildot on our panel.
Hello, Wildot.
Hello.
Oh,
How
we
are
do
you all
have...
tonight?
Doing all right. How are you?
Amazing.
You sound different.
That's because he's Canadian. He can feel amazing at this point.
Is Will Doc a friendly of you guys?
Yeah, we know Wildot.
Cool.
And the fact that he's here is part of the reason why I went ahead and brought you up, Kev. I know I made you wait in queue for a while, but
Fair enough.
well, he's quite a bit more knowledgeable on some of the things we've spoken about before. So,
Cool.
just a quick reminder, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
42.
42. And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god is that?
This at the moment, this is about apotheism. If there is an ism at the end of that, I'm not sure, but apotheism. Theist.
Apatheism, really?
No, it's APOTHEO.
APO, apotheism.
Yeah, that one. Meaning that we are our own gods, or we are God. But I don't believe necessarily that we are God individually. I mean it as the collection of the species over a vast amount of time. Like we're evolving into God, if that makes any sense.
Like we're evolving into God. Like God is the target of
Yes,
evolution.
if I say this, if I define godhood, yeah, as demonstrated power to create, reshape, control, and perpetuate existence across matter, life, mind, energy, and perception. That is my definition of godhood in
Why?
because I believe that it is achievable with human ingenuity or the continuation of human knowledge as it evolves through fields such as genetic engineering, synthetic biology and protein engineering, biofabrication and 3D bioprinting, ocular biofabrication and synthetic eyes, biohybrid cybernetics and electroactive biohybrid systems, longevity and
What
aging studies.
differentiates this from transhumanism?
Well, that's why I wanted to get on the panel so I can understand from people that are slightly more knowledgeable than me, so I can look up what other things mean. Because I haven't, I'm guessing through obviously pattern recognition, but transhumanism is the induction of technology into the biological form to create like hybrids, human like technological hybrids. I'm taking that as.
Is, if I can quickly ask, is there a difference between divinity and technology then?
Absolutely not. Not in my eyes, no. If a species has the technology to recreate the attributes of a god, then that makes them God. Because the idea of God itself, yeah, could have our solar system, our planet, could be a petri dish to a technologically advanced civilization on a generation starship somewhere. Just play go.
Do you find divinity to be flawed then?
Absolutely, I believe it is the fallacy of. I'm not going to say stupid. I might say stupid. I find it the fallacy of the human condition to need to find the deity or to find deities. You know, the God of the gaps. We don't know something, so God did it. So in a way, technology is the only to the only God. Technology and knowledge.
So why are you comfortable with the assimilation or like creation of some sort of god from like just our information?
So it's just lighting a cigarette then. Can you repeat that? Sorry.
So this idea of like making a god, right? So why are you comfortable with God being source like humans or whatever species it may be instead of just calling that what it is, some sort of tool?
Some sort of tool. What, as in the accumulation of technology to create the attributes of a god? So, like a hammer to hit nails into wood, but obviously, like using magnetic confinement in fusion systems to create nuclear plasma to create energy. It's like a tool, basically.
Well, like, where's the dividing line between like a tool and a god in your worldview?
Well, that's the question, because the definition of God in my worldview is the attributes of advanced technology. So in my worldview, God doesn't really exist in the framework that people would consider the idea of God to be. It's like redundancy. Like God is redundant. Like in the 21st century, going into the 22nd century, I mean, if you know about technology, then you know that technology is about 50 to 60 years more advanced than Joe Public even knows about. You know, we're printing organs, we're literally like, you know what I mean, like nanotechnology, AI, like we're literally 15 years to 20 years away from AI singularity. Like
Then,
9 times last year, AI woke up. No one knows about this stuff. They don't
so,
know.
so why use the word divine at all if the word divine is empty? Why use that word?
because it resonates with people, and if you can resonate with people for them to realize that God, the need for a God, the idea of a God is redundant, then maybe they might start questioning in their own faith.
What if, here's a weird thought exploration. What if we kind of flipped it? And instead of using the word technology, you use the word God or divine. How would you feel?
What if instead of saying technology, we called it God?
Because essentially that's what you're doing, just on the other side of it.
Well, I mean, the ability to reshape matter itself. I mean, I'm not necessarily talking about, everyday things like wooden tables and concrete. I'm talking about metamaterials, materials that can bend light through them, like, so it's literally like an invisibility cloak, like Harry Potter sort of invisibility. Um, nanotechnologies, nano carbon fiber tubes and things like that. So, like, I mean, technology does have the attributes of God. And if you went
Well,
back in time and showed the people back then the technology that we have now, they would call you God. So,
so
yeah.
it, is your idea of God just some sort of incomprehensible technology to humans at a colloquial level now?
My definition of God is the tiny percentage of the human population that has the knowledge to make and recreate these technologies, which fits into my whole quantum reincarnation idea of accumulated knowledge over a lineage
You
of
gotta ease people into that one. What do you mean,
yeah, I'm still
quantum reincarnation?
well, okay, quantum reincarnation. Well, everything is connected by quantum fields. I mean, actually, the Higgs boson field is the one that connects everything, as we know, because that gives matter physicality. Otherwise, everything
Well, I
would
mean,
just be
like,
relativistic.
well, that's going to be like true of all fields, right? Like when we describe fields, it's going to be like what permeates space-time at all point,
Fields
whether it be
permeate
the
space-time. It's like
the
space
Higgs
is an open.
boson, whether it be the Higgs field or like the EM field or some sort of gravitational field. It's just going to be like everywhere.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I believe in a conscious field, like quantum consciousness, which is subjective, but it's speculative, but it's an active sort of area of scientific research. So,
do you
yeah.
think that physical structures exist within reality?
No, they do not. Not within reality because everything exists in superposition. I was having a decent conversation with a physicist about this at work today.
Do you know what physical means?
Well, yeah, like yeah, like it's one of them words where it means it means there sort of thing. Like it's physically
Well,
there sort of thing. Like, but in quantum mechanics, it's not physically there until you observe it. It exists in a probability state.
hmm.
I don't know if that's quite
No, it is like even
accurate.
within systems, when you get down to the quantum level, they
Well,
exist in superposition.
Say they're not there until you observe it. We mean observe. And before you answer that, I've got to really quickly thank Fibonacci Flux, Dancing in Duality, Danny Graxon 96 for helping with the goal, because you guys are amazing. But what do you mean when you say observe?
To determine, basically. Everything exists in a probability state until the observation determines its exact position, even within systems. Because I was arguing this, because I was like, no, it's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish. how can a system, a system of particles, yeah, exist in all possible places within that system at the same time? It'd just be fuzzy. It wouldn't be coherent. And I got destroyed on the argument. So, like everything else, you have to take, people that know more than you do and accept the facts. If that's the facts, if that's been proven
Do you
by
think
experiments
you
and
might
everything
have
else.
do you think it's possible that you could have both been wrong and come away still misunderstanding?
Oh, absolutely. There could be a consensus on science with far more intelligent people than us, and they could think up an experiment to nail down the deterministic nature of the universe at the subatomic level. But at the moment, it's probabilistic. Nothing.
Do you understand the difference between a map and a place?
Well, yeah, a map is like, something that describes or lays out the different pathways, the different roads, the different places, the names of places, or maybe it hasn't got names on it, but, you know, this and that, like different walkways and whatever else, and a place is a physical place where you stand.
Do you understand that when people bring up probability spaces, they're talking about the map?
Yes, and that was what I was arguing. I was saying just because, like, we're not observing it to be where it's going to be, it still is there, even though the act of observation makes it a known quantity. And they were telling me that I was wrong. So, am I wrong?
Okay, but
Well, they seem to say. So, I had to take what they said because, they got a degree in it. So, they've got a degree in quantum physics, then they've got a degree in quantum physics. Like, if he
okay.
worked with a teacher for 20 something years, he said that he was teaching it and all that. So I had to take what he said.
Well, do you understand that when people talk about models or theorems or theories, they're just talking about a map, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah, because it's all mathematical equations. And I work with mathematical equations all the time because I do plasma physics and nuclear fusion. And it's all mathematical equations to explain like particle motions and magnetic field strengths and variances, gradients and potentials and, flipping all that sort of stuff. So I
S-
understand that mathematical equations explain how things change and how they act, but not exactly what they're doing at a specific time because there's no way to actually say, right, there's a particle, we're going to put a camera on it and we're going to watch it the whole way. No, the mathematical equation just explains what it will do.
Do you understand that a mathematical equation can only make statements or predictions and not
Absolutely.
actually come up with 100%?
Because obviously you don't know the starting position of a particle unless you put the particle there physically. If you put the particle there and you introduce an electric field, you know that's going to be acceleration, uniform deceleration. Yeah, you know that it's going to go in a certain direction if you send it in that direction. But you ain't got control of that initial starting point. That particle could be here, there, anywhere. Do you know what I mean? The only thing you can guarantee is there's a particle going along an electric field, for instance.
Do you think that the only issue with that observation is going to be our limitations? Or do you think there's something else going on?
I am a bit confused, not with the question, but there's experiments that happen that they've done like a double slit, where the photon existed in two places at the same time and went through both slits, and the machine clicked or whatever it did,
What
because
do
it was
you
talking
think the
about
conclusions of the double slit experiment are?
what my conclusions.
No, what the conclusions are, like the accepted conclusions.
that the act of observation determines the reality of the particle, which I find hard to accept because I want to believe in a more deterministic universe when it comes down to the laws that govern things that exist, like the laws of physics, matter, and everything else. I I don't like the idea of
But
things existing in two places at the same time if they're one thing. It just boggles my brain.
but that's it. That is the conclusions, right? So, what do you think an observer is?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Because unfortunately, in this case, it's a mind, it's a conscious observer, because the machine itself observed and it went through both slits. The human observed and it went through one slit. So, like, the observer seems to be the consciousness of a person determining the reality for that person, and then influencing the reality of the collective of people, which sounds absolutely crazy. But that's what he was saying. That was like what he was saying about how quantum physics works, and it is completely and utterly a mind fuck. Sorry to swear, but I mean, maybe he was wrong. I'm not entirely sure, to be fair, but that's what he was saying. He was saying that like when someone wasn't observing, it went through both slots, and then when someone was observing, it became deterministic and it went through one slot. So, and then he was saying about how basically the act of observation creates determined
When
the probability to
someone
a
was
determined
observing.
quantity.
So, yes, Will Dot, you may.
Okay, so Kev, in quantum mechanics, an observer is just going to be anything that can interact with the wave function.
Uh-huh.
Like whether it be some sort of speck or particle or instrument or tool or interference wave, anything that can collapse that wave function is going to be an observer.
See, that's what I was saying. I was saying particles in a system would also has an effect on each of the other particles to create the system or to maintain the system. So that in itself
Conscious,
would. Sorry, go on.
conscious agent required.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That there shouldn't need to be a consciousness because everything would be determined by everything else, if that makes sense. I mean, it should make sense because it should be obvious. Everything existing in the system to create and maintain that system. So it shouldn't have a probabilistic nature.
No. You're not hearing me.
Go on.
Anything within a quantum system that can interact with the wave function is going to be an observer, conscious or not.
Like
The observer
what?
effect
Go on.
indicates that like anything that can interact with the system is an observer.
So a neighboring particle, for instance, that's connected in a
Yes.
lattice of particles to create whatever type of matter it is.
Well, whether it be like a particle or a structure in the room or some gravitational wave at some distant planet that makes it here, if it can interact within that wave function, it's going to be described as an observer.
Right, perfect. Yep. Makes perfect sense. I mean,
No,
otherwise reality
no
would fall
consciousness
apart.
required.
So why did he say that I was wrong then? Because that's exactly what I was saying. I mean, I literally did say that like a second ago with the everything existing within a system.
Oh,
So each particle interacts with each other or observes each other, sort of thing.
we were talking about the double slit and your conclusion and your explanation where consciousness is required for a different state of the particle.
Yeah, because that's basically what he was saying, and not just him, but other, I don't know,
Well, that's
videos
just
on quantum mechanics say it as well, like our consciousness determines reality within, not within like that crazy person was saying about controlling the weather or whatever. I'm talking about just, you know what I mean, like superposition and things like that, until you've sort of like witnessed it where it is, then I
no,
don't
no,
know
no,
how
no.
to say it, but
No consciousness required other than you looking at the data.
yeah, it makes perfect sense. I mean,
So,
otherwise, reality would fall apart.
can I dial it back, or mm, maybe that's
Oh,
too soon.
I'm done on the teachable moment. There's not much more I can teach.
Okay, okay.
Thank you for that. It just means that, you know, I've gained more knowledge, which is brilliant. I literally love learning. So,
No, Wilda, I really appreciate the information that you gave to us. It helped a lot. So I did have a question, and again, I might be speaking beyond my pay grade here. But when you're talking about quantum reincarnation, which is how this whole thing started, I wanted to understand what you mean by reincarnation here. Like, are you claiming that a personal identity, which I'm kind of equating to your definition of consciousness, which I could be completely off base, are you claiming that that continues? Or are you just talking about matter or energy?
I am saying non-personal reincarnation. So the sense of self, who you were, that basically doesn't carry over, or doesn't carry over in the majority of cases, but some form of information carry on from a lineage of experiences carries over to create innate knowledge, fears, likes, dislikes, and phobias.
So you're essentially
Kind of
saying that
like
like
epigenetics.
you're so okay, so let me try to understand. You're essentially saying that the personal identity doesn't continue. However, the matter that continues is somehow influenced by the experience of the personal identity before?
Yes, but without the some of the sort of the personalness of it.
What
Like
would what information would matter cling to in this hypothesis that was not influenced by personhood?
um like I don't know. I mean, like, 'cause I mean, you get them fantastic artists and musicians and, you know, child prodigy geniuses.
But you
I
don't
mean,
think that
super
that's tied to a
intelligent
personal
have to come
identity?
from somewhere.
Right. Well, arguable. You don't think that those experiences, the art they leave behind, the things that they create in their life, that's not tied to a personal identity. That's tied to their actual matter. Like, what are we talking about?
Um, I think it's tied to, I mean, their matter, obviously, because everything's made out of matter. Um, but
Mm,
I also think that it is some form of carry on from sort of information passing on to one, because I'm pantheist as well, so I believe that the universe is creating life to for self-experience. Like the overall conscious
I'm not sure. I'm not sure consciousness of the universe is the right thing to say in the personal sense that we understand it, if that makes any sense. Like the consciousness of the universe is probably beyond our understanding and some personality, you know,
If
being
you're
our own self. I don't think the universe has that or is that. So
if your atoms are reused, is that you?
wow, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, they say that all the atoms in your body are older than the stars themselves. Like we are literally made out of stardust. So if we're made out of stardust, then our physical selves are older than our physical selves,
But I guess
and could have been reused again and again and again through countless incarnations or manifestations of that lineage of that information that's passed over and passed over and passed over.
so. I mean, I guess if you are, if you said that when we, you said that reincarnation is not a continuation of personal identity. So if you are then unconscious and the atoms are reused, if you're, if another, if you are unconscious, right? It's just atoms. What then makes it reincarnation rather than just new life? And sometimes not even human life.
Oh yeah, I believe that you can be born a fish, a dog, a cat, a bird, an
What if you're
alien.
just dirt now?
Hmm?
What if you're just dirt now?
I think you have to have consciousness. I mean, there's that thing, because I was arguing about consciousness being mimicry, biological mimicry. But anyway, you have to have, like, you know, it has to be alive, sort of thing. For that's a really good question. That is a really good question.
What is the differentiator between reincarnation and recycling? Like, where's the symmetry breaker? It sounds like recycling.
I mean, definitely sounds like recycling instead of reincarnation, but the reincarnation bit of being conscious, like consciousness is recycling, and then it's, I don't know, because consciousness is all there is in the universe, really. Everything else is just particles. It's like there's consciousness and then there's the you know, particles. So there's nothing else, and anyone that believes in everything else is delusional. Like the only thing that exists is our subjective reality, or the, you know, reality, like heaven and hell and all that sort of stuff. That doesn't exist. You can see it doesn't exist. Where does it exist? What it like? All there is reality. All there is consciousness. Like, otherwise reality doesn't exist. If no one's around to, well, it does, I guess. If there was no life forms at all, then reality still would exist.
So then,
a bit strange, but
so then why do you say that everything's consciousness? If no life forms exist, everything would exist. Why do you need a consciousness there?
well, perhaps it's as baked in as the laws of physics. I mean, perhaps because the laws of biology and the laws of chemistry exist, then life has to exist. That's what I don't get with people that don't believe in aliens. Like, if the laws of chemistry exist and the laws of biology exist, then obviously the universe is obviously going to have life everywhere.
Go ahead, Will.
Kev, if I look at my hand, is that me?
Ecosystem that exists within your system. That ecosystem
like,
is billions
well,
of
it's
different little
attached to me.
biological life forms that exist to make your hand.
Okay, so at what point do I look, do I find me?
Oh, that's the question that literally philosophers and everything else, that's why the whole hard problem of consciousness exists, and the biological mimicry of self-awareness, because you are literally billions and billions and billions of separate life forms all coexisting in a system, just controlled by chemicals and the brain, basically. But then I don't want to say the brain is you, because that is also an ecosystem.
Okay, but like if I look at my elbow past my hand, is that me?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you just want to take away the fact that everything exists to create you, and you just take it down to the personal self, then yeah, it's you. Every part of you is you.
Okay, but if I cut my finger off, is that still me?
It would be a very silly action, and the severed fingers would not be part of you anymore, but the hand that it was attached to is still going to be you.
Okay, so if I keep slicing, where do I stop to find me?
Are you trying to suggest that you do not exist, but only in your sort of? I mean, is there a deeper meaning to what you're saying in this? And I'm not trying to be rude or argumentative with that at all.
Well,
Sorry, it didn't sound like a suggestion. It sounded like a question. Where is information stored?
Oh, is that the question? Where is information stored? Okay,
like,
well,
where is the me
information stored. The you is stored within the parts of the brain that store yourself, your collection of experiences that shape who you are. I'm not entirely sure where that is in the brain. I can get my neurology textbook and look it up. Haven't got to neurology yet, but it's right there. I mean, I could prove it to you, and to give me 2 seconds, well, it would take a little bit longer than 2 seconds, but you get the point.
Well, yeah, but like, since we have like this relationship between the structure of the brain and the mind, right? There's a correlation there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't I think that like my mind is just a physical property?
That's the question that literally keeps people awake at night, doesn't it? The people that philosophize over this sort of stuff, because they argue that is consciousness and the self-awareness and the sense of self just a process of the biology of the brain, or is it something else? Because otherwise, I will just argue that it's the brain. But there's arguments to say that it is and it's not.
Do we as humans have any reason to think that there's something else?
A lot of philosophers do, yeah. I can't name any, but I know that it is a serious question within philosophy.
I'm asking you, not these philosophers. Kev, like you and I, do we have any reason to think that it's anything else?
See, I do, yes. I think I am connected to the information, the unpersonal self that has progressed through the lineage of my idea of reincarnation, because it's the only way I can explain why some people are intelligent and some people are like that person who thinks they can control the weather.
Can I ask you then? I'm interested, and I may not be understanding correctly. So we clarified that when you're talking about reincarnation, you're not talking about personal identity. You're talking about matter. And you believe that information is stored in matter. I wonder if the information is stored in matter, and Wildot brought up a very good question, where is it stored? And we don't really have an answer for that yet. I still kind of want an answer for that. But in your belief system, then, how is that information retrieved if it's just a matter of matter? If I'm buried...
Just unconsciously, from the unconscious mind.
What does that mean?
I do not know because I'm not a neuroscientist.
Like,
I don't know the relation between the unconscious mind and the conscious mind.
But I'm working off of your beliefs, right? So if information is stored in matter and I'm buried 6 feet under, you're not sure where the information is stored, but you do believe that it's attached to matter. I wonder then how it's retrieved, because to me that would lead to, you know, my everything breaking down, the system of decomposition, all of that. I don't know how we would retrieve that information then.
Oh, you're talking about like you being buried and the matter being connected via your brain or something. No, I don't think that. I think when you die, it's kind of a proven scientific thing that they've done, that the brain is the last thing to die, and as you die, or as the brain dies, it does something with the memory senses and center of the brain or whatever it is, and that can take anywhere from 3 minutes to 10 minutes to however long. I don't know the exact amount of studies they've done on it. But that part of the brain is active when everything else is dead for minutes and minutes. So
didn't you say earlier that reincarnation was not a matter of personal identity? Did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, but I don't believe that it's uploading sort of like your personal self. I believe it's just uploading the knowledge that you gain through your life.
Where does it upload
I think
then?
a lot of it just gets but
where do you
just
think it
certain
uploads?
bits sort of come over, like not the whole,
Slow down,
just
Kev.
certain bits. Sorry.
Kev, she's trying to ask you a question.
Where do you think that uploads to?
Well, like I was saying, I believe in quantum consciousness.
What does that mean?
The idea that it means that, like, quantum consciousness. I mean, there's things that I've read that the structure of the universe is very much like a brain. There's like everything sort of has the structure of neurons and synapses and blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff. And then also maybe there's like a quantum consciousness field, because everything has an associated field.
How is the word quantum?
And then how like quantum things can happen in the microtubulars or something that I read as well.
Kev. You're running on way too long with the answers, and I think Raccoon had at least one more question before we move on.
I'm actually all set. Thank you.
Okay. Kev, I appreciate you being up here. I don't... I think you can question your beliefs. We've been over it. We've seen you do it. I think one thing that you might do is try to explain it less and maybe research it more. Because it sounds like you have, it sounds like you have extravagant explanations for things that fill the gaps in your knowledge, and it might help if you expanded that knowledge base a little more before deciding that you can conclude anything.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. I just want to come up with, I just want to end with this. I want to come up with a coherent theory, that can be presented as a sort of alternative to mainstream religion. And I want it to be mine. Do you know what I mean? I don't want it from someone else. I don't want it from some literature here or some other thing here. I want it to be mine.
Yeah, I hear that. Why is that important to you? And I don't need the answer right now, but it's something you should definitely question.
Absolutely, and thank you for having me on the panel.
Appreciate you, Kev. I hope you keep asking questions.
Those were some questions.
Those were some questions. He's got, yep. He's got some ideas, and he's got some questions, and he's going to keep questioning. I hope we hear from him again in the future.
I actually hope so.
Yeah, no,
because
he's got a very imaginative way to kind of fill the gaps. I see another friendly in the queue. Hello, Fibonacci. Did you mean to request up?
Yeah, I did. I actually have a little answer for his question regarding microtubules. He's referring to the Penrose conjecture about free will being somehow located in the quantum realm.
Can I
I've
hear
wanted
it
that to be
instead of a
skipped
sixth
over.
sense of curiosity?
So I actually have a pretty interesting answer on this. So he's missed some of Pegmark's work, Penrose, I mean. When we look at interactions in the brain, we're seeing timings between 10 to the negative fifth, and there's some rebuttals on that between three different neuroscientists that are claiming that it's in some circumstances 10 to the negative eighth, which is a pretty big difference. But I mean, it's nothing close to the 10 to the negative 18th to the 10 to the negative 22nd, which is what we're talking about for what we might be looking for in terms of quantum entanglement within microtubules within temperatures inside the human skull. So we're several factors away from that being even remotely possible.
Is this in, okay, this is way beyond my pay grade. Is this in relation to his idea of uploading consciousness?
Mm-hmm. Well, yes and no. It was in regards to his whole, like, it sounded kind of like he was treating the brain as like an interface as opposed to the actual primary source.
Yeah, he was dancing around analytic idealism and Penrose's microtubule conjecture.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I wanted to skip past that, but like I thought maybe there was something else to it.
No, I mean that's pretty much it. Right.
From a previous conversation.
Right, and even then, if we're talking about decoherence between quantum entangled particles, you have Tegmark's work, which says that, you know, at temperatures like that inside the human skull, you have only certain timings in which that would be even remotely possible, and interactions would have to take place on the 10 to the negative 18th to the 10 to the negative 22nd scale, if I'm recalling correctly. It might even be 10 to the negative 24th, but that's not even remotely close to 10 to the negative 8th.
Explain like I'm 5. Is this...
We're talking decimal places in terms of like fractions of a second. We're talking like
Okay, is this in alignment with the idea that all things are connected? Like, what is the point? I guess why would you lend on this as part of your spiritual experience?
He's
Oh,
trying to
that's just
make everything connected to his pantheistic ideas, would be my guess.
well. It really sounds like more idealism, whereas like consciousness is the substrate of reality,
Hmm.
as opposed to like actual physical stuff.
Yeah,
And
Hmm.
yeah,
I think
then it
Clint would
seems
agree.
to like lean into like pantheistic ideas where whatever the substrate is aware.
But yeah, that was why I wanted to come up. I wanted to actually give you guys some of the more recent papers on that. 10 to the negative 8 is what is the next frontier, and like how how small of a time frame we can see interactions taking place in the brain. So that's where we're at
Hmm.
currently,
Interesting.
which is not even
Yeah.
remotely close to 10 to the negative 18th, which is a factor of 10 decimal places difference. Anyway, that was what I wanted to let y'all know. I figured I'd kind of inform you. That way you would have
Appreciate you,
a,
Fibonacci.
Yeah, I
you're
appreciate that.
absolutely welcome. You have a rebuttal in the future now. Y'all feel free to drop me down if you're not needing anybody up here. You're all good.
Fibonacci
I'm
Appreciate
acts like
sorry
I
for
will ever be
somehow
able to
unfollowing you.
regurgitate that information. That's wild.
Yeah, it's some pretty cool stuff for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, Fibonacci.
Yes, sir.
Hold up. Can I ask him a question, Thrayle?
Go for it.
Okay, so as we know, like we shed cells and structures as we develop, right? So
Of course.
around 35, we're not composed of the same atoms that were present when we were fetuses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how does that make you feel? Like, how does that influence your interpretation of the data?
Do you want an honest answer?
Yes.
I think that we narratively treat the self as uh, something that's continuous when it's actually fractured and it's narratively stitched together in order to make our lives more coherent, and it's more useful evolutionarily in that fact. That's how I feel
Based.
about it.
I love the answer. Thank you.
That's obviously my opinion, but it's based off of well a
Oh,
few
that's a
different
well-rounded
sources.
answer.
I'm
That's
very
a
much a pluralist kind of source individual. I don't believe just like this one book says this, therefore is this. Yay. Um,
so I take it you're not a scientific anti-real, or you're not a scientific realist, right?
so I can switch back and forth between lenses, but I'm a moral anti-realist. I'm a physicalist when it comes to actual to things as like actual structures, like things like, for example, a chair. I think is only a chair because it's a label we assign it, and if without a human being, it wouldn't be a chair. It would just be something in the shape of what a human used to call a chair.
I want to high five you so hard right now. Thank you. That's all I have.
Love you too, buddy.
W's for Fibonacci. Appreciate you coming up, Fibonacci.
No, I'm happy to. Call me up whenever you need me.
Absolutely. I'm only setting you down because I feel like we might be a bit overpowered. So I'm going to make sure that we don't crowd the new guests. And I think we've got one in queue that's been waiting a while. Let's see if they're still there. This is how we might end up with 3, though. But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you are capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not looking to argue or debate. I'm not looking to tear you down or burgle your god. I just want to know if you can question that belief, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Five ghosts. Not a single one was real. Has Batcolyte ever said anything? Do we know, Chad? What would you want Batcolyte to say?
You ever just looked at your fingers?
Does the Batcolyte have fingers?
Bones count too.
Hmm.
I mean, aren't the finger bones of the Batcolyte, depending upon which incarnation we're talking about, aren't they basically the wing bones?
Creatures for having thumbs. Hip hip hooray.
For having bones, you say?
Oh, thumbs.
Thumbs.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
yes.
bats also have kind of a thumb. It's the hook on the wing. Little finger digit.
Is it prehensile?
I mean, yeah, pretty sure they use it to grasp and manipulate things.
Excellent.
Could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong.
In fact, I think flying foxes have very prehensile thumb bones on the wings where they use them to pry open fruit.
That sounds likely. So I'm probably not wrong.
What kind of bat is the Batcolyte based off of? Is it going to be like a flying fox or a vampire bat or a little brown bat? Like what are we dealing with?
Yes.
Like the original bat, the battiest bat.
The battiest bat. It's Aussie Bear. Did you mean to request up?
I sure did.
Can you give me your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I'm an eclectic pagan.
What does that mean to you?
What does it mean to me? I believe in multiple gods. I don't have one deity in particular that I venerate to solely, but mostly I believe in the power of perspective.
The power of perspective. What do you mean by that?
The best way I can sort of describe it is to give my experience with it. I had a really negative outlook growing up, and probably about 3 years ago, I decided to change my perspective and my outlook on life, and that changed the way things happen for me.
So you changed your perspective. That's what you mean by the power of perspective. It changed the way that you live your life by altering your perspective.
Yes.
Do you believe that gods exist?
Yes.
In what way?
I believe that maybe gods give us clarity, but that could also be just a way of clearing your own thoughts. So I'm not, but I do believe in the gods. Yes.
Which gods?
Greek and Norse.
Recognize.
They're the only ones that I believe in. I don't disbelieve in any god, and I don't necessarily believe that there are gods, but I personally believe there are gods. I believe
Right,
everybody has a right to their own religion. Sorry.
Mhm. And when I said, in what way do the gods exist? Do they interact with the world? Are they entities that take on form and
No,
have some
personally,
kind
I
of
don't believe
physicality?
so.
Are they just metaphors?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I believe that speaking your thoughts to a god or a deity or whatever you believe in helps gain clarity.
Is that just a process within your mind? So you're not speaking to a god, but you're speaking to a focused character within your mind.
Pretty much, yeah.
So does it matter to you if gods exist beyond the way we imagine them, beyond our imagining of them, I mean?
Would it matter to me? No.
Is the focus that you gain from speaking to gods, is that something that you could not gain elsewhere?
Oh, I absolutely could.
Then why use gods?
As a source of belief and hope.
What is it you're hoping for?
That there is something beyond this life.
Hopeful for an afterlife, but you don't hold to it as a fact or even a
No, not at
likelihood.
all.
What afterlife is it you're hoping for?
Honestly, I don't really know. Just anything. Actually, well, and this will make Kira laugh. I want to go back to my cats.
What do you mean you want to go back to your cats?
If there is an afterlife, I'd hope I would be with all the cats I've rescued. Reconnection with the cats that I've rescued over the Rainbow Bridge.
Would you want to exist forever with your cats?
100%.
To no end.
To no end. I would be as happy as a pig in shit.
That sounds disgustingly happy. Why would you don't think that you would ever grow old or grow tired of that it would grow boring?
Nah, never. I've worked with cats for 20 years. I've got 6 cats nuts right now. I'd never get tired of it.
Would you want them to grow old, to age?
Most of them have, and that's why they're no longer here.
So would you want them to be in this forever afterlife? Would you want them to be perpetually age-locked?
I would hope not. I would hope that the aging would stop, that it would just be some sort of metaphysical healthiness. I've not lived a healthy life and I'll never be healthy, but I would hope that there would be some sort of relief from the life that I've lived.
Isn't part of the joy of pet ownership seeing them grow and develop and become, to come into whatever personality they do?
Absolutely.
Wouldn't an eternal existence with your cats deprive you of that experience of watching them grow and change?
Possibly, but I would hope it would be some sort of retirement for us all.
What benefit?
Like I said, I changed my perspective probably in my early 30s. And when I chose to be happy and have some sort of hope, better things happened for me. I was a better parent. I was better. And I just want to live with some kind of hope that there is an end to the suffering. That didn't really answer your question. I apologize.
Would not a cessation of existence be an end to suffering?
Yes, absolutely.
Is that just less desirable to you than an eternity with your cats?
I would hope that if there was an eternity somewhere with my cats, with something that I would actually have a single day without physical pain.
And once you had that single day without physical pain, do you think you would ever want the ability to opt out of this eternity?
I would, yeah.
Opt out. I don't think I have any more questions.
I had a couple questions, if that's okay.
Go for it. I thought you might.
Okay.
I left the eclectic paganism alone because I knew you'd want to.
Kira and I are best friends. It does it.
There are a few around that, but I actually had my interest was kind of around what you said around the power of perspective, because I don't think that we've ever discussed this before, and so I kind of wanted to understand a little bit better. When you say that you believe in the power of perspective, when you say perspective, TM, changed what happened, do you mean that your interpretation changed, or do you believe that external events actually shifted?
It could be both. I don't know. I tend to believe I'm not a nice person, but I am a good person. I believe that if I'm a good person, good things happen. When I was a negative person and a miserable person, nothing ever good happened to me. But that could all be because of the perspective I held.
So, you believe that perspective is causal?
In a sense, yeah.
Do you, okay. Do you see perspective then as a divine force?
It could be.
How do you reconcile that with the very real occurrence that good things happen to people who actively harm others?
That would be something that I would hope was dealt with when we leave this plane, when we leave this earthly plane. I believe that everybody gets their comeuppance, and I believe that if you are miserable, miserable things happen to you, whether you perceive it that way or not. I don't think that a person that actively harms anyone has a deservance of good things.
Who do you think delivers that comeuppance?
In a sense, some people just don't receive it. And that's one of the reasons that I can't fully immerse myself in a belief of a higher power.
How, Why wouldn't karma exact itself if it existed in this realm or reality?
That's a really good question that I don't have an answer to.
That's okay. That's okay. It's just an exploration. I also wonder, and this one actually weighs more to me than when good things happen to bad people. There are an exploration are maintain incredibly positive outlooks and are nothing but hopeful, but tragedy befalls them.
That's another one I can't answer. I know people like that. My mum is the perfect example of that.
Right. So when we're faced with these, scenarios that throw our very belief system into question, how do we reconcile those things? How do we still maintain those beliefs even when faced with evidence that those beliefs may not hold water?
Can you say that again? I kind of missed half of it. Sorry.
That's okay. When we're faced with good things happening for bad people, success, money, everything they've ever wanted happening for people that are deplorable in my mind, right? Or terrible tragedies befalling people who are really good at heart, giving at heart, and hope for the very best and have a very positive outlook, and tragedy still befalls them. Like you said, like it's a very personal thing with your mother. Like, how do you still maintain these beliefs even when faced with evidence that power may not be a driving factor in our reality?
I try to maintain hope.
Do you think that even understanding that bad things happen to good people, and still you still currently push forward, you still live your life, there are other factors that weigh into how you navigate this current life as far as you understand it? Like, how much weight does the belief in karma or good things happening really weigh? Like, if I was to tell you today, karma doesn't exist, bad things happen to good things happen to bad people. Karma's not a real thing. Would it change the way that you carry on and the way that you raise your kids and the way that you hold your head and hold yourself through the difficulties of life? Like, what does the belief actually weigh in regards to how you live?
I don't think I could ever go back to who I was beforehand, in the fact, if I lost all belief, I don't think I would fully go back to who I was before. But it doesn't hold that much gravity that I would just simply fall apart. And, I try and be better for my children.
So you're essentially saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, like even if this belief in karma was disproven right in front of your eyes, you would still, in spite of that, keep moving.
Absolutely.
So what importance does the belief hold, really?
It probably holds nothing. It just gives me a small amount of hope that what I can contribute to the world is something.
Can hope exist without the belief?
Yes.
If hope exists without the belief, why do we hold it?
I guess because if there's nothing, then what is it worth?
I feel...
No, you're right. As per normal.
No. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just, I'm exploring, like, what, you know what I mean? Like, I honestly, well, anyway, I'm not gonna get into, like, declarative statements, but I will just say, like, your inner strength and your resilience and your hope exist without a belief system, is all I'm saying. But, like, I also wanted to explore a little bit, if we can, the eclectic paganism. So, do you feel... Okay. So you said that you believe in the gods from Greek and Norse pantheons, right?
Yep.
Are they actual beings?
No, they're more of something in the back of my mind that gives me guidance and clarity.
Okay. Do beings exist outside of deity that give you guidance and clarity? Like, for example, has there ever been a character within any other novel, right, that has given you the same kind of framework or example or inspiration that maybe a deity does?
No.
Okay. What is different? Where is the distinction? Why would a deity bring that to you when maybe another character would not?
I guess that comes from my grandparents and things like that, whereas you pick up a book and you know it's fiction, but you're told, say, the Bible, just for example, is not supposed to be fiction.
I'm trying to organize my question. Do you think there is a reason that the divine
Whoopsie.
That was totally my fault. I was trying to disconnect myself. I'm so sorry, Kiera. I was falling
She
asleep.
had her question all
I'm so sorry.
Really?
I'm sure I'm sure she'll forgive you.
Were you trying to disconnect yourself,
I
Philly?
was trying to disconnect myself.
Wow.
You're awake
It was
now.
Philly's fault.
I know.
Poor-
I'm
poor
awake
Kira.
now. I was falling asleep. Oh my gosh.
That's okay. That's okay. Honestly, I'm not sure how good the questions are at this point. No, I forgot what I was saying. Never mind. Okay, I'm gonna mute for just a minute. Let me organize
Somebody
my thoughts.
kick me.
I got you, Philly. Oh, actually, no, Raccoon. Kira should.
Yeah.
Good night, Philly.
Good night, Philly.
Night, Philly. And hey, Thrayle and Kira.
I can't
Hello,
disconnect me.
Sebastian. I got it. Hello, Sebastian. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Am I going to get cat questions, Sebastian?
You're cold. Yeah, I can see you're cold. No, not really cat questions, but I do share your passion for cats. So, yeah, nice.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Ozzy Bear, but I do appreciate you coming out.
Thank you for having me. I can jump down if Kira's finished.
That's all we're waiting for, to see if Kira's got one more question.
I think I'm good for now because I haven't found a way to articulate my thoughts. So I think I'll ask further questions at a different time. But I love you.
You
Thank
can
you
just
for
ring
answering my
me.
questions.
And Ozzy Bear's in the Discord too, so you could always
Kira
find
and I
him
are
there.
actually longtime friends.
Oh, there you go.
I appreciate you walking through this with me.
Love you, sis.
Love you.
Appreciate you, Ozzy Bear. I hope you keep asking questions as always. Big W's for Ozzy Bear.
Yeah.
We had one in queue, and of course, as I go to move on, they disappear.
Yeah, it said like 4 when I
know.
wasn't.
They sit there for, more than 5 minutes, and I guess they get impatient when they get up here, right? We want the same focus on your beliefs, on questioning for you. Hello, Fat. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What's up?
Did you mean to request up?
40 years old, I guess. 40? You said age?
Yeah, I did. So do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Oh no, do you?
What I believe doesn't make a difference to seeing if you can question your beliefs.
So, I just want to know, like if the devil playing his game.
What is the devil?
I don't know.
Okay.
The deep down.
So, do you have a belief in a god?
Yeah, man. I'm just saying.
Which god do you believe in?
My Native American, the creator, the one that created everything, man.
The one that created everything?
Yeah.
Why do you believe a god created everything?
There's different gods, but our God created what we sold here in the land.
Which god?
Motherfucker, did I just tell you?
Which god? Are you drunk?
What's happening?
It's Friday night.
It's like you white people, like.
Oh.
Oh, I was about to say let him cook.
I was gonna let him, but
Yeah. What the hell?
I asked if he was drunk. He didn't answer. I just wanted an answer.
Yeah. We white people want answers.
My TikTok crush is here.
It's Tavium. Good morning, Tav. How you doing?
Good morning.
Doing great. How is everyone else?
Sorry, I had to stretch. I'm sitting.
Yeah,
it's getting cold.
I was stretching as well.
How are you, brother?
We win. I am great. How's you, Sebastian?
I'm very good.
We dropped down to the lowest pits of hell because it's the Golden Ring. The cold.
Yeah.
You
The
live
shed
in a
is
desert
frozen.
climate. You don't like the cold.
I hate the cold.
How cold is it for you, Tav?
It's the summer for you.
Like the summer for me. Oh, like
Yeah.
Do you use Celsius or Fahrenheit? I use Celsius.
Celsius. We don't use.
So you have like 20 Celsius?
No, it's around 16 here.
Right. That's warm.
Yeah,
For
I
me.
know.
But all Thrayle's gods have been frozen, as you see. But it doesn't look like it's so cold in Texas. Wait.
It's below 0 in Celsius.
Did you make that yesterday when we
Really?
were talking, Thrayle?
I made this right before I started the live, like as I was setting up the YouTube.
So it's like 30 Fahrenheit for you, or something.
Hang on, I'll check.
Poor gods, frozen gods.
It is 28 degrees for me, which is -2.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, are you freezing?
It's a little chilly in the studio. I've only got 2 of the heaters running.
Oh.
I got cold just hearing that number.
I say heaters. One of them is a hot lamp. The other's a radiator.
Mm.
I have a space heater, but it's loud. And I'll only run it when it gets cold. Like really cold in here.
Here in Norway, it's like 23 Fahrenheit.
So it is going to get down to at least -8.
Oh, really? Damn.
Yep. -9. Yeah, -9.
Fahrenheit? Oh.
In the next 24 hours.
I gotta check what that's in Celsius.
Oh, no. That is Celsius.
Oh, that is Celsius. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I'm converting for you.
Thanks. The most we had this winter so far is -25 Celsius. That was really cold.
Why?
Yeah. But it was only for a couple of days, so it's fine.
Only for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Yeah, this storm is supposed to last a couple of days, so.
Yeah. You'll
I'm
survive.
not excited. Maybe.
I see.
I'm stubborn. Trip says, do
But if you're not
batteries
stubborn,
even
you have a
hold a
belief in
charge
God.
at that temp? But Tavium was about to
I was gonna
segue way better.
Yeah.
Temp.
Yeah. God's our higher power. Please request up. And I forgot. I forgot. You have to be willing to question this.
What?
Yeah, to
Say
be
what?
able to question is kind of important.
Yes, that's the key part.
Ooh, donor time. Thank you.
Danny says it is the guest who controls the weather's fault. I did make it clear to him when he told me he could control the weather that it was his fault. I mean, I questioned him, at least, on it. And who knows, maybe he'll control the weather and make it so I don't have to sit in 16 degrees, which in Texas numbers is really fucking cold.
So, one of the funny things about the place I live in is there is the coastal region, there's the desert region. The desert region during the night gets really cold, like -8, sometimes gets to -20 at night. But the coastal region, the coldest it gets is 20, 16, 15, possibly. So the people that live in the desert are really used to it. But our urban ass can't handle it. And I'm talking Celsius, not Fahrenheit. Just crazy.
I think the more we focus on the cold, the colder I'm gonna feel.
Are you not wearing your buffalo check pajamas? Buffalo check. Your black and white flannel buffalo check pajamas.
Oh yeah. No, I'm wearing.
How did you forget, Thrayle?
Well, I'm wearing red.
How could you?
Red and black pajamas.
It's right.
Then you should be prepared.
This will help Thrayle. So in May, me and my sister is going to Greece, and it's gonna be so warm and nice. Just imagine.
It's about the same weather as where I am, so yeah, you're gonna be very warm.
Yeah, Crete.
Compared to where you are right now.
Very, yeah. Looking forward to it.
I love Greece. Been there 2 times.
Yeah.
Really lovely.
Have you been on Crete?
No, I went to Athens. Well, fucking tourist. I've been to Athens, and yeah, it's just Athens.
Yeah. I've been to Athens once. That was really warm. Extremely warm.
My grandma's mother is from Athens, so we go there from time to time.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
It's real calm there.
What really might warm me up is if a believer with a belief that they believe they can question would believe their way right into tapping on that request button. And then maybe we could see if they do question that belief. If that sounds like you and you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like it, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
Kira, can I ask you some stuff about paganism? Because I'm really curious.
Sure.
What does the word mean? Let's start with that. Because it's been bastardized. Plus its meaning. A lot of people use it in so many different ways. What does it mean to you?
What does the word pagan mean?
Yes, to you at least.
I mean, okay. Typically, if we're just talking about how it's perceived, it means it's referring to anybody with non-Abrahamic beliefs, usually polytheistic in nature, pre-Christian in nature, stems from paganus. Like and it can be used derogatorily, but many people are just reclaiming that title as like an umbrella term.
Interesting. So it's not exclusive to the Norse gods or
No.
Like the ancient Egypt gods could be, maybe.
They could
For
be. I
example.
mean, that's typically like Kemetic paganism. But I wouldn't say that just because I don't know how they would identify themselves. But like Hellenic paganism, Celtic paganism,
they identify themselves. They do identify themselves as Celtic paganism. That's why I was curious.
Yeah.
I think those gods are really cool, like Anubis and Ra and stuff.
What I know of them, which is a very little amount, which is woeful indeed. Very cool, very fucking cool. But I find the same to be true of any pagan belief system.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll continue this after the guest. We have a guest thread.
Hello, Doc. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 19.
What year were you born?
2006, October 5th.
Do you have a belief in a God?
Yeah, I used to, but I don't really. I think now I'm just an open book. I don't think any of us have a right to say that we know exactly what's going on spiritually or, whatever, cosmically, whatever it is. I think I'm just ready to face it whenever I pass, because those are the only people who know, are people that are no longer with us and they can't come back. So it just feels kind of strange to act like we know exactly what's going on when we're in the dark. So I just kind of...
I didn't ask if you had a knowing or a certainty. Do you have a belief of any kind?
I believe in art. That's really about it.
But no belief in gods or afterlives, no inclination one way or the other as to what may be.
Not really. I get a gut feeling that it's wrong to assume that kind of stuff or believe that.
Why do you say it's wrong? You also said that none of us have any right. What does that mean?
It's not that we don't have a right to. Everyone has a right to believe what they want to believe. But, if we're going to talk spiritually or metaphysically or anything like this, it just doesn't feel... it doesn't feel right to put your everything into a belief and, know it or act like you know it, believing, having faith. Just blindly giving yourself to something just doesn't feel right to me. So I've always just told myself, when I die, that's when I'll find out what's there. And it could be just a fat nothing burger or hell or heaven or whatever it is. I'm just going to face it when I get there and not kind of psych myself up my whole life and, you know, make myself paranoid or all these other things. I just, you know.
Nothing burger.
Why did you request up, Doc?
Because I used to be a really spiritual person. I've lost it, and I feel like maybe I'm wrong. I've lost a lot of faith in people over the past 6 months. Well, I was just looking around. I see a lot of really scared and lost people, and we're all being lied to, and we're all kind of just cooked. I mean, there's not really much we can do to return from where we're at right now. It's people are perverted and they're inherently evil in ways, but there's a lot of beauty out there. But I'm just seeing mostly just bad, just really, really bad, really, really evil, really, really sick things.
According to who?
Everything, you know, all I see, it's no longer memes and funny stuff anymore. If it is memes, it's, you know, it's a meme of a dead guy, or it's a meme of someone who was assaulted, or it's a meme of something just really distasteful. Like, none of it's for fun anymore. It's all like malicious and just weird.
What do you mean? I see plenty stuff, fun stuff. And
maybe it's just my
I don't see. Yeah, maybe it's your For You page. I don't know.
Or just my generation.
Yeah.
I feel it, Doc.
Go ahead, Todd.
Go ahead, Karen. No, you go ahead.
Do you think that bad shit and evil shit and perverse things and dark things didn't exist prior to right now?
I know, no, they've always existed, but there was definitely a shift in human evolution where we gained the ability to be aware of what we were doing, and we gained the ability to judge others on a personal level. And
when did that shift happen?
I'm not sure. I like to think it's when we started taking psychedelics or whatever. You know, something. It's just the math. If you want to get logistical and what's on the planet and what's always been on the planet, if we've been here for a long time, it just what makes the most sense.
We've always taken psychedelics, though, right?
Huh? Sorry, what'd you say?
Have we not always taken psychedelics?
I'm not sure.
That is a wild unsurety to base your claim off of. So, if the shift is dependent on humanity in taking psychedelics, how can you tell us when the shift happened if you don't know when we started taking psychedelics?
I don't. I'm not saying I know any of this for a fact. I'm just saying that's maybe what happened. It really doesn't matter how it happened. What matters is that we're here now. So.
And I'm not really. What tells you that a shift happened now when atrocities have always been happening?
I think it's media and the fact that everyone has a camera on them all the time, and everyone's gotten really paranoid, and everyone has an audience. And that's been a truth for the past like 15 or so years, but it's different now. It's a different animal than what it used to be like 5 years ago. After COVID, everyone got really, really paranoid and really, really scared and really, really judgmental. And now no one has a filter. So you're really seeing people for who they are and just their deepest, most like human emotion. And it's not good.
So you're saying it was better when we didn't have access to free media and understanding what was happening globally? It was better when we were in ignorance?
No, I'm saying it was better before we all got stuck inside and lost our shit for like a year. Like just something happened after that, and people now are just really, really hateful, really, really judgmental, really, really down for being on the wrong side of history.
That didn't exist pre-COVID?
Oh yeah, it did. But you know, those people were mostly in hiding. All these schnozzy kind of white nationalist people they weren't as passionate as they are now with it. There's just been a complete uprising on all these people coming out from the shit.
The Nazis didn't have an uprising pre-COVID?
I mean, yeah, they were always still there, but people, we all laughed at people. They still get laughed at, but it was a publicly shamed thing. Like, you knew if you walked out like that, you were probably going to get pummeled. But now they're marching all over the place, way more than they used to. There are public accounts on here and on Instagram and on everywhere. People are just being honest.
I understand you being alarmed by the information that you're receiving about these groups that exist and that they are more in the public eye than they've ever been before. And because of our ability to share information and everything can be filmed and projected to the world at large within a second, that it may seem overwhelming. Do you think that evil did not exist prior to now? Like, if we are seeing a resurgence in the Yahtzees, for example, are we just going to pretend like the origin of the Yahtzees didn't exist and that millions of people didn't lose their lives? Like, why do you think that things are bad now as opposed to always?
No, things have always been. No, I'm not saying that it wasn't this bad or like it wasn't like this before. That bad shit's been happening since the dawn of man. But I'm saying it's a new breed of that. There's a new version of it being brewed up. And
is it, or is it just your awareness?
It sounds like
it definitely it literally feels different. Like, I felt this way kind of
different than what?
Well, during
it feel
COVID,
different than the 1980s. Feels a lot different than the 1980s to you, doesn't it?
Well, I wasn't around back then, so I wasn't. But my parents were.
Does it feel different than the 1960s?
I've literally. Well,
Does it
none
feel
of us
different than the 1960s.
Well, you weren't fucking there either, and I know people that were there, and they have said that it's completely different nowadays.
Yeah.
There's a different breed of evil that's coming for us, and shit is way worse than we think, and no one wants to hear that. No one wants to know the atrocities that our government is making.
Why are you just doomsaying on my panel? Like, this isn't you questioning your beliefs. It's just kind of you recognizing that the world is shit. Congratulations, you're 19. Welcome to adulthood.
Are you doom scrolling a lot on TikTok, Doc?
Well, how do y'all? No, not really. I just come on here for live sometimes. How do y'all deal with it? And how do y'all manage to not lose your mind and to not lose faith in humanity?
You take action, babes. You take action. And so I'm going to acknowledge, right, that when you're growing up and you're in your let me first of all say this is a place of privilege where you didn't experience it growing up, because this has always existed. This was beyond your experience growing up. You read about it in books rather than facing it in your growing up, rather than facing it. And you're seeing a bit more of it. And I don't believe you're facing it still. You're seeing it, not experiencing it. So what you can do to try to counter the hopelessness and the apathy that you feel, this overwhelm that you feel in facing something you've never felt before, is learn how to take action, learn how to better your community, get into mutual aid, get into volunteer work, get into action, physical action, whether you can protest, whether you can write your senators, what differences you can make in real time for your community around you, and go ahead and get your feet dirty. Because it can get overwhelming and it can feel like the end of the world. So do something. If you sit here and you just scroll through horrible things over and over, you need to realize some people aren't scrolling through it, some people are living it. And what can we do to make things better?
No,
That's
of course,
all you know.
Yeah, I have a plan.
It is not worse than it is through living it.
Yeah,
it's just closer to home. So figure out what to do. Take action.
Shift the focus. Shift the focus to.
Yeah, that's exactly. I want to shift the focus through art because that's all I know how to do. But I didn't live through back then. I feel like it was different back then. But protesting nowadays doesn't really do much of anything. I think there is no way to make. I don't think there is a way to make things change without getting your hands dirty in blood at this point. And people don't want to do that.
No, let's be real. If you are looking at what has made things change, you need to look at history. If you're going to look at now, you need to look at history and see what type of civil disruption made change. And it didn't always require blood. Sometimes it did. But in the meantime, there are people who are unwilling to spill or cannot or do not have the capacity or ability to do that, be the front lines. There's still shit you can do. So get your head in the game, lock in, stop crying about it, stop feeling scared about it, and do something. I empathize with you, but you are 19 years old. This has been happening, so do something.
No, yeah, of course. This has been happening and people have protested and made changes, but we're still all under the same exact system that was here 100 years ago. We're still all under capitalism and this consumerism. I mean, this is what I mean when people don't want to actually change anything. We're still under our tyrannical system.
What the fuck are you doing?
You
Like,
are
what the
just
fuck are you
talking.
doing? You're just doom
What?
preaching on my panel.
This isn't doom preaching. It's the fucking
Yeah,
truth.
it is.
Dude.
It is doom preaching. You're just boring the fuck out of me. Grow the fuck up. Wake up. Look around. This isn't helping. You're not accomplishing anything. Go accomplish shit.
Do something.
I preempted the poll.
It's fine.
Sorry, he started getting into a weird kind of emotional panic that I'm just not here to platform.
Like sitting here and yelling and squawking about, we're all just talking. Bro, I'm not just talking. Maybe you are. If you're really that concerned, show me you're concerned. I don't want to hear about how you're concerned. Show me. Full stop.
And by the way he was talking, show us without dirtied hands of blood. That was just clearly...
Yeah,
I mean, it's too much. You're going too far. You're not paying attention to what's actually happening, and you're just panicking. Slow down.
And this live is not so much about politics and stuff. It's more about beliefs. So, and it's not that we don't sit and do anything about, but some things. I mean, I just it's out of my control, and we can't focus too much on things out of our control.
I'm not trying to argue with that.
No, but you're right. It's not that they're out of our control, but he's not controlling a damn thing. He's not even controlling
Some
himself.
things in the world, I mean, is out of my control.
Right. But the lesson for the previous guest is that the thing he needs to focus on controlling is him.
True. His focus and his attitude to the world.
I think he's on the verge of being radicalized by his feed and algorithm.
That's
feeding him stuff that's further and further radicalizing him.
Well,
That's what sucks. Sorry.
No, I agree. That does suck, and that's again, he's feeding his panic.
They want you to choose apathy. They want you to choose inaction. They want you to say, we're cooked, chat. We're not. Civil disruption has worked. Mutual aid has worked. Working on a community level has worked. And all of that feeds into the bigger picture. Go do something. End of rant.
No bloody action have ever led to a lasting change. If you have ever read through whatever history textbooks you have. Hello, Morgan.
We have a Morgan on the panel.
My fear is that it is a lack of education. And it's not a comment on his cognitive ability or his knowledge capacity. It's the fact that schools don't teach about that anymore. People don't talk about that anymore. Nobody talks about how you can go to your local whatever and petition or participate in town meetings, or like nobody talks about that. Also, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning or night or no.
Hopefully, the guest will slow down, take a look around, and figure out what action he actually can do that is beneficial to those around him and himself. And hopefully, even more hopefully, one of our next requests has a belief in a god or gods or something like it, and they're open to questioning it. Yeah, Doc, that's some dangerous talk down there, and I think you should slow the fuck down and recognize the
recommend
world you
reading-
live in has consequences.
I'd recommend reading on Martin Luther King or maybe Junior, not Senior. Martin Luther King's Junior or maybe
You have a
Gandhi,
guest?
the people that made a lot of change. Not
Yes,
going bloody.
there are people who made plenty of change without going in that radical direction he's suggesting. Before we greet our new guest, I do need to really quickly thank Heather's Descent, Shell, It's Aussie Bear, also Thinky Link, Danny Grax, and 96. Appreciate y'all so much. Hey there,
Hello.
Jasmine. Can I get
Hey.
your age for TikTok TOS?
40.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Why?
Because you requested up on a panel where the topic is, can you question your beliefs? And there's a little banner over there on the side that even says, God, why? So that's why I'm asking you if you've got a god.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a god, Jasmine?
Yes.
Are you drunk, Jasmine?
Are you?
Fully with us.
Why?
Nice.
Why, Thrayle?
The know your defense.
Tell
Your
me
honor,
you're in an
know
altered
you.
state without telling me you're in an altered state.
Why?
Yeah. Why?
Oh, shit.
She wants back up, but she'll have to wait her turn from the back of the line. Let's see who's next.
Get some water.
Hello, Ruby. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, yes, I'm 62.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do, and I questioned it about 15 years ago when I was experiencing a lot of emotional turmoil and arguments and, with my hubby and, myself as a Muslim. I am doing everything. I'm praying. I am reading the Quran. I'm doing all those things that was expected of me. Yet, why is it? Why? It is a question that I ask. Why is it that I'm doing all that? I have that faith in the Lord, and why is it, I'm practicing, but yet I am emotionally in turmoil and having arguments and all this, and nothing is working. So this is a question that I ask myself.
Which god is it you're asking this of? If I'm hearing you
Allah.
correctly, is it Allah? So,
Allah.
okay. And
And I have my answer.
oh, you have your answer as well.
I had an answer to that, not straight away, but some sort of months down the line. But I had a realization and I had an insight. And that insight was like an awakening. It was like a awakening of my soul that had just awoken. You can call it consciousness that is waking up.
Okay, Ruby. You're kind of wandering off, and I'm wanting to know more about what you believe. And I thought we were getting there, but it doesn't seem we are. So, you believe in Allah. Have you read the Quran from beginning to end?
Yes.
Do you believe that it is the word of Allah?
I do. But like I said, I questioned faith because I had to question why I was feeling the way I was feeling. And that answer came because I believe that, before that the world has the power to cause my feelings, and what's happened in my past has the power to cause my feelings. But when I realized that it didn't, and that all my emotional feelings, whatever was coming within me through Allah, that's when I found the peace.
You found peace because you felt that the emotional turmoil and everything you were feeling was coming to you through Allah.
No, the emotional term, the pain.
Oh, that wasn't Allah. Sorry.
No.
Okay.
The inside.
Everything else was Allah.
Yeah, it was.
Why
like
wasn't the pain
outside.
Allah?
The pain wasn't the Allah. The pain was the illusion that the outside.
So the pain wasn't Allah. Why wasn't the pain Allah?
Illusion?
No, the illusion. I'm just going to explain what the illusion is. The illusion that the outside was the cause of the way I was feeling, but the feeling that I was experiencing, whether it was anger or frustration, was coming through Allah. So it was.
It was coming through Allah. What is Allah?
Allah has no words. There's no description.
There's no description, but somehow you believe it's there and your experiences are coming through it.
It's the knowing and certainty that happened when I awakened to see that all my feelings came from within me.
Is it a feeling? Is Allah just a feeling inside you?
Yeah. Experience it through the feeling, yes.
You experience it through the feeling. How do you know that what you're experiencing is coming from Allah and not from your mind?
Because when I am in a state of peace, I become present. The moment in that presence is the presence of state of no thought, where I'm not thinking about anything.
I'm sorry, the moment in the presence is the presence. What are we talking about at this point? What do you mean presence?
So in this moment right now, as we speak, is the place where I awaken to the presence of Allah. So the Allah is in.
What does that mean? The present. You're using a lot of redundant words and poetic metaphors, but I have no idea what you're even saying.
It's okay.
So could you maybe clarify what you mean by the presence of the present is the presence of Allah?
It's a conscious state. It's kind of an awake state.
A conscious state.
Yes. It's awakened state that.
Can you tell me the difference between this awakened state and an imagined one?
So the awakened state is where 100% I am experiencing my feeling in this moment. And when I'm not, then I am kind of in the illusion. There's like a covering that I start to believe that the outside world is really causing this feeling. And the moment I wake up from that, it brings me back here.
Are you just saying?
1 second.
Go ahead, Tav.
Okay, so can you feel something that is not willed by Allah?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Can you feel something that is not willed by Allah?
Everything is willed by Allah. Right now, I'm here because
So
it's the will of Allah.
So the despair and the doubt you're feeling is from Allah, correct?
Yes, it's the will of Allah was for me to be here right now.
So why do you think Allah would make you feel despair or doubt?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Why do you think Allah would make you feel despair or doubt?
It does not make me feel despair.
But
It
it's
is the
willed by him.
illusion. It is the illusion that I start to believe that when something else outside of me is causing
Before we
my
move on,
feeling, that's the cause of despair.
what do you mean by the illusion of not believing? I don't know what that means.
Explained that already. The illusion is when I believe something outside myself is causing my feeling, and then I feel despair. If I realize and wake up from the illusion in the moment, then I'm no longer feeling any despair other than peace and contentment in this moment and in the presence of Allah.
Thrayle, you're with me, right? I feel like the guest is
Not answering questions.
not really with us.
Just kind of not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, what did I not answer?
Go ahead, Kira.
I wonder. Okay. So you were saying that you have been struggling with praying and reading the Quran and still questioning and in emotional turmoil. So I wonder what it means to you to believe in something, whether that's Allah or something else. If you are struggling with your praying and your reading and your devotion, but you're still questioning, do you think that belief will eliminate those tumultuous feelings?
No, the only thing that gave me relief and peace was I stopped believing that the outside world was the cause of my feeling. That was it. It was simple.
What does that mean? What did that look like?
That looked that I came home and when I finally ended the search of who I really was.
So you just turned off your perception of the outside world? Like you no longer paid attention?
No, the outside world still exists there. What I'm saying is that it no longer had the power to make me feel anything. Sometimes I kind of have the illusion go back there sometimes when I forget that of the divine Allah became more clear.
So you're saying that the tumult ended when you stopped questioning?
Yes, the question, because the answer came to the question. So I know.
Yes or no? Did the tumult end when you stopped questioning?
Yes.
That's where the peace came from. Okay. So how do you really feel good about that, or did you settle on that? Because you were experiencing it before, there was something within you that was questioning and in emotional turmoil. So what did you turn off the questioning for peace?
I awakened. I didn't have to do anything.
What's the distinction there? What is the difference between awakening and just ignoring?
A world of difference.
Can you explain it to me?
Yeah. Ignore, doing and trying to ignore didn't work. I've done all that.
Sure.
This was more of letting go of the ego and surrender.
So you surrendered to what was, and you feel like that's an awakening rather than giving up on questioning?
Awakening and surrender. They go hand in hand.
How is it? How is turning off your mind to questions an awakening?
It's not turning off the mind. It's
How not?
the
How is that?
awakening
How
is
is it different?
the awakening is waking up from the illusion.
What
It's
is
not
the
turning off
illusion?
anything. The illusion is something else outside that has the power to give us a feeling. That's the illusion.
If I was being held hostage, and I'm not saying this is what you went through, but if I was being held hostage and there was a piece of me that said, what exists outside of this situation? And I was full of turmoil, and I was full of questions, and I was full of, why am I here? What am I doing? I don't feel comfortable here. This isn't where I'm supposed to be. And then I surrendered to the experience and said, well, this is what it is. Would you call that an awakening?
No, I'm surrendering to so I'm surrendering to what's not real, like letting go of what's not real, which
What isn't
is
real?
like when I'm, let's say I'm the hostage, right? Like you just gave me the example.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like my hostage, I'm feeling frustrated, I'm feeling whatever feeling.
Mm-hmm.
But when I realize that whatever I'm feeling has nothing to do with me being as a hostage, I'm still a hostage, but the feeling that I'm feeling has nothing to do with being a hostage, then I'm absolutely freed from the state of the turmoil, the feeling frustrated, feeling whatever I'm feeling, and in a state of peace, even though I'm still a hostage. So it's like,
Why would you say that my feelings of frustration and being trapped would have nothing to do with being hostage? Why would you disassociate those things?
because the feeling has nothing to do with anything. They
What do you
just
mean?
come from thought. They just come from thought via Allah. That's it.
But isn't me being a hostage directly feeding my feelings of discontent?
No,
Why not?
because that's something outside of myself. That's like something happening. It's a
Yes.
circumstance, it's a situation, it's a place, whatever it is, that cannot give me a feeling.
So
There's
you're
only
saying that in order to be at peace, we have to ignore completely our circumstances?
it's not about ignoring, it's waking up to it.
Why would we be born into circumstances if we were meant to ignore them completely?
I'm not saying completely, because sometimes we do go back and forth, but
What's the distinction
there? When one has not had the awakening, it's very difficult for anyone to understand.
Well, I'm trying to understand. I wonder why it's difficult for you to explain.
It's the one who has awakened, it's like a knowing that happens, a certainty.
What is
your
the definition of knowledge?
Sorry, what was that question?
What is the definition of knowledge?
Knowledge is information.
Yes. Is it backed by anything?
It's information that we read, knowledge. But when I awakened, I saw the knowledge beyond the word, which is different.
So awakening requires you to ignore what has informed your knowledge up to this point.
Yes.
And accept knowledge that is backed by nothing but comfort? I'm trying to understand.
No, it's very difficult for one to understand. This is why I was in your place where I questioned, and it's very difficult. It was difficult for me to understand. But when one has awakened, then that difficulty and all the questions are answered. There's no questions left.
What if I told you that I don't live a life of tumult and turmoil and questions and unsurety and insecurity, but I have not experienced the same thing you have. I've not had to surrender to my circumstance. I've not had to ignore everything happening around me in order to find peace. Would that feel like an awakening, or how would you describe my experience?
We're all different. We're all different. Each
Are
one
we
of
not
us.
all meant to find an awakening?
Sorry, what was the question?
Are we not all meant to find an awakening then, or is that for a select
We
few?
are. We are. All of us. We all have that. I'm nobody special. We all, every single one of us, has the opportunity to awaken.
I have a little bit more, I have a couple more questions, and anyway. So when you were in tumult, when you were still questioning, you were reading the Quran, you were doing prayer. So why then, if you were devoted to the Quran, if you were devoted to your prayer, if you were devoted to your practice, would you still feel emotional tumult?
Exactly. That's the question that I asked, which I said right at the beginning. This is a question that I asked because I thought, how could it be possible that, you know, with doing all these things, right? Yet I'm in this emotional turmoil, you know, and it's a trap. It's a trap of the state of mind where we are believing an illusion that something out there of me or us is causing us a feeling or giving us a feeling. But the moment I awaken to see that, like, wow, nobody has the power outside of me to give me a feeling or cause me a feeling. And that was it. That was a game changer. That was the release from the prison that I had lived in all my life.
So, I'm trying to think of how to articulate my next question. I don't even know. Okay. This will probably be my last question. Will you never question again?
No, my search had ended because I'm no longer psychologically suffering. Before when I was questioning, I was psychologically suffering all my life. But when I realized, when that realization and insight came, then my search ended because I'd searched and searched and searched and searched all my life for the truth.
Do you feel like, if we were looking
Sorry?
at that metaphor that we were talking about earlier, do you feel like the person being held hostage should also no longer question?
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
I'm just saying, like, do you feel, so you're saying that surrender was the key to peace, right? If the person that was being held hostage never asked another question, just accepted their fate, you think that's the best move forward for them?
No, that's
Why
not
not?
what I'm saying. No.
Why not?
I think it's important to never give up, and to understand and self-reflect on oneself. Because I did ask questions. I didn't, because I've been to everybody else. I've tried to get the answers, but the
Do you
answer
leave room
didn't
for
come
the
from anywhere.
possibility that you could be wrong, Ruby?
No.
So there's no possibility that anything
No.
that you assume to be true could be mistaken, even
No.
slightly. You know absolutely everything, and you don't question that at all. And I find that terrifying.
Well, I'll say why.
I find it, no, I don't need you to interrupt. I find it
Because I question
absolutely
all my
terrifying.
life.
I don't need you to interrupt. I find it absolutely terrifying. I would find it terrifying if you were 19 or if you were 90. if you assume that you know absolutely everything and you refuse to
When I say
question it.
everything, I don't
Stop
mean.
interrupting me. I have been
Sorry.
polite this entire time to you. There's no reason to do that. If you were 19 or 90, if you declare that you know everything and that you cannot possibly be wrong, you are terrifying. There is no reason anybody should believe anything you say, and nobody should listen to you because you don't question it. You don't consider for a moment that you could be wrong. Science doesn't take that approach. Most religions try to take an approach like that, but even the clergies don't tend to take that approach. Why do you think that you are so infallible?
Okay, thank you for your question. When I say that I cannot be wrong, and I don't mean I know everything and everything literally. What I mean by that is that when I awakened, there is a certainty and knowing that this is truth. And it's not me learning that anywhere. It's not me learning in a book. It's not come from reading the Quran. It's the actual awakening of the mind, the awakening of the soul that tells me that this is the truth, and the knowing and the certainty where I would say to you what I'm saying.
I don't need you to
not
continue
wrong.
the sermon of absolute
No.
certainty and dogmatic closed-mindedness. It's disgusting. Does anybody else have a question for her?
It's your opinion, and that's okay.
Ruby, okay, so you keep saying awakening. What do you mean by that?
You think?
Okay, have you not listened to what I've just said to
Yeah,
the other members?
Now she's going to be, yeah.
Yes, I
And
did
it's my
listen.
fault because I pointed out that she's dogmatic, closed-minded, and arrogant.
She
It's
means
fine.
turning off her senses to the outside world. That's what I gathered.
Yeah.
Did she just leave when I asked her something?
No, I removed her because she was, her
Oh.
defenses were up. There wasn't any conversation to actually continue at this point. She wanted to preach at us about her dogmatic certainty and how absolutely...
How awakened she was.
Yes,
Yeah.
how awakened she is and how ignorant we are until we finally reach her level of awakening. And nobody gives a shit. She came to enlighten us. She questioned, but overcame.
Just like a hostage.
She questioned, but overcame her questioning. And she'll never have to question again because of her dogmatic certainty that Allah is in everything and wills all.
I don't even know how to engage with that.
Yeah, and
you were amazing,
those...
Kiera. I don't know how you did that. That was
Yeah, I know.
amazing. Sorry.
I don't know how he did that too. She was talking kind of low, and the way she was talking, maybe I don't know. It was difficult.
I definitely had a hard time focusing on what she was saying.
Did you guys understand what she meant by like the awakening of the soul?
I did, but I disagreed entirely.
Okay, so what did she mean by that?
But it sounded like closing your eyes and shutting your ears to the outside world makes you feel
Correct.
better. That's what it sounded like to me.
It meant surrendering to your circumstances and asking no further questions.
Okay, I see. That's sad.
Kind of like radical acceptance, but more so.
The other way around, maybe.
Does that become radical complacency?
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Surrender to the ego, not the circumstances. Yeah, we heard you surrender to your ego.
Yeah.
That was obvious. By the way, being egotistical is haram in Quran. And not questioning is also haram Quran.
Damn.
Uh-oh. Haramin all over the place.
True.
Uh-oh.
Well, we have at least one guest in the requests that has not objectified me or been drunk on the panel yet, so let's see what they have to say. Hello, Hooper. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, well, now we know what's left in the queue.
He said absolutely not.
Maybe they were just going to objectify me or be drunk. I mean, that's what's in the queue.
But if you're not in the queue and you have a god, gods, or higher power, or anything like that, and you can't question it, and you're not egotistical, drunk, or anything like that, please request stuff.
It's so cold.
Stop ignoring it. Don't think about it, and it's not gonna. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Manifest.
Yeah, think desert.
I love the background.
Think
By
desert
the way,
Thrayle.
Thrayle. It's so good.
Yeah.
Looks like ghosts more than ice, to be honest.
There's icicles hanging from Santa's jacket.
Imagine Greece in the summer, Thrayle.
It's so cold that even.
Imagine Iraq in the summer.
That's crazy.
I can. No,
Oof.
thank you.
I could just imagine this. I could just imagine this shed in the summer. And
Yeah.
it makes me
Probably.
start sweating.
I was gonna say you don't have to imagine.
I was gonna say you can't win, can you, Thrayle? Jeez.
Cold sweat.
It's
Believe
very
me,
hot
Thrayle.
in the summer.
Believe me, Thrayle. Iraq in the summer. 40 Celsius. You'll be fine.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I mean, we get 40 Celsius here.
That's how hot it is here. Yeah, easy peasy. But it's a dry heat. It's desert heat.
That doesn't make it better.
It does. It does. It absolutely does. Like I walk into like anything above 75 degrees where there's humidity, and I'm just like, yeah, absolutely not. I will step out of a shower and feel no change. What I feel when I'm in a place with humidity is when I open my car door and sit in my car, right? It's just that like oppressive, I'm in an oven heat. When you walk out into a dry heat, you don't feel wet. You know what I'm saying? Like it's hot, yeah,
Wet?
but it's not like sweaty, gross
Wet.
dew on your skin. Wet.
Wet.
You confused Sebastian.
Yeah, it confused me.
Kind of confused as
I'm
well.
from Norway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering when wet got a K in it.
When
Where's
I
the Q?
look at that.
the same time, Cool Whip got a K.
Correct. It's a southwestern wet.
Wait, did you say humidity, Kira?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it high? Isn't it called high humidity when it's, or is it? Or am I wrong?
What do you mean?
I'm from Norway, so enlighten me. Isn't it like low or high humidity, like the wet?
I'm going to try that. The next time I ask a very confusing question, I'm just going to say, I'm from Texas.
So, for reference, I have never experienced in Utah anything above 40% humidity. We're usually between 0 and 30% humidity here.
Yeah, because earlier you said that you hate to have humidity.
Mm-hmm.
So where's the limit for to have or to not have humidity? Is it the percent?
Anything when I go to like coastal states, anything that's over 40 feels very humid for me. Anything
Okay.
70% or more humidity, unbearable. I will bear it, but I'm gonna complain the whole time.
Bahrain was oppressive.
Okay.
Because of
Wet
how,
is 70% or higher.
yeah,
Just
because
to clarify, is it wrong of me to say high humidity, like in the language?
No.
No, that is correct.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you for answering.
Always, my friend.
And if you
Anyway.
like answering questions, or if you like asking them, or if you've got questions about your beliefs or any of that stuff, and you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power, then go ahead and request on up. That was a terrible segue, but you get what I meant, right?
Yeah, you should have
I'm
looked
from
at me.
Texas.
I'm from Norway. No. No, I didn't.
So I just checked the humidity here, and it fluctuates between 54 and 67. Fuck, 67.
That's
Please.
That's gross,
Please.
but that's not wet yet.
Wet.
Not wet yet.
Thrayle, you need a Texas accent. I'm from Texas. I can't do it.
I'm not quite sure what a Texas accent should sound like. I don't rightly know.
Right.
Mention Texas and you were near Thrayle, and the accent starts slipping.
I don't think I can say Texas without like it sounding like I'm from Texas.
You can. You did.
You just did.
Texas. Texas. I don't know. It sounds like, to me, I don't know.
It's because you're listening for it and you know exactly what it sounds like, so anything that sounds remotely like it is going to make you think you're saying it like that.
Yeah, you're hyper conscious about it.
Is it different accents in Texas? Because
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, like a Texas accent's different from a Tennessee accent.
Or a Georgia accent or something.
Do you know
from
who
Oklahoma or Alabama?
Yeah, right. Do you know who Zips Up the Wise is on TikTok?
Who?
Zips Up the Wise.
Oh, Zips Up, yeah.
Yeah. He has a different one. Sounds different accent.
Thrayle's accent is a very ambiguous southwestern accent.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not Texas specific.
Okay.
Just his normal speaking voice is not Texas specific.
Fascinating.
I'm always curious about.
I don't quite fit
Go
the
on.
Matthew McConaughey stereotype.
All right.
That wasn't bad.
I'm not good at it, but I'm always
It's
curious.
Christian, I
It's
think.
neutral accents. Christian what? Sebastian.
Matthew McConaughey is he a Christian?
I don't know.
I don't know. Do you guys know?
I think so. I think he is.
So I was always curious. This neutral, quote unquote, neutral accent that usually gets associated with English. Which, like, do you guys know its origin or where is it from?
It started with a transatlantic accent, but
What? Nah, the transatlantic accent is something totally different.
I think of a middle American accent. That's where I always think of it. Somewhere, I don't know. It's news reporter accent.
Yeah.
like I said, it started with the transatlantic accent, and then it developed into diction and how to properly enunciate across the radio, and then how standard American voice.
Like the norm.
But it really
Sorry, say that again.
Never mind.
At this point, it really is.
So that's exactly what happened with the standard. Finish your thought, Kira, please.
Oh, I'm just saying that at this point, with everything coming out of, well, not everything, but most things coming out of Hollywood, it is this kind of like ambiguous Southwestern accent. Like if you get into anywhere east of Denver, you're going to get more of the Midwestern accents, and there's very different Eastern and Southern accents. Like, but from LA to Phoenix, probably, we kind of all share the same accent.
And you have to remember that that's where Hollywood is, and there's a lot
Right.
of like filming locations and studios in Texas, and like it's a very concentrated area for our media production. Therefore, those are the people that end up getting cast.
So you're saying
I wish that the
they sound like
transatlantic.
me. I don't sound like them.
Right.
Yes, they do sound like you.
You're the default character creation for
Right.
English.
It's the
I want
default
to
skeleton.
ask, Thrayle, how does everyone within a 5-mile radius of you sound? Because I know it doesn't sound like you.
There's a handful of different accents, but they're generally well, now there's just generally like this sort of drawl to everything. Everybody knows what God do.
Oh my.
They don't say Texas, they
So the
say
Arthur Morgan
Texas.
accent.
Texas.
They don't say I'm going, they say I'm going.
I'm going to store.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gone.
Yeah. It's kind of the same in Norway. Many of the accents and dialects have gone down because of a term called regionalisering. That's a Norwegian word, which means a bigger area has more like a standard accent. Because maybe it's because of TV and social media. I don't know. Maybe it's the same thing as in the US. Maybe.
Mm. But if you have a belief in
So,
a God,
the exact-
God, and power, please request
Are you
I'm
with
sure we're questioning you
John?
about it.
Is that a decent Texas accent? I can't tell. I don't know.
It wasn't bad. It had a little bit of Georgia in there, but it was.
Oh God damn it!
Not too shabby.
I gotta take the peach out. That's what I gotta do. I gotta take the peach out of my
You
mouth.
gotta take the peach out.
Pardon me. Give me just a sec.
What? The peach?
Georgia. When you're from Georgia, you got a peach in your
Yes,
mouth.
the
at all
Georgia. Yeah, you're right. It was okay. It was power.
But if you didn't know, Sebastian, peaches are like the state symbol of Georgia.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Georgia.
Nice. I hate peaches.
How would you say power?
Really?
In Texas accent?
Yes. Power.
Power.
Power. I'm kidding.
Power.
Okay.
Power.
Yeah, just power.
Power. Yeah, not power.
Don't pronounce the
Power.
W.
Power.
Yeah, I deep into the power. Okay, all right, I got it. That's where the peach was.
For the longest time, I thought that the New Jersey accent was the default English accent.
Oh God.
Sopranos.
That's horrifying.
Oh, Georgia
Because of
is.
Sopranos.
Because
Georgia is
okay,
east.
as long as it was just because of Sopranos.
That's wild behavior. It's not because of Jersey Shore.
No.
Oh shit.
Well, okay, for the longest time I've been, like, most of my childhood and teenage years, we were only allowed European content. But my first exposure was The Sopranos, so I thought that all American sounds like The Sopranos. Especially like Tony, you know?
Tony. you know?
So when I get more animated, there are one of two options that end up coming out. One is New England, obviously, because I live here, and the other is Philadelphia.
It's all sunny there.
I don't know
Well,
that I can hear the difference.
There really isn't one.
I don't know. There's a huge difference between like Mainers, New Yorkers, people in Mass. Like there's
Right,
a
yeah.
big difference.
You go all the way,
I
like New York
don't know
and New
that I
Jersey.
agree with that.
Oh my goodness. Okay, all right. You're gonna tell me there's not a difference between Mainers and fucking people who live in Boston?
No.
Boston's
all
its own
Irish.
dialect.
Bruh, and so is Philly though. So is Philly. I can.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get the what the fuck are we talking about screen now?
Please,
If my hands
someone
weren't
with a
too
belief.
cold
I've
to
been
touch
waiting
the
for it.
screen, I've been watching the request box, but I guess we can do the warm
His
up.
bony hands is too cold.
Whether you have an accent or not, if you have a belief in a god, higher power, or something else like that, please request up. We would like to question your belief, and if you can question your belief while we do that, that'd be great.
I wish that the
That's
accent.
awesome.
I wish that the accent still existed, where it's like, "Hey, doll, here's a $5." You know what I mean? Like, I wish there was that, like
the transatlantic accent
that
I said
like,
that all of this started with.
The most abrasive, like stogie hanging off the corner of your lip, like, "Hey, yo," you know, so
You
like
want
all
Humphrey
that, like
Bogart,
old
I got it.
mobster shit.
When you
You want
say
Humphrey
that, it
Bogart,
kind of sounds like old-fashioned when you say it like that.
It
Just
is.
old-fashioned.
That's the
Or, like
idea.
transatlantic when
Yeah.
it's said in like a woman's tone is different than like an old dude like working an advertisement with a cigar hanging out of his mouth. Or it's like transatlantic with
Well,
a
golly gee there, Macy. We
If
got
you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything
God.
like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We just want to know if you can question that belief.
Nobody's gonna take us serious.
Okay, Alistair.
Nobody.
Fucking radio demon up there. What
that was
the
amazing,
fuck?
Thrayle. You should cut that up and post it everywhere.
That's honestly not a bad idea.
legit.
I'm looking at the map of your country, and Texas is huge. Huge.
It's really cold right now.
Texas is almost
Yeah.
most of America.
Now
And I
look
see
at New
Georgia
Hampshire.
is in the east. And did you say that's where they have the peach in the?
Yes.
Does Alabama and Florida have that too? The peach in the map? Just
Florida's
Georgia?
oranges. I don't know what Alabama is.
What do you mean?
Sweet home.
Oranges.
I was
Alabama is sweet
all
home.
everything I could say about Alabama is probably going to come out.
Incorrect.
Sweet home
No.
Alabama.
What
Yeah,
I will
kind
say
of.
about Alabama.
I could say a nice thing
Alabama's
about
sweet home,
Alabama.
bro.
Wait, is it a nice thing? No, it's not a nice thing. It does rain there almost every night.
Oh my god.
A neutral thing about Alabama is when they say Alabama, they say Alabama, and they make this like almost double
Alabama.
Alabama, and it's almost like
neutral
Alabama, but
thing
it's not
about-
Alabama.
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 So a nice thing about Alabama is that it's sweet home, Sebastian.
Yeah, I know.
Alabama is
Sweet
sweet home. That's the nicest thing I can say.
It's a pretty
But
good
no,
song, to be fair.
I love this song.
Yeah.
Each state has like a state fruit or a state flower or a state tree or a state bird. Some other states
What's
have
New
like
Jersey's?
official symbols that other states like don't have a category of, but that's a super common like thing. Like
Yeah.
up here in New Hampshire, I don't know the state food off the top of my head, but I know like the state flower is the
Hampshire.
lilac, and I know the state tree is the what is it? I think it's the white birch, and then
New
the
Hampshire
state
up
bird's
in
like
the
purple.
east, northeast. Yeah, I see.
Now look
used
at
to
that
always
compared
keep
to
my location
Texas.
Very small
when I
I just
compared
hear
to
a
Texas.
foghorn.
What?
Foghorn.
Uh-oh.
What's a foghorn?
Typically, it's a horn that goes off from a lighthouse or a boat.
That's why I thought I heard it in somebody's background, but maybe it
Yeah,
was.
yeah. I heard it too.
That was just my
Something like-
voice.
That was no. Oh, we have
Talking about weird accents,
Blake.
so I had to come up.
Blake had to come.
We have a
present
Blake
weird
in the house.
accent. He came to save us from the what? No, he didn't. He came to dig
No,
us
he came to
deeper
add to it, yeah.
into what the fuck.
Came to make it worse.
I say.
To me, personally, my favorite American accent is New Jersey. And no one can take that away from me.
No one would want
My
to.
heart hurts
How-
for you.
How's
It
that
really
accent?
does.
New Jersey.
It's the one with the gabagool.
The what?
No, please, no.
What's happening?
I'm sorry.
No. Oh, fuck.
Thrayle, what is happening?
I'm sorry, Morgan. I'll stop.
Oh man, I'm lost.
Sebastian, if you would like to talk offline about the different accents across the United States, I am more than happy to talk about it.
All right. Yeah. Okay. See you in Discord. Okay.
Okay.
With the gabagool.
No, yeah. It's the one with the gabagool.
Wait, which one is the gabagool?
Oh, capicolo.
I used to have a button on the soundboard that played like a tactical nuclear warning. There's a tactical nuke incoming.
Yeah.
Beep.
It's gonna nuke.
We may need it.
And then I would drop the whole panel.
Oh.
I don't have the button anymore.
Phew.
Listen, if you need to dismiss us, dismiss us. It's for the good of the live.
True.
I don't think I'm gonna do that. I do want to know though if anybody watching's got a belief, if you're actually capable of questioning that belief, and you're courageous enough or curious enough to press that request button to join us up here and question your belief, because that is what we're doing. We're not here to debate or argue or tear you down. We're not just a bunch of atheists waiting to dogpile. As a matter of fact, I don't think there's but maybe one real atheist up here. Depends on your no true Scotsman fallacy and how you apply it.
I was about to say something.
Yeah, we're not ready to pounce on you.
None of us
Yeah,
are
don't be
even
afraid of
cats.
little old us.
None of us are even cats. You can't even pounce. It's fine.
True. Cat is not here.
And my frozen bones don't do much pouncing.
Frozen bones.
And I'm getting old, so I can't bounce.
Old?
Shut
What's
up.
old? Probably younger than me.
Much.
I'm younger than all of you, but my birthday's in
Younger
3 days,
son.
so I have to pretend like I'm getting old.
Oh. Monday?
He can't.
No. Sorry.
Yeah.
Tuesday. Yeah. I'm gonna have to remember that tab. Tuesday. Incoming.
I can't believe I'll be 27.
Oh, shut up.
Shut up.
Oh my god, you're ancient.
So old.
Is this where my back
Ooh.
hurts? When my back hurts?
Kira, didn't you say your friend had 6 cats and now she's getting even more cats? Wow.
I
Cool.
did not say that.
Sebastian, why are you bringing up cats and trying to get us
Oh.
further off topic?
I'm sorry, I'm just responding to a comment.
Absent a believer with a belief that can believably question that belief, I believe I'm about to have to start questioning somebody on something. Because that is what we're here for. And I don't know who's
I'm always a prime candidate.
Right, Tavium's got beliefs. Morgan has beliefs. Blake even has beliefs.
I have beliefs.
Yeah, but I pick on your beliefs a lot.
Well, all right.
I've even narrowed down my beliefs.
Wow, nice.
You have words for your beliefs.
I do. It's
No way.
Yeah, I was listening to that yesterday with the word thing with the guy. Your beliefs are so complicated; it's not possible to communicate.
and that's why I've been struggling so hard. So the definition or the words that I've come to string together. Non-theist, metatheism, grounded in religious naturalism.
Isn't non-theist metatheism a contradiction in terms?
No.
Why not?
Because metatheism doesn't require a belief in a belief or non-belief in a literal or figurative God. It is the focus on why. Why do we do what we do? Why do we fill the gaps?
Fascinating. What do you mean by meta? Like, yeah.
Because it's not a lack of belief, and it's not a like a convicted, but like now that's something I'm gonna have to work on.
I'm sorry.
No.
Here we go.
Sorry.
That's good shit. That's good shit.
Yeah. It's
No,
the word
and
thing again.
Yeah, it is the word thing again, and this is the wall that everybody's always gonna come across every single time. Well, no, I mean it's in any idea that's, I mean, as previously stated, my personal belief system is highly complex, and even with the words I've found to define it, I'm still finding I need to define it. You know.
What is okay? Let me ask you. What is the difference between the non-theist and metatheist label?
So metatheist is more so speaking of the framework, whereas non-theist speaks about my belief. I do not require a literal God or believe in a literal God, but I also don't not believe in it. So it's not it because
agnostic?
The existence of a deity in my belief is not important. That is why I am not atheist or theist.
Apatheist.
Apatheist. Kinda, yeah.
Literally me. A Batcolyte is someone who doesn't care about the existence of a god. Take to it.
Why would you care? It's just one of the most important questions to ask yourself.
Kind of an agnosticism. Think of it as a branch of agnosticism.
Yes, that's probably the best way. Because and here's why I don't feel like I fit into the agnostic, is because it's still a focus on the deity. Because of how I understand religion and how I understand how these deities and things have come about, my personal belief does not require a god.
Aren't deities just human concepts?
Huh?
Aren't deities and gods human concepts?
Yes.
Alright. I think so too.
So, but because my belief system focuses on preserving history, honoring, you know, the struggles. So, like, I mean, and then so this is the hinging point, is the fact that I still do practice pagan rituals, but I do it
Why?
because those rituals are the solutions that people before me came up with, and I think there is still value and worth in honoring and remembering those rituals, because we are still coming up against those questions as humans today. Why are we here? Like, is there a god? You know, why am I afraid of the dark, kind of thing? And granted, we have some and a lot of answers to answer those questions, but some of them have no answer.
If we have answered some of those questions, actually, I'm going to let Kira ask the question it sounded like she's going to ask.
I'm so sorry.
Sounds like she's about to explode.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Usually I stay muted and I sit here and do this in private so nobody knows where I'm. Okay. Why are the rituals important?
The rituals are important because they, so regardless of what ritual you're talking about, you can talk about Christian rituals, you can talk about pagan rituals. That is the centering, grounding function of religion. Is it brings everyone together and provides an answer to the questions that everybody has that nobody can accurately answer. However,
keep going.
We have, as we do, incorporated religion into our culture, and that obviously bleeds into our homes. And these rituals become a part of our lives and how we survive and exist in a universal unknown.
Do you perform ritual with others?
And not typically, no.
So when I ask you why ritual is important, and you give this example of them being things that tie community together, why are they important to you?
Well, no, I say they are things that tie community together, but then that was broad spectrum, and then I narrowed it down to household.
Okay.
And that even further narrows down into individual. Excuse me.
What, maybe you already answered this, and I'm so sorry if you did. What worth or value do they hold for you individually?
The rituals?
Mm-hmm.
Ancestral. So I involve myself in belief systems that I have ancestrally come from, and it's not like I'm very conscious about my practice and very aware insofar as I realize that there are harmful beliefs within belief systems. I also understand that things may not be presented the way they were intended to be presented. So a lot of my practice incorporates things in from like Slavic paganism, Norse paganism, Celtic paganism, etc.
Why is that important? Why is that important to you?
I'm getting there.
Oh, my bad, sorry.
But it gives a tactile understanding of the conditions and mindset we came from, because as we progress through time, you know, it's always we are currently living in history. Like, that's not something that's ever changed. That's always how it's always been for as long as humans have existed, is we currently live in history. And for us to erase the way that we have answered questions in the past, or even erase why we answered those questions that way in the past, removes foundational supports from our general understanding of humans as a whole. And that's why it's important to me.
Are there other practices that you have in your day-to-day that bring you closer to the way that you perceive your ancestors as having lived? Like, when we look at their experience and their religion just being part of their day-to-day, their understanding and the way that they navigated the world around them, do you have any other traditions or practices that you engage in aside from the religious?
So I personally honestly have an issue with using the word religious using the word religious to describe the naturalist portion of my belief system, because I don't necessarily get, like, because I heard you stop yourself, because it's not a connection to a god or a higher power or anything like that, and I don't necessarily understand religion because I live it. I try to embody living history, and that's just how I function. So, like, I mean, I cook almost everything I eat from scratch. I bake bread. I have a farm. I, operate my home by the seasons, and that just day-to-day rhythm, or year-to-year rhythm even, because it's a seasonal cycle, that in and of itself is my quote-unquote worship. That is the connection I get. So when I say rituals, I'm not just talking about
Formal
casting a circle and like doing actual like ritual. I'm also talking about, it's springtime, I need to do spring cleaning. It's it's in the middle of the summer, and I need to make sure that I'm it's so
Well, I get it. I get it. We're not necessarily talking about supernatural or formal ritual. It's natural ritual, like cyclical ritual, according to, like you said, like the seasons and things like that. Things that are, anyway. Sorry.
No,
You're
absolutely.
saying all the things I was going to ask, and I don't want to. Anyway.
But yeah.
I think Thrayle is walking his hellhound.
Oh, what's the matter, Sebastian? You don't got any more questions for me?
Oh, not at this very moment, I think. Maybe later. Tav has no question.
I'm sure Kira has a billion questions.
I'm sure too.
You can go for it, Kira. I'm trying to think of something, but it's not really a question.
Well, I mean, okay. All right. I feel bad. Okay.
Oh.
Do you feel... Okay, let me ask you this. So we've talked about kind of natural ritual. Do you do any formal supernatural ritual to any deity or any beings that be? Like, and by that phrase, I mean like ancestral veneration or veneration to Lampeter or any kind of like spiritual being.
I do still utilize images of gods and deities and stuff like that in spiritual like ritual practice, but I don't necessarily feel a spiritual connection to them in a way that, like, say, a Christian would feel to God, or potentially.
Are you atheo-pagan?
No, because I'm not atheist.
Okay. But it doesn't sound like you really believe they are real, though, right?
I don't know. I don't know if they're real or not.
Ah, W's. I don't know.
But you still feel like you're interacting in a way with these things.
I don't feel like I'm interacting with a literal being. I feel like I'm interacting with a condensed idea, or a condensed
idea.
understanding of what that deity represents.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
does that make sense?
No, it does. How is that different than how the deities are embodied? Like, from like an animistic standpoint, like
it's not.
Okay.
No, there's some very heavy animistic ideas within the belief system I hold, but I'm not purely animistic, and that's why the religious naturalism is included as a caveat.
Do you find the do you interact with these beings or potential beings or ideas of beings? Do you think that may be reciprocal in any way?
Yes, but not intentional. Like there's no intent behind it.
Right.
It's
so
not, and it's
you're
not.
not creating a debt.
Sorry, say again.
Like in veneration, you're not creating a debt. You're not petitioning beings.
No. And that's another thing is I don't ever petition any deity. Not that I would, because I don't even know if they're there or not. I utilize the imagery and stories as focal points to empower myself to do what I need to do.
Empowering. Okay. So, Morgan,
yes, sir.
Emotional Support Pickle says, do you believe in life after death? From the comments.
I don't know. Maybe.
You maybe believe?
There's no way for me to know.
I know, me neither, but do you believe there is or not? You have like a 50-50 agnostic stance?
I don't know, and that's the thing. Is it like there could be, and there couldn't be. I'd like there to be. That'd be cool, but I also wouldn't be upset if there wasn't, because I'd be unalive, so I wouldn't have any feelings.
Right. So you don't really believe then? You just don't know. You just say you don't know. Okay.
The tough thing is that it's not. I can't commit myself to a belief without knowing why. Why would I need this belief? What does this do for me? What does this do for others? Does that make sense?
Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
Do you think? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Kira.
Do you think that anything would be missing in your life if you didn't practice these things?
No, because I barely practice them now.
Okay, all right.
More so, I barely practice the religious naturalism, at least to the degree of like it doesn't consume my life in any way, shape, or form.
No, same actually.
Yeah. But yeah.
So for you, is it a form of like meditation through ritual in the way that a lot of people that are atheist will meditate, but not necessarily like this that it comes from?
Yes, that is. It's a similar scenario, I suppose, where I don't believe I'm communicating with anything. I don't believe I'm necessarily getting anything
Or wanting anything.
or wanting anything. Yeah.
When you are wandering through the world, I'm honestly just, I'm just exploring.
Go for it. Go for
When
it.
you're wandering through the world and you come across a river, does the river have its own being? You know,
Yes.
just okay, and like, or a tree, or even the area of land.
Yes.
Like, okay, all right, okay. This is sounding very animist. I'm just saying.
It is very animist. However, I don't, and this is why it's so difficult for me to explain, because I don't fit within a lot of binaries. Both because I'm gender fluid and
Like I said, you've never made a solid decision in your life.
No, not once.
But Kira, is your belief system a little similar to hers?
Yes, very much so.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, like for me, I consider myself Norse animist, right? A lot of their
Animist.
cosmology I fuck with. A lot of the way that they understand the world and interact with the world I fuck with. And a lot of the way that they structure their community I fuck with. So that's
Okay,
why it's
you
Norse
fuck with it.
for me. But
Alright.
like it's kind of the same thing, where I look at the world around me and I see beings. Like that, the mountain, I call them my sleeping giants, right? And I connect
You
with
see
them.
beauty in the world.
Yeah, and it's not just beauty, it's awe.
It's
They're
awe.
beings
Yeah.
to me. You know,
Awe.
they're
Yeah.
and they're sacred to me. And I could absolutely just be some weird fucking fangirl creating a picture of something that makes me feel special in my relationship with it, right? But it's like, that's my sleeping giant. That I feel comforted by that. And I will
So it's
also
comfort.
yeah, and I also create relationships with them. One-sided, probably, but the way of looking at the world seems very similar to how Morgan's describing it.
It sounds what you have briefly described sounds a lot like.
Do
I
you
would
think
love
that
to-
your guns are real, Kira? That the guns are real?
Yes. In the way that I feel relation to the embodiment of, right? And so by that I mean I can look at my mountains and see a sleeping giant, and I can name that sleeping giant. It's not in my lore. There are gods that were named by my lore. There are things that are happening, natural forces that were named, and that's kind of what I call a god, right? Thor is thunder. That's a storm. When I stand out in a storm, I'm going to call it Thor, and I'm going to relate to it. And I feel very lucky in that I have poetry to kind of like help me. It gives a framework to how my
you have a
ancestors
guest.
may have like.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Hey Ahmed, can I get
Hey, what's
your
up?
age for TikTok TOS?
28 years old. Ahmed from Libya.
Okay.
Yeah, I have just
Hi,
came up.
Ahmed.
What's up?
Do you have a belief in a god or gods or something
Yes,
like that?
I'm Muslim. And
Oh.
I just want to say something. I don't want to bother the girl's name is Kira, so
Why would you bother me? What do you mean?
you were talking about something, so I just don't want
He
to
meant
bother
he
you.
doesn't want to interrupt you.
Oh, no. I'm here
wasting
all the
time.
time.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm here all the time. Please, let's focus
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
Ahmed is the guest now, so Have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
Yeah.
Wait, before we go on,
yeah, go on.
I'm gonna say a few sentences in Arabic. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna bother you for a few seconds. أحمد أنت مدير لي فولو نعرفك أنا قبل.
Yes, I know you, man.
Where
نعم
have you
تعرفني.
ever interacted?
Wallahi, I cannot remember. It's been maybe 3
I
months.
can't as well. So I'm gonna drop you off. Maybe we'll have a good conversation today. You can answer
Yes.
the gentleman. Go ahead, Sebastian.
I don't have a question, but I don't know. What should I... or
Wait,
what do you want me to talk
Thrayle
about?
This is a questioning panel.
Yeah, we're
Sorry, Mr.
questioning your
Ra.
beliefs. Can you question your
Ahmed,
beliefs?
do you believe in a god, gods, or higher power?
Yeah, he said that. He does.
Oh.
Yes, I do believe in God.
Which god?
Allah, I mean like our God. We Muslims, we have only one God.
Wrong,
Yeah. But I don't, to be
Why?
honest,
Why
like
do you
if you
believe in
ask me,
Allah?
what's up?
Why do you believe in Allah?
He is the creator of the universe, so
How do you know
yeah.
that?
How do you know that?
To be honest, it comes with the territory. Like, I had just grew up and I saw my mom and my father Muslim, so you need to follow the leader. That's it, bro. And to be honest,
So
I know
it's,
it's a bro. I know it's a ridiculous way to believe, but
No, it's okay.
like,
It's okay.
We're not
I
saying
get
that.
you. I'm born in
So
Libya as well.
you grew up with
I need
it,
to give
and
you
then I think Thrayle is back. Maybe he has some more questions.
and to be honest, guys, I swear to God, there's too many people.
Ahmed.
What's up?
This isn't just like a pulpit where you get to come up and just say things. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs. Can you question your beliefs?
You mean our God?
Can you question your beliefs?
Sorry, bro, I cannot hear you. Like, could you please raise your voice?
Turn up your volume a little bit, maybe.
Can you question your beliefs?
Okay, question, believes who? You mean our God? I don't get your question,
The
bro.
question is okay, I'll explain. يسأل فيك تقدر تشكك في إيمانك؟
No.
Why
I
not?
cannot question my beliefs because I've seen too many people, they've been in my situation and they're doing great in their life. Besides the people who don't believe it, who don't have any like religion or whatever. Like I think even if you are like have a different beliefs, I think the best way is to feel comfort is you belong to someone, whatever it is.
So you can't question whatever it is.
I cannot say it's fear, but compare yourself with the people that lived before you.
Why are you comparing yourself to people that lived before you?
Because I think, from my personal standpoint, they're doing way much better than the new generation who keep asking such questions.
How are they doing better if they're dead?
How are they doing better?
The generations that came
I think he
before
was
you.
talking about his family, like parents.
No, I'm not talking about family.
This is a common way we say that.
No, he's
No,
talking about people who believe versus people who don't believe.
I'm 28 years old, and people with the same age, like me, I think they are lost. I know because
Lost?
because I've been in this same situation before, but
how do you know that you are not lost?
I'm not lost, bro. Like, it's simple. As what I said, whatever it is, the human being, they need to belong to someone.
Why? Why do you say they have to belong to someone? Why can't they
Because
belong to themselves?
it's simple. It's nothing is accidental. Like when you see your hand, like why there is a 5 finger? Why there is no 3 fingers? Can you ask? I know it's a ridiculous question, but why there is a 5
Are you
crescent?
saying there are
Why
no
5
people
fingers?
born with 3 fingers? Because there are.
I know, but I know
So
it's
then
funny, right?
what does that do? Well, no, what do people being born with 3 fingers do to help you indicate that there's a God or that people need to belong to somebody? How does that help you to understand that to be true?
Okay, it comes with when I do like a simple things during my day. I keep asking my question like, why there is a 5 fingers? Like for real though, why there is ear? Like what is ear? Like who is responsible for this design?
Couldn't it be that we evolved over a long time to become like this?
I know for real. Like
this design is good. Do you think that this design is good?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it perfect? Is the human body perfect?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Are you sure?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not.
Really not.
Okay, to each his own.
Have you ever heard of diabetes mellitus?
Yes.
Do you know how do you know what it is?
Yeah, سكري.
سكرس. تعرف الباثوفيسيولوجي بتاعه? Do you know the pathophysiology of it?
No.
It's literally the body fucking up. Just that. Type 1. Type 2 is literally the body fucking up over time.
I got your point.
Type 1 is the body just being fucked up, isn't it?
Yeah, born fucked up.
Just born fucked up. No pancreatic function.
Yeah, the receptors basically don't. The pancreatic cells don't, or the other cells don't manufacture the receptors to the insulin.
Can I, Ahmed? So, hey, so if God created us, why did He, for example, create us with the same hole for food and breathing?
The same what? Sorry, bro. Could you run that by me again?
Yeah, like the mouth. The same hole for so we can choke on food. You know? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Why did He create us that way?
I don't know. You mean like why it's like, for example, why there's a mouth in the head, and why there's not a mouth? It's supposed to be like in the leg, for example.
No.
No, I mean
no, that's not the question.
It's okay. It's okay. So why are we using the same hole for breathing and eating?
Have you ever heard of a respiratory system?
No, but I'm asking you, why would God create us that way?
Okay. This is called ear pathways. It's connected to the lungs in the respiratory system.
We know what they are. We know what they are. The question is why? Yeah. Why would God, if this is a perfect design, put the food hole and the breathing hole as the same hole?
Yes. That's
okay. Does that bother you? Like, are you?
Is that a ridiculous question?
He's asking about the design element. Is this design?
I don't know how to answer this question, bro. You got fair enough.
Is it possible to that?
Sorry, Sebastian. Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just one. So is it possible that there is no God and that we just evolved this way? Is it possible?
You mean, is it possible there's no God and live this way, or what do you say?
Is it possible there's no God and that humanity just evolved to be the way they are?
To be honest, with all due respect for you guys, I think it's scary way to if we did, like if we passed away, Like, are you guys for real? Like, we not belong to nobody. Like, are you serious?
Are you seriously? So, Ahmed, you're avoiding the question about evolution. You're laughing for some reason. And
I think it's just nervous, maybe.
I know. You keep reverting back to belonging to somebody. Why do you think that humanity must belong to in this sort of ownership fashion? Why do you think that anybody needs to be a slave to some god?
Okay.
Is that all you aspire to be, is a slave to an imaginary god?
Why are we worshipping someone? Like, you mean God or... Okay, just give me a few seconds.
Take your time with it, Ahmed. Take your time.
Okay, to be honest, for real, like, I have a... Maybe it seems ridiculous to say this, but I'm always comparing myself to old people. Like, these people, they lived way much better than us. For real. That's my excuse.
Sorry,
Just wait, just let me finish. Just let me finish.
But you're just saying it was better in the old days is not answering the question.
I know. Just let me finish.
Humans
Just let me
need
finish.
to be servile or subordinate to some kind of god. Why do we need to be owned by something?
Why we need to be owned by something?
Okay, Ahmed.
What's up?
You said earlier that it was scary to think about nothing responsible for the universe and our lives. But does it make it more... I mean, I agree with you. It's scary if we die and it's nothing. I agree. But does it make it any more true or not true?
Mm-hmm.
Does it matter how we feel towards truth?
To be honest, Mr. Sebastian, I think Sebastian, okay. Currently, I'm thinking about the host question he said to me. He asked me a question I need to answer. With all due respect, man, don't get me wrong. Okay. Why should we belong to someone? Why should we belong to someone? I don't know, man.
That's a good answer.
I lost my train of thought, though.
No, that is a good answer. I don't know is a great answer.
Yeah.
Why would you think that you need to belong to something or someone? What is it that makes you feel like you must be a slave?
Okay. Maybe because I feel comfortable when I feel like it's someone supporting my back. I feel comfortable. There is a creation and always belong to that creation, whatever it is, when I got in trouble in my life or facing such things. So I keep worshiping God and that's it.
I understand that answer. Ahmed, you're saying that because it's comfortable, it feels comforting to have like support, to feel like something, if it owns you, then it cares if you get damaged, like you care about the things in your pockets.
Exactly. Even if it's fake, even if it's like dummies or whatever it is.
Is there not a better way to give yourself confidence?
Compare yourself to the old generation. They didn't ask such questions like me. Or
are you
They're fucking dead.
Yes.
Look what they gave us. Honestly, don't laugh. I'm sorry, Thrayle. I'm sorry, Sebastian.
No, it's okay. Take it with you.
Do you honestly like Libya right now?
Yes.
Do you honestly like Libya right now?
No.
So this is what the old people left us.
Would you
Is that how
prefer
you like
Gaddafi?
it? Oh, the old people got it right.
Yeah.
You prefer Gaddafi?
Absolutely. Sure.
Wow.
That's awesome. I like you. You're honest.
Is it better to think for yourself, Ahmed? Is it better?
Sorry, I didn't hear you, man. Could you repeat your question?
Is it better to think for yourself or rely on your ancestors?
Both ways good, but sometimes some questions don't have answers. That's it. For real though, like believe me, bro. If you keep asking yourself questioning, so on and so on, like what is in it for me?
I don't know what's so funny, but is it okay to say you don't know? Is that okay? Is it scary?
No, sorry, man. Life
You
is
don't need
simple
to
for
be
me.
sorry.
Okay, thanks. Life is sorry for me. Life is easy for me. When you cannot find the answer, just skip. There's something called skip. Did you get that?
You said skip?
Skip, yeah, skip.
Oh, so you what do you mean? You skipped skipped the questioning?
Yeah, for me it's good because
Okay.
I don't like think too much.
We don't think. That's how we like Gaddafi, bro.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, Thrayle. So
I understand, Sebastian.
Guys, I gotta bounce. Lovely to meet you guys.
Ahmed, I appreciate you coming up and
Take
answering
care.
questions openly and honestly. I know some of them were uncomfortable.
Thank you so much.
I hope maybe another time we can ask you some more questions. Appreciate you.
Sure, hopefully. Have a nice day, everyone.
You too. Keep asking questions.
That was a choice.
That was a choice.
Mm.
What do you mean?
Definitely something.
I would highly recommend Sebastian looking into the I'd say the last 70 years
70
of
years?
Libyan history. Yeah.
Oh, Libyan. Okay, I didn't get where he was from. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Libyan.
How you doing, buddy?
Helps you know what his good old days were.
Yeah, Tav, you seem
Tav likes the good old days too, but his old days are a lot older.
I wanted to ask questions, but I didn't know how south that would go. How fast?
Right.
I knew if I interacted, it would just devolve. So I was nope.
I had a feeling those
That's
were
why
the
I'm
old days he was talking about. That's why I had to ask.
He came in when you're still walking your dog, Thrayle, so I had to pretend to be you.
I heard your first couple questions. Next time, let Kiara finish.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No. I don't know I don't know the script.
Oh
man.
yeah. Oh
Hell
right.
no.
Yeah.
Well, it was a good exploration. I was interested to hear because you
Challenging. Yeah.
Well, okay. From an outside perspective, the nuances are harder to see, and both of you sound like atheopagans to a degree.
Wait, me?
Yeah, I know you're an animist.
What
I
the
know.
hell?
But you,
Okay.
I know, but you believe your gods exist in so far as you perceive in your understanding. I think you even qualified it better.
Let me think about this.
In the way that you categorize the interactions, you did a much better job of.
Yeah, I had to Google pagan animism.
But
I don't know.
You believe they exist in ways that are less extant then I tend to expect a theist to believe their gods exist.
Yeah. And a typical Norse pagan, for example.
Even Norse pagans, yeah. Amongst Norse pagans, I'm surprised at how much literalism I face. So.
Same. Same. I'm trying to. Honestly, I don't understand atheopaganism. I don't get it.
Well, it's going to depend on how you define atheism. So, are you saying the gods don't exist, but you like the ritual? Or are you saying, I don't know if the gods exist, but I like the rituals?
Because I'm saying the last
That's more
one.
agnostic.
You're saying the gods exist in the way that I want them to.
The gods exist in that I feel like the world is alive. So, like, for me, the spirit of a thing exists. I don't have to do a ritual about it. It just is. I do like ritual. Don't get me wrong. I do like ritual. Ritual about it.
Yeah, you have.
Oh, my turn.
So,
I see the gods maybe differently than I don't know. Keep going.
I'm just wondering, Kira, if you if you agree with the comments. Someone's emotional support pickle said paganism is rebellious. Is it?
Not for me. I suppose it could be. I don't know.
Rebellion is rebellious.
Rebelling
Oh.
against what? Like, what do you?
The other religions.
Oh no. My belief system is not a rebellion. My belief system is just how I interact with the world around me, how I see it, how I feel it.
Well, so you disagree with the emotional
No, not
support
necessarily.
pickle?
I won't say that I disagree for them, right? I can't speak to them. Maybe that is rebellious for them. But I grew up without a formal belief system. And so, like, my parents are agnostic at best. I grew up atheist, essentially. Like, they left the Mormon church and they were kind of anti-religion for a long time. I didn't have any formal structure. Like, I've actually always been a seeker. I've gone to a bunch of different churches, always trying to find the answer. But I consider myself an atheist.
A seeker. Okay, I see.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in a very similar scenario, Kira.
Yeah, it's never been a
Seeking
rebellion.
for what? For God?
No. Just why?
For me, it was seeking for a definition of the feeling that I felt interacting in the world. And God was never the answer. God was a very strange answer that a lot of people found. And I explored it for a long time. I think I was like 12, right? But it didn't ever make sense to me. Like, I can't look at a mountain and think of a bearded daddy in the sky. That makes no sense to me. There was a disconnect.
Sky daddy.
Well, and especially as I got older, you know, and learning more things about, like, science and how, like, what we understand of how the world works, it just made even less and less sense.
I wanted to ask Morgan. No, I think I lost the question. It was from nearly an hour ago.
Damn.
Whoops.
Yeah, no, it was a good one. It was before I walked the dog.
Well, if you think of it, feel free to ask.
What kind of dog do you have, Thrayle?
Sebastian is the king of derailing, I've noticed. It doesn't matter what the line of questioning is.
Silence.
I think Sebastian is afraid of silence and chases every squirrel question.
No, I'm not
Also,
afraid of silence.
I think Sebastian loves pets and always wants to know about people's pets.
Yeah, my sister has a dog, so I'm just curious.
That could be it. a Great Dane, German Shepherd mix.
I am kind of bummed to have to do this because I don't know. I don't really talk about my beliefs a whole lot. But I do have to go to bed because it's 3:30. So if you could put me down. And we will talk about this again. Morgan especially, I want to talk about how our beliefs differ. I feel like that's really interesting.
No, that'd be really cool.
Take care, Kira.
Always always a pleasure to have you, Kira. Thank you.
Thank you.
Love you, friend. Bye.
Like that's
good. If anybody was afraid of all the angry atheists on the panel, well, there never were any, so you had nothing to fear. But at least 2 more questioners are down. If you have a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? No, it was that guy says the atheists aren't the ones I fear.
Real talk, though.
Particularly the nihilists. They've got no meat on their bones. I don't know if nihilists have no meat on their bones. I've known some pretty meaty nihilists. You said earlier, Morgan, that the ritual was, that the part of keeping the rituals was to maintain the history, to hold remembrance of that. Is it necessary to reenact rituals in order to remember or pay respect?
I think so, yes.
Why?
Because humans are creatures of habit, and once you stop doing something, you will forget how to do it. And whether the original meaning or intent is still relevant, that's not what's important. What's important is understanding where we came from and how we got to where we are.
Should everybody treat their native or indigenous cultures this way?
Absolutely.
Interesting. Even those that partook in what might be considered less than civilized practices, like human sacrifice or cannibalism.
Right.
Should those be remembered the same way?
Those should not be remembered the same way, and here is why my stance is the way it is. But there are some good beliefs. There are some, I don't want to say bad beliefs. There are some beliefs that work, and there are some beliefs that don't. As time passes, pieces of beliefs stop working with how society functions and how we are as a collective.
Do you think that they stop working, or that they simply are given better reason, like why they didn't work, or why
so
they
that,
worked?
And that's exactly why I phrase it like that. That's exactly why I phrase it.
Given better.
Exactly. It's not necessarily that like it suddenly became taboo, there was a realization that, like, hey, we're hurting people. This needs to stop. We need to figure something else out. And that's where new religions branch off. That's where new belief systems start. And
Right,
that's
but
where we get the answer. Okay.
well, I'm sorry. The problem is though, your current practices, like, do those work? Or is that something that you think is a belief that works?
No.
Then why wouldn't those be discarded just as any other that doesn't work?
Because the rituals still hold and represent an answer to the universal unknown.
They hold and represent an answer that you know doesn't work. A puzzle piece that doesn't fit, that masks the whole.
That's not... I don't think that's an accurate representation. But I don't know how to articulate my position well enough. So I'll have to get back to you on that.
No worries.
But to clarify, no, you should not practice cannibalism or human sacrifice or... That's not my part of my belief system at all. Just thought I should put that out there.
Yeah, I think you can get a W for that. Tavium. He just
Don't
like
have
them
him
good
get
old
prion
days.
disease.
I mean, he wants those good old days, so maybe you should show him what that's like.
Actually, I think you're fine if you don't eat the central nervous system.
I think most of the meat's fine.
So I think from what I remember of, like, the Donner Party and all that, as long as you don't eat nervous system of, like, nervous, but realistically what that practice does is it breaks the psyche. It's a disconnect in the brain.
Only if you know what you're eating.
Yep. You have to know that you have eaten it or are eating it for that to occur.
I don't know if I should segue to this here, but I'm going to. I forgot to thank Shell, Angel 96 and Hannah for helping with the previous goal. And you guys are fucking amazing, so thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you. And you're welcome for bookending that conversation with that.
Thank you so much.
Hey, I missed the part about what happens when you know versus don't know, so I was gonna bring us back to it.
Just bring us right back.
Yep. U-turn.
I mean, read Titus Andronicus. Or there's that episode of South Park, the chili cook-off. I mean, I think he liked the chili until he knew.
Mm-hmm.
It was slightly refreshing to hear that, of course, other countries probably have to deal with a lot more, but we're not the only ones that have to deal with the nostalgia for a time that didn't exist. That was weirdly comforting.
Oh yeah, that is a big problem in well, in Libya now particularly, but in many countries that have seen um, what do they call it, the Arab Spring. Yeah, there's definitely some buyer's remorse, and it unfortunately is leading people to want those good old days that were not good at all. But it's especially prevalent among younger generations that didn't experience it.
And aren't learning the history. Oh. Heavy, heavy topic.
Unfortunately, it's been rather prevalent around me my whole life. Everybody's always talking about the good old days. And yeah, they're talking about the days that never existed. But
nope.
They'll reference times when it seemed like they and their particular racial
identity
or socio-economic class, yeah, in their identity, would have been top dog. So that's what they really want. They want dominance. The 1970s or the 1770s. No, it was that guy. Well, look who's come to break the silence.
How's everyone
Hello,
doing?
Randall. How you doing?
What's going
We're
on,
just
beautiful
sitting
people?
around waiting for a believer who believes in something that they believe they can question.
Yeah,
I still
I was
believe
here
that's what we're
listening.
doing.
I don't think
I was,
I've seen this one before.
Maybe you have.
Do you have a belief?
Oh,
I don't,
Sebastian, you haven't
actually.
met Grandpa.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, do I have a noise in the background?
No. So
I was.
Sebastian hasn't met Grandpa, so he's gonna try to question everything, including what pets you have.
Nope.
I was
I'm
here for
gonna
that
start up. I'm
conversation.
gonna shut the fuck up because Thrayle is giving me a hard time. But yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. I was here for the nice conversation that y'all was having, and it was very beautiful. All the way up until you got to the pets too, and I was like, damn, my dog now.
On my phone, Grandpa.
Hmm.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody who's watching. I will say that my former belief, just to give some kind of context, I am an atheist. My former belief was Islam. believe I did that for I think 2 years, and the give or take maybe three. I don't remember completely. And then after that, I just stopped.
What is it that led you out of Islam?
I would say critical thinking, due to the simple fact that I was normally a critical thinker. I'm always a critical thinker. Nobody in my family was religious or tried to put his religion on me, so it was very easy for me to look up all of the hadiths and things that the imams were teaching me and actually break them down and decipher them and really get my own 2 cents without being easily indoctrinated. And then I just, yeah, no, I'm not doing this.
Was there a particular breaking point amongst the hadiths or the Quran that made you?
By memory, one of the breaking points that kind of really pushed me away from it was actually no, to be honest with you, it wasn't even about the hadith. No, I'm lying. I was taught one way by the imams, but by Islamic friends who were more honest with me about the religion. They told me the information that the imams would clearly not teach you, the same equivalent as the information that we teach or that we tell Christians that the church wouldn't tell them about their doctrine. And then from there, I went, oh, okay. And I clearly disagreed with a lot of it. And I was like, yeah, I don't think this is for me. And one of the main pieces would be, for example, the information that they would give me about the level of authority and what males are basically able to do when it comes with having women beneath you and lower power. I'm like, yeah, no, that's the first thing that kind of threw me off. I'm like, I have too much respect for women to let that slide.
Something like, I think it was Anis 434 is the one where it says that you can, if basically if you can't control her, or if she's not listening to you, you can, what is it, scold her,
Yeah, scold her.
refuse her, or strike her.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, everyone, for the beautiful gifts. Thank you so much. So one of the people who asked me a beautiful question, Revert, no, actually, um, the whole thing of Islam actually happened very funny, like wasn't indoctrinated, didn't have anybody put any kind of religious nonsense in my ear. It was really just it kind of started off with my curiosity and my, at that time, passion of wanting to be in the military. And because of consistent propaganda and constantly seeing the whole situation with America and the Middle East and so on and so forth, all the way up into the whole 9/11 thing, then I was like, you know what? Let me, use my brain and dig a little bit more research. Let me kind of see why. And I went to the, Islamic side to get their point of view to see what they would tell me about why the Middle East goes back and forth with them. And I'm like, okay. Then I was like, I'm not completely too comfortable and satisfied with the answers. So I said, you know what, let me do my own little, as some people would say, recon, I guess, and behind enemy lines. And I said, hey, and let me just, take a little date, a little dive. Let me, convert and just see what's so nice about the faith, what's so nice about the religion. Because at the same time, I've always was aware of the nonsense about Christianity, so I never was convinced about Christianity in any way. But I was like, let me see what's so good about Islam. Did the 2 years, got my information, saw my likes and dislikes about it, and said, yep, no, no, I'm okay.
Can you think of what might have convinced you to stay or to keep pursuing that faith?
It's fun. I love that you asked me that because I spoke to someone recently about that. And I recently had weird thoughts like, damn. weird ideas like going back, and I'm like, wait a minute, why do I want to go? Ask myself that a lot. But one of the things that kind of me in a sense in there, or as of now, maybe persuades me to go back, would be the more of the cultural way than the actual religious way. And to kind of break that down a little bit more, what made me stay more is how it would kind of feel comfortable in a sense, or it would feel welcoming being around a lot of Arabs and being around people from different Middle Eastern countries. But on terms of the religion itself, there really wasn't nothing that kept me in there religious wise off of the Quran. Mainly just being around so many Islamic so many wonderful people. And I'm like, this is nice. And I will also be honest and say that some of the hadiths and everything that they would recite. And of course, in Islam, when they recite things or whatever, they usually do it with wonderful vocals in the song form a lot. That's one thing that kind of also kept me around a lot. I guess something about the frequency of just like hearing them, saying the adhan or whatever it was, just kind of felt nice. And then I just kind of just, little thoughts here and there about going back. It doesn't overtake me. I still say fuck it. And sometimes like, me having the urge to just spit out a little bit of, a little bit of verses too in there and just start singing it. But I'm like, nah.
It's interesting you say that. I had a similar experience growing up in the Baha'i faith. Some people would sing their prayers in Farsi, and it was beautiful to listen to. And for me, it was probably one of the more enticing things was to want to. But for me, it was a mystery. It was to learn. I wanted to learn what they were saying and why the music had such a different flavor to it and feel than everything else I had to listen to.
So a feeling, give a feeling.
Well, it turned out it was because it was they use a different kind of music system. So the scales they use are multitonal.
Polyphonic.
Polyphonic. No, that's different. Polyphonic.
Microtonal?
It's microtonal. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Microtonal scales. And so
I've heard that before.
Yeah, the intervals were different, and so it sounded unique to me growing up. And
intriguing.
Would you say
it's the
like
language and the mystery behind it?
Would you say it's like somewhere equivalent to like the what are those things? Those damn it. The people who do the things with the wand, the little wand, they bang it on the side of the thing and they move it around in a circle to create the vibration of the sounds and change it.
Singing bowls.
Yeah, is it something like that?
Think closer to like
singing bowls.
Yeah. Think.
I don't know. I'd have to see if maybe there's a recording of somebody online saying a high prayer in Farsi and of wonder and mystery.
I heard that's what they do in their churches as well. Like when they do some of their songs, they'll have like certain pitches and vibrations that would purposely get to a person's nervous system so that it can either like trigger them to be more uppity or low or whatever, which I guess would be a contribute to their indoctrination. If that makes sense.
Interesting. I'd have to look into that. I wonder if there's something behind that. I'm gonna wonder what.
Yeah, thinking about that, and I think something about the windows and the shape of the windows in the churches also go well with it because I guess they're made to bounce off allow the sound to bounce off in the way that they needed to actually, I guess, in a sense, get people hypnotized. Weird.
I would want to look into studies on that. Definitely
Yeah, for
want to
sure.
see if that's the case. But that is fascinating. So were you ever Christian before you were Muslim?
No, I was not actually. Had no religious ties to anything. Nobody in my family or my friend groups ever any kind of religions in my head or my ear. It's always free ball to make my decisions.
What motivates you to question or debate religion?
Hmm. Well, I will definitely say that a lot of times it feels as if I already kind of had an idea the nonsense of the religions, or better said, at a young age, I already had an idea of it before as I was growing up, to where I just kind of naturally repelled against religion before it was really taught to me. And then as I got older, to really look at it myself and really, do a little bit more deep diving into it, do a little bit more history on where these religions kind of, came from, how they started, and how they worked through their histories and prevailed to now and whatnot. And then I was just like, and then adding up all of the accounts of the like when you add in all of the things that they are allowed to do, the disruption of the mental and how many people do crazy decisions because of the religions, the amounts of unalivings. It's like I'm adding so many different types of pieces and different types of puzzles and statistics to the religion on how it coexists with everything from a person's mental and emotional, the amount of people who do the wrong and right decisions because of the religion and whatnot, and I add it all up, and then I'm just like, yeah, I don't like this. And then I just said, hey, let me kind of debate this stuff. It was always a dislike, and I was like, let me debate this stuff. Now that I'm seeing it's causing a lot of more harm than what I thought it was.
Do you feel like by debating or questioning these religions that you will be able to mitigate the harm or somehow fight against it?
I feel that I would be able to do as much as I possibly can in terms of the harms and decrease them, but know that it's not gonna come to a complete halt because we still have people who are gonna do what they want to do. It's actually why I stepped away from doing the debates, and I'm stepping back into conversation, or in other words, basically what more so what you do, stepping away from actually trying to debate them and argue with them over and over and over. I'm like, you know what? Let me actually do it better. Let me try a different approach. Let me try more approach, because I realize, by doing the debates for so long, well, not so long, but for the months I have been doing it, I realized a very specific pattern. When the level of indoctrination is high and the critical thinking is very low, the level of defense for them too on how you approach them. So when I realized, like, damn, okay, we're approaching them, but anger. Sometimes some of us are approaching them because some of us been in religious positions, and we, some of us know how to the pain feels. So a lot of times they would get approached with a very, I guess, sometimes hostile kind of approach by the atheists, depending on who the person is, and then they would react with more rebellions rather than trying to actually think it through. So I'm like, you know what? Let me take a step back. Let me conversate with you guys more so that I can at least welcome you into a comfortable zone for us to discuss why you became a religious person, and if I can help the community deconstruct in a more calmer way rather than just arguing with you all day and pushing you to be more defensive.
They do say you catch more flies with honey than vinegar.
Mhm.
But I would argue that you'd catch more with corpses. So coat the corpses in honey, and there you go.
That was good. That was good.
That's why my bones are sweet. But yeah, no, I definitely found watching debates the same thing. Just watching them, you can see everybody just shuts down and digs into whatever position they're in, and nobody's actually considering the possibility they could be wrong, unless they're doing it quietly from the audience.
Mhm. That's why when I came up last time, I with the idea, that's why I came up to your panel specifically because the first people who came to mind, who I know that would operate smoothly with the kind of panel, the kind of question that I would have for them would be you two because you guys are very intelligent, be good with the questions. I'm talking about you guys come up with questions that I be trying to come up with sometimes, and I don't even be thinking about. Sometimes you guys think of questions that I got to get freaking bait off of three freaking, three spliffs just to get the question out. And I'm like, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna go to these two, you and Thrayle, because you guys are smooth, you guys are calm with it, and that's why I wanted to do the what if prompt, just to see if we can open their minds and you know see if we can get better ideas and views on life rather than just leaving them stuck to an isolated religious.
When is it you were wanting to start running that prompt?
I'm still working on it now, so anywhere between the ending of this month to the beginning next month. But I will definitely hit you guys up and let you know like what
Yeah.
we can advance.
I give you a follow.
Absolutely.
I did too.
Yeah, if anybody's not already following Grandpa, you better do that. Or else, I don't know, something.
Or else what? What?
I'll ask you questions. I'll ask you why you didn't. Yeah, sorry. I'm not very intimidating.
I can't. Your live is one of the most difficult lives for me to actually stay the fuck up in.
We, yeah, I don't mean to make it difficult, but I definitely make people who come up reconsider. And I don't do that on purpose.
It's difficult in a good way because it's like you operated so calmly, conversation, but the calmness is kind of making me fucking fall asleep. Like, yo, pick a side.
Oh, that, yeah. Yeah, well, we do love our sleepers. I was estimating yesterday there was probably like a third of the audience. It might be more. I don't know. I would take a poll and say put one in the chat if you come in here to sleep, but they're probably asleep.
Yeah. So Thrayle, did you get any good guests the first couple of hours today? I missed it.
Yeah, we had a couple of guests. I'm sure the first one was annoying, but I could be wrong.
Oh.
And then, yeah, I don't think we've had too many very questioning guests, or maybe two or three out of the whole night.
I see.
So we've still got, maybe 3 or 4 hours left. And if anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and is capable of questioning that belief, all you've got to do is request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, tear you down. I'm not here to pry your God from your fleshy fingers. I wasn't just fantasizing about that, I promise. And if you can question your beliefs, I really just want to know if I really just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it.
Are we getting slap happy, Thrayle? It's one of my favorites.
Yeah. Getting sloppy.
It's about that time anyway.
It's really, really cold, and I'm just trying to keep my mind off it. And as you can hear, it sounds like rain, right? It's probably sleet.
Delicious.
Because it's like 20 degrees now, I think.
Aw, 20 degrees. That's so nice. We're at -5 right now.
Oh, damn. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Fahrenheit? Yeah.
Huh? Fahrenheit, yeah.
Oh my. Yeah, that's cold.
Oh. Apparently. Sorry.
Apparently.
I woke up my fiance.
Kelvin.
Oh yeah, I'm from. You should tell him not everyone is from America. You know.
Whatever scale they rate peppers on, Schofield, right?
Scoville. Scoville scale.
Oh wow. I just now checked myself, like literally just now. Just 11 degrees over here. What the fuck?
Yeah, we just plummeted to 5.2. That's wild.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's
It's
dropping.
real cold over here.
And to answer Seven Lemons, yes, it is getting icy. It is very icy. I already slipped off the porch. Right as the temperature broke freezing, I was moving stuff back and forth from the studio, getting ready to start the live. And I had a cup of ice ready for my iced coffee. Yes, I will drink iced coffee in the freezing cold.
Perfectly acceptable.
You got to. It's a
Perfectly
must.
normal. Nope, don't let the haters change your mind, Thrayle. Perfectly normal and acceptable.
Listen, I'm worse than him. Okay, I eat ice cream.
I would do that too.
Word.
But I was walking with my cup of ice so I could bring it out to the studio and make my blueberry coffee, and I slipped right off the top step. And yeah, it sucked.
Oh no,
I
did
saved
your
my
soul go
cup of
rolling
ice
away?
though.
Or bones.
Yep, my bones bounced down those stairs. But I did save the cup of ice, and that's the important part, because I had my blueberry coffee.
Wait, you said blueberry coffee?
That's the only way to drink coffee.
Never heard of blueberry coffee.
It's the best coffee. It's objective, no explanation needed. It tastes like blueberries.
See, I'm more of a tea guy. We are two different characters.
I do like tea, but
iced tea is great.
Yeah, I like iced tea.
I'm a Diet Coke fiend. I'm one of those.
I do a lot of herbal teas.
Mainly do ginger tea, and there's a new one. It's a company called Pacos or Pocos, or Pocas, however it's pronounced, but it's Bocos. And it's like a red label, and their tea brands are fucking awesome. They have ginger and dates flavored tea. Sweet as shit.
That sounds incredible.
What? What a nice what? What a fresh off the wake up, a nice wake and bake. Dates are so amazing in tea. And you have that, and you light you a nice little fresh one, boom, sparkling up on a nice, beautiful day. You a salad as well for a starter. Oh yeah, you're gonna have a beautiful day.
I do like a nice starter salad. And a salad for lunch, and maybe one after dinner, or two at a time. That's fine too. Idea what we're talking about, or you have every idea what we're talking about. Either way, if you have a belief that a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning it, hey, go ahead and request up. We're not here to bite. I'm not even here to burgle your gods, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, what is that belief? And why do you believe it? No, it was that guy. Yes, if you eat two salads at once, it is a sandwich. But if you eat one salad at once, that's also a sandwich, because everything's sandwich. Do we have to pull out the diagram again?
Yeah, I think we might need that diagram because I'm so confused.
I feel like
We're
a
all
salad might be
confused.
like the one thing that's not a sandwich. Okay, no, I'm not starting
Right.
this. I'm not starting this.
Like,
Put it
how
back
is
in the
salad a
bottle.
sandwich?
Back in the bottle.
Nah, we gotta crack open this bottle nice and fresh. Cause what the fuck? Never heard of that before.
Yeah, we might need a...
Sushi is a sandwich. Taco is a sandwich.
I can bring up the chart, but I have to reconnect. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I like to actually argue. Well, not argue, but when believers ask me what my like to toy around with them, and especially the ignorant ones, the ones who like to be, who like to give people a hard time for no reason, as if they're, hot shot. Then I always let them know, like, oh, I'm a hoganist. They're like, a what? I'm a hoganist. The fuck is a hoganist? And then I piss them off and tell them, oh, I mean, I believe in Hagen. I believe in Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Yes, it's my religion.
Amen. Our Darien Savior.
Mm-hmm. Butter pecan, vanilla, and caramel together. That's Trinity right there.
Thrayle has bailed. That's funny. Thrayle is not. He's not thrailing.
Oh, we got the diagram.
Here we go.
And see, I would argue that a salad is none of those. Because you're not eating the bowl.
So, well, so it has nothing to do with being edible. Why would a sandwich require edibility?
Oh, okay. You are correct. I am being silly.
So if it doesn't require edibility, and I realize some of the labels are running off the screen here for some reason, it won't let me shrink that down. And if I put it on the, hang on, I bet if I put it on the big screen, that looks bad. Let's see.
It represents a cube type of
structure. The screen.
Type of structure.
The screen. Why does that look so bad?
So, if I'm correct, the one that was at the bottom right would have been the representation for the salad, then, right? This is like stacked on top of stacks.
No, that would have been the top right.
Kick everyone now so I can see.
Oh, now it works. Yeah, there it
There
goes.
you go. Yep.
So quite clearly, everything is sandwich because anything layered or that can be described as layered is a sandwich, and everything is layered or can be described as layered. But just in case it's not clear enough, the chart here that somebody sent me was the cube rule of food identification. They were trying to show me that a sandwich was just that top left thing, and that's all that was sandwich. But they were wrong, as you can clearly see by the red ink. A salad would be a sandwich if it were a salad, but the representation just toast, which is just a single piece of bread, is a sandwich because it itself can be described as layered. Of course, there's a mushy layer inside of two crusty outer layers.
Wait, can we double back
sandwich
for?
is clearly sandwich. Oh, go ahead.
Can we double back to the first one again? Can you elaborate that one again on the salad again?
Salad. Well, so an actual salad would be a sandwich because it is just layers of sandwiches, maybe tossed about in some haphazard way, but they'll still always land in a layered fashion.
So if it could be layered, it can be a sandwich. It can be considered a sandwich.
Oh, it is layered, yeah. And anything that is layered or that can be described as layered is a sandwich. So the only thing that could not be described as layered would be something that people consider as soup, but soup doesn't actually exist. What we call soup is also a sandwich.
But so how would the soup be the sandwich?
It is also comprised of layers or things that can be described as layered. A soup itself, just by having multiple ingredients, is layered. By having stepped, sequenced preparation methods, it is layered. It's a sandwich.
Interesting.
Anything that you can think of that isn't layered can at least be described as layered.
So like, how would the soup be considered layered if it's just a bowl mixed?
A bowl of
What? Like if it's like if you have a soup bowl and you have soup in the bowl,
That's
how would
two
the soup be
layers right there.
considered? Okay, wait, I just got on. Never. The bowl and
So if you had soup in a pot, right, then the pot might be a layer. Or if you had soup that you were pouring through the air from one pot to a bowl or a pot to another, that soup in the air would be sandwiched in the air.
Okay, I think I see it now.
So the
Someone
only way
asks,
that a
what is
soup,
that?
yeah, the only way that a soup could possibly exist is if it were absent an external medium, because that external medium would layer it. And since nothing can exist without an external medium, then nothing's soup.
Okay,
This is how you short circuit someone when energy is God, is vibration, is love, is light, is everything.
If a sandwich is everything, if everything's a sandwich, then what's not a sandwich? What's really the point of the sandwich? Is it a sandwich if I don't define it that way? And is that really what happens when people say God is energy, is love, is frequency, is vibe, is shit?
So
Well,
Yes.
yeah, I mean, yes to both. If it's inside of something, if it has an external medium, obviously it would be a sandwich. And even if it doesn't have an external medium, it's still a sandwich by nature of its composite layers, or even just by the layering in which we can describe its existence.
Fascinating.
Mm-hmm. So God's the sandwich. Got it. Noted. Understood.
God would be a sandwich if he existed, but because he doesn't exist, he likely doesn't require an external medium and would be a soup if he existed, but he doesn't. Yeah, so God is soup.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That'd be a wonderful way to break it down to a Christian or a Muslim. That'd be a good way to fuck up their brain cells.
What the fuck is sandwich?
Or Grandpa, it would just make them laugh and not take it seriously.
Generally, they just laugh and don't take it seriously. It goes over their head, and that's fine.
That's the point.
fine.
I know it's gonna go over.
What the fuck? I haven't seen this one.
Haven't you?
No.
It's not new.
Oh my goodness.
That's so funny. That's horrifying.
Whole time I'm still looking at the graph and I didn't even look at the fucking picture change on the damn profile.
Nessie and a mermaid and a bunch of demons and cryptids all in a soup.
That looks.
I keep thinking I see
We are all
broccoli
soup.
or peas, and then I look closer, and it's the head of some other creature.
Damn. At this point, Sherry, what's your cash app? I'm about to pay you to ask you to do me a nice little drawing of a background.
It looks both delicious and horrifying.
It was like some shit you would see on a cover of like Scooby Doo or some shit. One of the episodes.
Yeah, the mermaid is having a good time on the left, I think.
Yeah, she
Seems like.
baked. Imagine that's how hot tubs feel, or like that's how it feels to like quote unquote actual beings. You know, hypothetically, of course, if the beings they're that powerful, the way they're described in texts and books and stuff, and that's how they would interpret like feeling a sensation of fire or like lava, like a freaking bowl of soup. Like this shit nice and warm, tasty.
No, this is a real depiction of the primordial soup right here.
Primordial soup. Sherry
Yeah,
in
there's
the
no
audience.
photograph.
Sherry's got a question for atheists in general. For an atheist, is it a certainty that there is no God? I don't think I've asked that before. Sherry, I think it's different from atheist to atheist. Most atheists, well, not most, many atheists, as soon as I said most atheists, I'm like, nope, this is going to come out wrong. No, many atheists will tell you that they lack a belief in a God, and many others will also tell you that they believe there is no God. So I think it's really just going to depend on the atheist you ask.
Yeah. Agnostic atheists will never claim that there is no God, but they will just say that we don't know, or they don't know, but they don't believe in God. So, agnostic atheist.
Question: agnostic atheist.
Yes.
Do you consider yourself an atheist, Grandpa?
Would, yes.
Would you consider yourself agnostic atheist, or more positive atheist, or hard atheist, as some people call it?
Seeing that I don't know if there's a God, obviously, I would definitely go with agnostic as well.
Blake, do you consider yourself an atheist? heard you use.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most days. Every once in a while, I
Most
catch
days.
myself being more superstitious and then attributing that. But as far as like the religion that I grew up in, yes.
Do you consider yourself to be a hard atheist, like the gods don't exist?
Yeah. Well, I would say that I'm agnostic just because, like, I think that it is far more likely that there is no, like, creator being. Like, it just seems so human centric to me to, like, for there to be that. But at the same time, like, I understand that cannot prove that that's not true, if that makes sense.
Sherry's come up to ask her questions.
Hello.
Hello, Sherry. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I always enjoy your lives because you ask so many good questions, and that's kind of where I'm at, is always questioning my beliefs. And I believe in the divine, but I believe it to be a great mystery, and each of us has our own interpretation. So I'm not religious, but I'm not atheist. I don't think there's a real label for where I'm at. But I always appreciate the questions that you ask.
Well, I appreciate you, Sherry.
Thank you.
Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I just turned 60.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
And you, as far as your beliefs in God or gods, currently you have a belief. Is it in a god?
Well,
A particular one?
it's more vague. I believe there to be something divine behind our existence, but I'm not sure what it is.
I get to do this.
Okay.
Ooh, new background.
What is divine?
Divine to me is whatever is behind our existence and this world that's been created for us to be on for, a temporary amount of time. I honestly don't know what is going to happen after our body dies. There's part of me that believes there's a spirit and it'll move on, but I really don't know. I think taking that leap when it's such a mystery is kind of arrogant, like, oh, I know how it goes. But there is a part of me that would like there to be something afterwards.
I think I've asked you that.
Well, the only thing I care for is that I could see my son that passed away last year. There's that, but it still doesn't make me believe that it's going to happen. Everyone tells me I'm going to see him again someday. And I kind of wonder, how do you know that? How do you know I will? So I just, I haven't landed on any certainty. I grew up Mormon, and for 26 years of my life, I thought I was living according to the true doctrine of God and stuff. But for some reason, I left when I was 26 because something didn't settle right with me. It just seemed like something's off here.
So you left
I left when I was
because
26, yes.
because something just didn't feel right. You didn't
It
have
didn't.
a particular shelf-breaking moment, as many
No.
ex-Mormons say.
No, I didn't have anything specific. I was teaching the 9-year-old class at Sunday school, and each week I put together the lesson, do this, because I want to break it down in a certain other way, not the way that it was in the manual. And I felt like if I can't present what they want me to, I shouldn't be doing it. I wanted to. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was about to ask if you remember what the lesson was that you were supposed to be teaching.
Well, all the lessons dealt with, like, let's just say something simple, like, I can't think of, there was a lesson, but it focused mainly on, a church member, like, they call them the 70s that, operate under the prophet. It would always focus on a church leader, and then it would try to bring in like how to be trustworthy and stewardship and stuff like that. But they would focus mainly on the church member, like a high up elder in the church.
And
And
you had a different lesson in mind.
Yeah, like if it talked about being honest, I would just want to focus on being honest instead of all the background information of the church leader. I thought that was kind of weird that we always focused on, someone under the prophet.
Yeah. Did it feel like you were just helping people earn their legacy rather than celebrating life with other living people?
Yeah. I don't know. Each week I would put the lesson together. I don't know. I just had a weird feeling that even though there's good principles they were teaching, there were other things that I didn't really like. Honestly, I can't be definitive other than what I felt inside, so it was kind of like a feeling type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't so much an intellectual kind of thing. And I will be honest, I'm more of a feeling kind of person than an intellectual. I really can't keep up with the intellectual kind. I'm more like a feeling kind of person. But I do use my mind. I'm not able to recall like most people can. Anyway, so. But something didn't sit right with me, and so the library became my church, and I would look up all these books on different kind of beliefs and religions and stuff. Then after a few years, I realized it's a big mystery that everyone's trying to figure out.
Do you think there's anybody that has this mystery sorted out?
Well, that's funny you ask. I did ask ChatGPT the exact same question. Has anyone figured out the truth of the divine? I thought for the fun of it. And it said no. And it also said that along the lines of the divine it's not a failure of humanity to not find the truth. Maybe it's the divine nature itself not to ever be, defined. I thought that was interesting. But yeah, I don't really depend on chat GBT. I thought I would just ask it and see what it would come up with.
I think that's hilarious.
Yeah.
I think that's hilarious.
I do too.
Do you, what is it that makes you think that there is some divine whatever?
You know, I'm not really certain if it's because my background in a strict religion that I'm still holding on to that concept, or I think that there's something that's got to be behind our existence. I don't think it's just a random mistake.
Why?
Why? I think it's more hopeful than anything. I would like to believe that there is a reason we are here. I think that's how I operate in this world. Even though I don't have a certain answer, I'm
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Is it scary to think about if there's not?
Not really, because I really don't know now. And so if I pass away, I may never have it figured out, and I'm okay with that. If there is a certain way we were supposed to live this life, then I'm okay with not reaching. Always explored, and since I left the church, since I left Mormonism, and if for some reason I lived my life in such a way that didn't follow the truth, I'm okay with that. I really am, because I know I lived my life as true as I could, but just because there's people out there that think they have the answer doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, totally agree with that last part.
And with Grandpa, I could relate because I explored Islam, and they would answer every question I had, and it was really interesting. But as I explored and was encouraged and talked about praying 5 times a day and submitting our full will to Allah, I got stuck on that. It's like, submit my will. Can I do that? Even if I believe it's true, and I could never get myself to submit my will to Allah. I just couldn't. I honestly felt like my will is all I have, really, to direct me through this life. And so I didn't feel right about submitting my will. That felt odd. But I have a lot of respect for a lot of things that they hold to be true, but I wasn't able to fully embrace it.
Well, I would say that the only tight, small difference between both of our experiences would be that with you, it was more of the will piece. With me, it was more of like just seeing the how can I say, the things that would go against, like normally the things that would go against a typical person's morals and level of or in respect. That's the main thing that kind of pushed me away the most, where it was like when you start to see all the crazy, disgusting stuff and within the text that, that this supposed God tells you or lets you do, and then just, just looks away after you do it, like, oh, it's okay. Then I'm like, yeah, that's what really kind of made me go away. Like, I can do what with women? Excuse me? Yeah, no, I'm okay, but
Yeah, I didn't get that far into it. I only read the Quran about 5 chapters in, and it wasn't like ringing any bells for me. And I continued to read it, and it's like this is like, if I were to read the Bible, it falls flat for me. It doesn't. I don't know.
Well, I have a good question to ask you.
Yes.
Because you mentioned how which and you said something that was very beautiful that I wish that we would hear on these panels very often, which is even if you know that you acknowledge that you don't know and you're okay with however way it goes. And that was the most beautiful reply. And I
Oh,
hear that very rarely. And my question to that would be, what idea of a high deity or divine being, what idea that comes to your mind? Like, do you have any kind of specific descriptions of what it may look like or something like that?
well, all I've been able to come up with is we are sent here to have an experience of choice and living in a world of contrast. And my idea, which I know sounds silly, is that the divine even has room to grow, and it grows by each and every individual's personal experience. There's something learned, and it expands the divine's knowledge. That's all that I've been able to come up with. That every individual life truly matters. It expands the divine's reality.
So when it comes down to, let's say, for example, let's say science,
What's that?
and oh, sorry, when it comes down to using, let's say, for science as an example,
Okay.
and I'm pretty sure you've heard, several replies when it comes to like arguments between like the whole creation thing and how, from a scientific point of view, we stand on like the whole evolutionary process and how we can't go that far back besides the expansion and whatnot. What would be your
Mhm.
take on that? How do you view that? Like the
Okay,
Big Bang
my
or the
take on
expansion?
that. Oh, okay, sorry.
No, yeah,
My
you're good.
personal take on that is that why mystery, but that doesn't mean don't explore and discover, because I'm all about explore and discover in this life. I really believe that that's why we're here, but to also have the humility that we may never know exactly how the creation of this world began. Let's focus on the fact that we're here and now, and to live true to however we're directed within. And yes, that could mean that there could be bad people that if you encourage them to be true to their will and they're bad, then they're going to do bad stuff. There's already bad stuff going on. So I think my perspective isn't saying, let the bad just reign and rule, but I don't know.
Have you ever had maybe any thought process of like or has the idea of reincarnation ever crossed your mind at any point in time?
Well, it's crossed my mind, but it's one of those that I think, how would I know unless I experienced it? How would I know unless I talked to someone I know and trust that experienced it and question them about it?
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Thank you very much for those beautiful answers.
Oh, thank you for your questions. It helps me.
Does it matter to you, Sherry, if you never find anything that you can label divine?
Not really, because, like I told you, I'm kind of in from the heart kind of person. And in my heart, I honestly believe life itself and existence is divine. And so I just can't define it or label it. I just recognize it for myself as divine.
How so? How is life divine?
Well, for me, from my experience, and maybe it's because I've been given a good life, even though, trust me, I've had my tragedies and loss. I think the experience of being here for a certain amount of time, living my life, choosing my direction, I feel like that is divine. To have this experience, it's not going to last forever. I probably have 10 years left in the moment. So I think it's out of the gratitude of my heart for being here that I recognize that as divine. Because I'm grateful to my core that I got this chance to be here.
Yeah, that's a good perspective to be grateful. I
Yeah,
agree.
but I don't know if it's because I've been given such a beautiful life. You know, what if I was born in another country that's torn up by war? Would I have that sense of gratitude? I don't know.
Would you possibly consider re- like everyone or everything as divine when it comes to existence, even when it comes to the negative things that happen across the world?
Can you ask me that one more time? I didn't exactly
Yep.
grasp.
Give me one moment. Someone else can go ahead for one moment. I gotta take a call.
Does anyone remember what he was trying to ask?
Oh, yeah.
Not quite, but
Yeah.
Sebastian might.
Yeah, I think he was saying something like, do you consider everything divine, also the bad stuff in life?
Well, I recognize for myself that we live in a world of contrast, good and bad, light and dark, blah, blah, blah. And so, as much as there is good, there is going to be that much bad. So, in regards to that being divine, I really struggle with it, but I think living in a world of contrast, we are going to be exposed to the opposite of good just as much as, you know, we're going to have bad or good and bad. And what really threw me for a loop was when my son, who was 38 at the time, passed away from a tragic accident. It really made me question, you know, what is this all about? I really don't get it.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Thank you. But it really did, and still does to this day. It's like that. I haven't gotten to a place where I fully accept it. Think I'm closer to being an atheist because I haven't had any point where I think I can say this is how God works or the divine works. I just ask more and more questions, and I find that to be closer to atheist than religious, because religious people are pretty certain they've got the divine figured out, mapped out, and you know the way how to live to get into heaven and stuff like that. And I'm closer to atheists where I just question everything. I'm really curious. But at the same time, I regard there being some kind of divine. So I think I'm kind of in the middle.
You regard there being some kind of divine.
What's that? I regard what?
You regard there being some kind of divine. Does that mean you want there to be some kind of divine?
I don't know if it's I want there to be. It might be that. I don't know. I just imagine there is something behind all of this. There are so many different concepts of whether it's frequency or Christ consciousness. There's so many different ways that people regard the divine, and I pay attention, I listen, and I just haven't resonated fully with. I just take what I think is valuable for me personally and kind of put it in with my outlook. I call it outlook, not beliefs. I try to stay away from the word beliefs and believe. It's pretty much what I consider to be possibly true.
I don't know that I have very many more questions for you, Sherry.
Okay, you can drop me.
Well, I appreciate you coming up here. I don't know
Thanks
if anybody
again.
else has any questions either. Does anybody else have a question for Sherry before we move on?
No.
Yeah, I did have my question, but I got a phone call.
I asked it for you.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate you, Sherry.
Thank you. I appreciate your live.
Thank you. And I hope you keep asking questions, and as usual, when you find more answers, bring them back to us. I want to question those too.
Okay.
W's for Sherry in the chat.
Yeah.
She's definitely
W's.
questioning her beliefs.
Wonderful guess.
Absolutely.
That's why I want to do the what if prompt, because of the calm discourse like this.
What if what?
Exactly. Just like that. What if? I just let the person's mind wander and let them put in the missing blanks. And we just critique them as we go.
I see. So not necessarily having to pry apart the sensitive beliefs that people hold to be true, but more the musings, the ideas, the sort of brain food that they kick around.
They can, and that's one thing I do like about it as well, is that if it were to come into play with like a believer side of any sort, then it would work very smoothly on their ground as well. Like, oh, okay, I'm a Christian, and God is this, God is that, He's the only true God, and da 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 da. I'm like, okay, what if? What if what? What if your God's not real? What if your God is a different God of somebody else's culture? What if the God that you believe in actually doesn't like you? What if the God that you believe in has a very vicious plan for everyone who worships them, deceiving you on earth as if it actually had a good plan for you? So many ideas it can go from.
Yeah. What if the God is everything you think it is? Would it really accept you? Would you be good enough?
Yeah, that was deep.
What does it mean for its character if it exists the way that they say it does? Hold it up like a mirror.
That was good. That was like, how would you really explain that to someone? Like, what if the God is everything you thought it was? Mm. But then what if that person decides to say that like their God is, like what if their description of their God and their belief is like the most beautiful, respectful, perfect possible thing, What if that person's God had no type of real negativity in it, and then you were to propose that question? What if your God is everything that you thought it was? And being that their description of their God would be in a positive state, would that kind of be a good thing?
How does that God, if it is real, represent itself in reality?
That would be in a positive
How does that?
on that fucking.
I just ask questions. Bat says, name 3 unproblematic gods. I'll wait. Belumbra.
Okata is perfect.
Belumbra, Atrolith, and Tenebria. 3 unproblematic gods. But then again, just by proposing them, I'm sure we could find problems.
Humans currently worship 5,000 gods. One is the correct one. Be a beautiful question.
Hmm. 5,000 seems a little low.
Based on how many, many decades and how many thousands of years of history and tribes and different cultures that we've had. Yeah, I think 5 be a little bit too low. I think I would a little bit higher.
Maybe more like 12,000, maybe.
Right. Including all the battles, everything, and all that.
Who knows?
I think that would be a good calm, route in deconstruction. Talking to believers is, that specific question actually that might be the one I use right there. That angel. Is it angel or angel? Okay, angel. I'm dumb. Jeez. That angel said, currently worship 5,000 gods. Which one's the correct god? That might be the good way to start off a nice calm deconstruction. That would be the beautiful question that they would have. Just you have really no other choice but to think hard on that one, because you would now have to substantiate how your God would be more superior or even more existing than the other 4,000. All the other freaking 4,999, like freaking 10,000 or whatever, however many gods. It's like you would still have to in some way differentiate your God's ability from all the others to prove itself, which is gonna by default put you in a deep thinking state because you gotta think deep now.
And if you can think deep and have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that, and you can question it, then come on up. We want to talk to you.
I give it a B minus. Not a bad segue, but.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it. And keep tapping the screen.
No, it was that guy says, thank God I can't think deep. Which god do you think, though? Is it the flying spaghetti monster? Or are there any noodles left on that plate? Pastafarian that was on the panel earlier. It was...
Today?
Yeah, I had a pasta.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he was insistent that his god was real.
He was serious?
He spoke like it, but it was like hard to tell if he was trolling or not.
Right. If it was a troll, was it a good one?
No, I mean, because you picked Pastafarian.
Right.
At least invent your own absurdist god that no one's heard of, so it's more likely that you take it serious.
Yeah, just come up with something.
Like a Batcolyte. Batcolyte's not the god. Batcolyte is an acolyte to the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance with the Lambda Cetium model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages, unfurling to this day.
Wait, hold on. What did I just miss? My coworker just called me. I feel like I just missed something very informative just now.
Oh, just the structure and nature of the universe.
Oh, because yeah, I heard you say the word, and I'm like, wait a minute, isn't that the host name? Isn't that the? And I'm like, but he actually brought back a thought process of mine that I've always had in my head for quite a while, and that's about these two names, Thrayle and Batcolyte. Oh, how does one come up with such names? Like, these they don't seem like regular names. It seems like you guys really took your time to think about these names because they have meaning behind it. Unless I'm just overthinking it.
Well, you're both over and underthinking it.
See, that made so much sense.
Well, because we are me, and I just kind of put names together for, well, Thrayle is just a mouth sound that fit in place of another name that I had that was also just a mouth sound, but apparently somebody else had it on the online video game where I needed a name.
What was that?
Yeah, we'll leave it alone for now.
Okay.
Because I don't use it anymore. But the other name was already used, so I made a different one that was less obvious, less edgelord. And so, I made Thrayle, and that was my character name for dozens of games going on from there. And I used it for the TikTok account and didn't think twice about it, but it doesn't mean anything. And I only found out recently that it is a surname from England, but I don't know anything about that family or that surname. And the Batcolyte is just a portmanteau of Acolyte. So, an acolyte of the celestial skeletal bat goddess.
Remember the guy who said Coyote?
Bat coyote, yeah.
Yeah.
I get back coyote.
Thrayle.
Bat coiled was one of the common ones. People used to think it was bat coiled. Bat coil tea. Yeah, no, it's just Batcolyte. Which I do realize is hilarious because colite is a thing.
Oh.
So Thorough, what would be yours? This is question is to you actually. Question one would be your your preferred music genre. Question two would be your preferred color, and question three would be your preferred genre and movie.
Yeah, I don't do favorites.
I love that response. Same here. I don't know why. I guess because of all the time seeing like coming past your panel for so long and seeing the beautiful dark backgrounds, the profile pictures, and then the music tone. It's like I guess a part of me gives it gives off a little bit of like a medieval in a sense, but like a little bit of how can I really describe? I don't really know a good way to describe it, but I guess you can
Evil?
say not 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 really evil, but more so like he looks like how can I say the theme it gives off as if like if I were to guess what would have been your like Halloween costume and based off of the theme, I would have instinctively like assumed that all black with the freaking with the whole with the long with the long ass sword at the end of it or like something that just gives rock and the like a demonic kind of vibe.
Well, I use a little bit of memento mori, and I'm not afraid of including Satan with Jesus in the background. The celestial skeletal bat goddess. I don't know, it just made sense. Why would I just make the god a boring old bat? Or any kind of just singular thing? Why not make it represent mystery and resilience and something funny and cute at the same time, but also dark and gross and scary? Like it's kind of everything.
Like
it's a sandwich.
Oh my god. Something told me that was coming. So wait, would you say like okay? Because I have like I'm not gonna say I have so many questions, but like just have questions, and this is just about you guys because I just love the panel. Like so, I have so many questions. And I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying? I want to ask basic questions that are like surface level. I ain't trying to ask deep ass questions.
Well, normally I switch it up to question the questioner, and anybody could come up and ask questions. I think I could do that for a little bit. We'll lose our frigid landscape. But then, if anybody with a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that can question their beliefs, go ahead and request on up. But also, if you've been questioned before and you've been waiting your turn, well, now's your chance to come get some questions in on me.
what if in like in a parallel universe or like you know what I'm saying? Like a oh, you know, like a nice little parallel universe. Just what if it was the same way it is now, but like the roles were reversed, like humans and other species. Like, what if it's like the animals and insects that are like, you know, at the top of the food chain and we're the peasants?
How would that be evidenced?
Don't know. It's just something I think about sometimes. The same way how we eat food. Like, what if in a whole different universe, it's the other way around?
What if the
We're
food
the
eats
cattle.
us?
Exactly. We're the cattle, and the cattle is the one how we eat universe. We're the cat, like back at the fucking barnyard all over again.
If the food is in charge in that universe, why is it getting made into food?
Mm. Interesting.
Fascinating.
It's like Sausage Party. That universe, how could it exist? How does the food become sentient? I'm sorry to everybody who's seen that movie. Who just had a replay in their mind like I did.
I haven't seen it.
Good, lucky for you.
Mm.
Keep your eyes innocent, man. Just keep your eyes innocent.
Yeah, I'm not old enough.
Innocent man.
I don't think anybody's old enough for that movie.
Nobody is old enough.
Even the oldest person ain't old enough.
But yeah, a universe in which the food is sentient doesn't seem like there's any way they could become food. How do they become food if they're sentient?
What the fuck are we talking about?
That's exactly it.
We need the background, the prompt. Yeah, thanks.
That was the closest one. I think a more appropriate one would be the donut. Yeah, it's donut.
Or the sandwich, because that covers everything. Everything layered.
Donuts are sandwiches.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I know food started in an animal, for fuck's sake. That makes sense that might be sentient. But why would this slowly, not yet decomposed remains be sentient?
But like, what if they're like, rather than the food itself, like being in charge, like the food before the cooking process, like, because like I want to see like which way are you thinking about it? Are you thinking about it as in like the food's already cooked, in charge of the universe, or like in that parallel universe that I gave, or are we talking about like the animals still?
I don't know. I'm still confused as to why food would be in charge.
Yeah, I'm lost in the sauce.
Maybe it was in the phrasing. Or maybe you were also thinking of Sausage Party, which I'm sorry.
Like, I can just see it. I don't know. I just feel like I can see it, you know. Bull as a soldier, You know, a pig as a cop.
Okay, so you're talking more like sentient animals, and we're the cattle, human cattle. Would they be eating us?
I mean, that would be the vice versa.
Does that mean we're not sentient? Or are we somehow being oppressed despite our objections?
Maybe so. Like, that's just one of the questions that I want to pose to, like, you know, a religious believer. Like, what if that would be your next life? Or what if that's what you'll see when you go to this supposed quote unquote heaven? What if in this heaven that you describe, or that when you that your doctrine describes to you, what if it's not all perky out to be the way you think it is? What if it's mainly just you get there and then it's really just your God or other beings in that realm torturing you and just literally contradicting all the good shit that you thought you were gonna see in that quote unquote heaven?
Those are some good questions. What if afterlife is worse than this one, right?
That's a good one. I love that. I told this was just out of rage, mate, just because that person irritated me. But I told a homophobic believer one time who came to the panel, you know, were spewing all their homophobic nonsense. I wanted to, you know, rile him up a little bit and kind of get him irritated on purpose, you know, give the viewers some show. And I asked him, I said, hey, what if you go to heaven and then instead of, which I'm pretty sure that you might be thinking about from your doctrine, right? What if your God actually chooses to take a strap, you know what I'm saying? A nice little colorful one and just right in your bubble. Like, and that's just your way of being solidified as an angel. Like, what if that happens for all eternity? Would you be okay with that? Being in heaven, getting your butt taken every time.
Right. I would definitely wonder how they respond. But I don't think they would. Sounds like a question they'd shut down to.
Most of them do. Where from their point of view, they may look at it as a like normally a low tier kind of question and whatnot. Really pretty accurate, you know, being the fact that we have no pure like of your God's existence, neither your God existing in any other universe or whatever. So it's like all we can do is just throw out guesses now, can we? And you one of them could be right if this God is supposedly real.
Speaking of God supposedly being real, is there anybody with a belief in a God that can question that? Are they all frozen right now? It is the Bible Belt. That's in the freezer at the moment. We're just chilling out. Waiting to see if a believer in a god or gods can question their beliefs. I think Morgan's asleep.
Yeah, I think so too.
Mm-hmm. I can question that belief. But
And I believe Blake is gone too. Blake?
Blake will surprise you.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I'm here.
Nice.
I'm just fighting a 3D printer right now.
See, now there's one less scary questioner on the panel. It's raining loudly.
It's beautiful. I was just about to mention it like that.
It's freezing rain.
Beautiful.
Not beautiful. The studio is going to turn into an igloo.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, we just need a believer now. We're not a bunch of atheists ready to pounce.
Maybe if we get enough believers in a room, we can believe that it's going to be hot and it'll just.
I mean, we'll warm the background up. We could go to asking questions from hell, I suppose.
Yo, you were just prepared. Oh my God, I love it.
Look, Jesus came with us, but the mermaid wasn't invited for some reason. I guess there's no
Studio
mermaids in
sounds
hell.
like so much fun.
I'm guessing there's no mermaids in hell.
Are you
Somebody
trying
must
to
have
provoke
baptized
them
the
up,
ocean.
Thrayle?
What if?
I don't know. I don't think I can provoke her up. I think she is sleeping. But
What if hell is really cold and heaven's hot?
I don't remember if heaven was really hot, but Dante had the lowest level of hell as being frozen. The devil is frozen into a lake. Up to their waist, I think. I need to reread it.
Like, what if the whole scriptures all they go and see this God, just their life, as they say, and then boom, they think they're going to heaven, and then it just like fucking damn near 1,000 degrees up in there, and they try to go to hell, and then it's like freaking below 1,000 again. What if God was from the hood?
What if God was from the hood?
What if there are actually multiple gods, the way that Orthodox describe, and like in a whole different, you know, in a whole different universe, somewhere, whole different galaxy, solar system, and shit like that. They're like up there. Like the reason why there's nothing, being done, there's no issues being attended to on Earth, is because they're over there in a different fucking world, having a whole fucking fight from every doctrine, Christianity, Judaism, freaking well, can't really say that they're both the same. Freaking the Greek gods, freaking Zeus.
why are they having a fight?
That's free. That's what if one of them disrespected the other one up there, or blasphemed the other one? It was, you know, and the other one heard it. It was like, "Excuse me, did you just say to me?" Then you got Satan up there or Hades, trying to be the peacekeeper and shit. Like, yo, guys, ooh,
Oh, if
Jesus.
they're real, it's Real Housewives up there for sure.
There's our frozen hell.
I like that.
Flying pigs, hell froze over, and demons playing polo on unicorns. I actually like this one better.
Yeah, that does have that red, puts a little ring to it. That's. I feel like it really gives emphasis to to a whole battle scene.
Menacing. I don't know what you mean, Amore.
But the new one, the What the Fuck is Divine, was really, really nice.
There is that scowl that's combative. We need combative. Actually, that facial expression is the same one on the What the Fuck is God.
What if the gods are up there in the clouds, FaceTiming each other? Poker, dice, even Uno. Wait, Thrayle. I love how we both came up here at the same time. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
No, what was it?
I was going to say, you remember that piece in the Bible, right? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's in the beginning, I think it's in Genesis, but where it talks about how Yahweh says, do not to don't idolize gods or something like that besides him.
Yeah, I think that would be in Exodus.
Right. What if the reason why there's other gods in the text is because that's what they were playing the game in the clouds and they all lost to Yahweh. Yahweh was like, all right, since I won, none of y'all should be looking at any of these gods. Y'all shouldn't be idolizing any of them. I beat their asses. Like, y'all should be, you know what I'm saying? What should be me now? And because a lot of humans just decided to not to, boom, now we have all the nonsense in the Bible.
It's not crazy far off from the Assyrian origin story of like Yahweh and their like separation from the pantheon, but not an expert in that at all.
Like, I'm just thinking about it. Like, imagine they're in there in the heavens playing dice or some shit. Yahweh wins. Boom. All right, cool. I bust all your asses. So now these humans cannot worship you. Deal? Deal? Okay, deal. Decades or months or weeks, however long later, humans start to idolize the other gods. Yahweh steps in, like, oh, word, this what we doing now? I heard you. I got something for you. And then now we got Exodus, Deuteronomy, Leviticus, freaking Numbers, all these chapters and books of Yahweh getting revenge for everybody breaking their deal, for him whooping ass naked.
Oh, Canaanite, not Syrian. Assyrian. My bad.
And to answer the chat, I have no fucking clue who the gods in the background are. Because what is God? And because what is
in the background?
Two. You only see two strange creatures.
No, I didn't say two. I just said there are some. These are some strange ones. All of them. Some.
Albo says that is for sure a godless background. I don't know about godless. Somebody might worship those things. There's crows up there, so maybe Odin is represented.
Yeah. It's more like godful background.
You know, it's always. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say there's as many gods in this background as there are in any other background I've put up.
It makes sense. It does look like a very equal number each time you do switch stuff.
Well, I just mean, if those aren't gods, then are those gods? Are those... Well, no, those aren't gods. That's the wrong one. I would pick all the backgrounds without people in. Are those gods? Oh, I'm looking for the backgrounds that aren't ready yet. That's why I'm scrolling through what is pagan. It's not ready yet.
Ooh, that blue one is fucking fire.
It's just representing how fucking cold I am right now.
Frosty Thrayle.
Something about your slideshows of each prompt is making me want to play freaking God of War now. You know, one thing that always confuses me is when a believer says two contradicting things. Starts off by saying you don't know God and you can't know God because he's outside of our comprehension, but then contradicts it to proceed and to give an elaborated examples of how this person just so happens to know God, being
Yeah,
that's outside of our comprehension.
yeah, it's like a standard answer from believers when they don't know how to respond. Saying that, yeah, but I'm not God. I can't we can't really comprehend God's nature, or so on and so forth.
And then that's actually the second contradiction that makes me laugh too. They'll say that he's outside of space time and stuff, but then we need that for him to even do what he's doing on Earth.
Yeah, is it even possible to exist independently of space and time? Is it? Thrayle. What the fuck is time? That's a good question.
gods, no time, no liking or sharing the live. What's that about, old boy? Let's have, if you got gods, bring them up to the panel. I'd like to ask you some questions about them, not to pry them from your fleshy fingers as your last gasp of belief escapes your brain. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And of course, if you don't believe, make sure you keep tapping that screen and share the live if you haven't already. Hit the bent little arrow down at the bottom of your screen. You can repost like I just did. Oops. Or you can even add it to your story, or send it to a friend who might enjoy the live. Yep, I just forgot to do both of those things.
75k, that's pretty good, but we can do better.
I once had someone explain this story about how they met God. And it went wrong the moment he told us that he saw God in the elevator standing next to him in a oversized plus dude with no shirt on. He lost me after that conversation.
Yeah, the elevator guy.
Mm.
Elevator Jesus.
New
with the
lamb,
dreamy
yup.
eyes.
I love how
Yeah.
somebody put it in the comments so fast.
Yeah, we've spoken to New Lamp a number of times about Elevator Jesus with the dreamy eyes who followed the sword guy down the hallway. Or, well, the sword guy followed Jesus, apparently. And New Lamp.
The simple fact that all of you already knew who I was talking about just off of that brief example, that's how you know he's everywhere.
I've heard him tell his story rather drunkenly, at least a dozen times or more on this panel. Because
Yeah,
each
that
of
is the
the
most
3 times he's been up here, he tells it 3 or more times.
Can you question his
most
beliefs?
Freudian belief system I've ever
He
heard.
can't question it at all.
Oh, it's facts. Oh.
Yeah.
And also there was a guy a couple of days ago who believed he met God or Jesus through a homeless person, right? Do you remember?
Yes.
Had like a look in his eye. Was that yesterday?
It was a couple days ago, I think.
Okay. Yeah, that was interesting. Fascinating. I don't remember how it ended though. Yeah. But, very good.
Don't recall. But maybe he'll scroll his way back through and try again.
Maybe.
He did leave Jesus on the side of the road. The retired carpenter.
Oh, yeah.
He gave a granola bar to. Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Not the bar.
But that's probably because Jesus, the retired carpenter who had a sign offering, to do work, probably didn't know he was Jesus.
No,
At least it doesn't seem like he did from the story.
The guest knew by the look in his eyes. He just knew. Yes, Huggy, it had to be.
I do appreciate you all for having me, and I do appreciate you host as well for having me as well. I'm gonna go ahead and get myself ready to get the hell out of this damn work spot because I'm about to clock the fuck out and start the fuck up. So love ya, and I hope you guys have a
Oh,
wonderful day.
take
Appreciate you,
care.
Grandpa. Take care.
Later. Yeah.
Um, we be believerless. We've been believerless for a while now, haven't we? It's been going on an hour without a believer. I mean, Sherry was up here, and we could have kept picking Sherry's brain, but I
Yeah.
felt like it was time to bring up a new believer. And every time the queue has someone in it, it doesn't really.
Ghosts. I love Ghosts. I mean, the band.
Oh. I thought you meant the disembodied names in queue that don't actually appear when summoned.
Would love them more if
Except
they came up. Yeah.
I have thought about doing restarts at time like this, but I prefer to hold the live together, and all the sleepers, who knows where they'll end up. They'll miss the poem. There are two tricks I know that help sometimes, but I'll try one of them here in just a moment. First, I'm going to thank Heather's Descent, also Bats, Claire, Heretical Apothecary, 7 Lemons, and 96 for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. And there is a trick that is, well, it's been tested a time or two. It, unfortunately, looks like this. It does often do the trick. I mean, I don't know. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. No, it's not poem time. Not quite yet. Though we may be seeing that in the next, I don't know, hour if we don't get somebody with a belief in a god or gods who's capable of questioning that belief to, I don't know, scroll on by with the courage or the curiosity to actually stop and question, and maybe even request on up on a panel and demonstrate just how that questioning looks. It's been a while since I had to sit in the prattle of rain reverberating through my headphones. I usually like it, except that I know this time it means everything is going to be especially dangerous, cold, and annoying, more so than anything, for several days. Kung Pao, no, I do not have a fish tank in the room. You might have heard my stomach telling me that it's time to eat. Perhaps I should have left the delusion of a fish tank. That would have been a better acceptance. Something less. Yeah, now the bones got guts. Yeah, I like the rain. We just sit here listening to that for a while. Maybe the music should match. yeah, Kung Pao, that was probably the interview I did with Jim on his podcast, Funny or Not Funny, or Funny Not Funny. Yeah, that was a fun interview. It does look empty, Sebastian, and usually that entices somebody with a belief in a god or gods to request up. But sometimes I've just got to prattle on about how, you know, I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to argue or shame or belittle. I'm not here to burgle your God or tell you you're wrong. I'm not here to make fun or even to, I'm not even really here to make a big show about embarrassing believers. I'm here to make a show about questioning beliefs and seeing if you can do that, if you can question your belief, if you can question whatever acceptance it is that you hold about reality beyond beyond what is widely accepted. Unless it is widely accepted, is it something that you think everyone else agrees to, so you don't question it? If you do have that kind of belief involving some kind of deity or God, some kind of higher power or pantheon of them, if you can question that belief, not just answer questions about it, but if you can think critically on what it is that you accept to be true and question every angle, or maybe there's angles you haven't thought of, well then go ahead and request up. If you can't question your beliefs, and you have that kind of belief in a god or something like it, well then, why not? Why can't you question whatever it is that you hold to as an acceptance of in reality? Why are you so certain that your truths are the truth? Or do you not question because it doesn't matter? Because whatever you hold to be true is true enough that you don't want to rock your boat. You did a great job, Sebastian. That's a great question, Seven Minutes. What is the value of an unquestioned belief? What is the worth of an acceptance that's never been tested? Why would you have such an acceptance? Sebastian says, would you rather have atheist guests or no guests? I do like having atheist guests. I enjoy questioning the atheists from time to time. And I really think many of them make great questioners. I would rather have believing guests than no guests. I don't know about atheists or no guests. That's a good question. I don't want to turn too much into an echo chamber. If the questions end with, I agree with that, it's hard to get the next question through. Link to Lake. Appreciate you being up here. I will probably bring back up questioners here in just a moment, Sebastian yourself included. But I just wanted to see if maybe it was just the crowd. Maybe they thought there were too many of us. Maybe it looked like it was a trap. Like an ambush, yeah. And it's not an ambush. Though I will bring up other questioners as we talk, more than likely, if they want to join. I'm just here to question and see if you can. A wall of questions, right? I don't the other side of the wall. What's on the other side? Why are you trying to get through the wall instead of engage with it? Is it even a wall? Can questions harm you? I think a question actually can be harmful in a way. In a way, I think there's ways of making it more personal, of making a question cut deeper than it needs to. If you have answers, then maybe the wall has a gate. If you don't have answers, does that mean it really is a wall? Or is the wall even there? Is it more like a carpet of questions that you could walk past if you weren't paying attention? Maybe the reason it was a wall was because you were laying down on the carpet, confused about orientation. If you'd been standing upright, could have kept walking. And if you were paying attention, you could have taken the questions in. And let them guide you through. I sense a poem coming on 7 Lemons. I mean, not immediately, but a carpet or a wall. Oh, no, I don't know if it's poem time yet, Barfing Toaster, but I definitely sense, I have a metaphor in my mind. Might need to be expanded. Yeah, it seems as if, all the believers have believed themselves to be somewhere else. Or they believe themselves to be, without question, unquestionable. Good morning, Tetra. I might be in an igloo out here. We've been believerless for a while. Hell yeah, W-wife. Big W's for the wife. We're just listening to creepy music and the rain, well, sleep, present, whatever the fuck's falling from the sky. We're listening to that while we wait for a believer with the courage to question whatever belief they have. No, it was that guy who says, what if an actual deity joined as a guest? How would you know they're not just a loon? I would assume that if they were an actual deity, they would have some way of compelling others to believe, or they might at least be wise enough to present themselves in a believable way. Bats don't understand the purpose of walls. I think that might be true. Unless the walls are capped with a ceiling, and then, even then, I don't know if they'd understand the purpose. I would hope they would question, what is wall? Why is wall? Is wall in my way? That's probably where it would stop. Questioning your beliefs in the past got you shut down by other Christians, Southern style. Well, I wonder why that is. I wonder if that's because there's sort of a built-in guard against scrutiny and questioning in belief systems like that. That while they may on the surface encourage questioning and, or at least inquiry, they don't often support doubt. And I wonder why a truth of any kind would shy away from doubt. Wouldn't honest doubt just be a way to strengthen, to bolster an actual truth? just letting the ominous music play for the moment while I try to get a poem ready, because it's looking more and more like that's the direction we should be going. We've frozen out the beliefs, at least the questioning ones. Seems no one's left with the courage or the curiosity to request up and question. Can the poem secretly be about Michael Caine? What? Yes, I did just practice a Michael Caine impression only to determine that I'm not going to demonstrate it. Just in case anybody was wondering, yes. Hemi says, it appears I've shown up late. I mean, we are working on hour 8. If you call that late. And then things are a little frozen at the moment. Seemingly, maybe the icy background just isn't enticing enough for any believers with an actual belief to question their beliefs. But I remain hopeful that there'll be at least one more questioning believer before this poem is ready to read. But I also, of course, would be remiss if I did not thank you guys for tapping the screen over 100,000 times. That's amazing. Thank you guys so much. I mean, I did boot everybody off the panel a little while ago thinking it would help convince a believer that this isn't a bunch of atheists waiting to pounce. But it didn't work, Hammy. I don't think they're convinced. I think they think that I'm going to bite or something. I don't know. Something. Are you atheists? Wandering Luna is who atheists? There's only one of me here, so I guess you mean me? Or do you mean everybody else in the chat? Because it seems like that might be the case. Well, not atheists necessarily, but those who can question and those who have been questioned. Maybe that's what it is. maybe there are those who can't question. I'm not sure which ones those are. But if that is you, you could also request up. I won't have as many questions, but I do want to know why you can't question your beliefs, and maybe you can give a good reason why people shouldn't, or at least why you should be exempt. And if you can question your beliefs in whatever kind of God or deity or gods or goddesses or whatever it is, if you can question it, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to burgle your God or destroy your belief. I'm not even looking to prove you wrong or make you look foolish. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, extractor. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
48.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in something. I actually, uh, but not, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would say I'm agnostic, maybe. Um, can I ask you a question?
Normally I would say no, because the prompt is, can you question your beliefs? But I'll let you go ahead and get one out.
Yeah. My question is actually, I think this, I've listened to your live a few times, and I guess I'm curious about your perspective, like as you interact with so many people who have beliefs, like has this taught you something about faith and belief? Like, and I'm just looking at a very humanistic way, like have you learned like what makes people believers? Like, how has that impacted your own like way that you look at the world? Like maybe from for better or for worse? Like, I'm just curious, like what, yeah, what have you learned about belief in doing this?
That it's very individual. Many people tie it to their identity about the things that they consider to be who they are. If they have a belief, it's often foundational to that, or in some way they think it is. And if it is, then those are the ones that are probably hardest to question, for them at least. I still don't know that everyone who says they believe a thing believes the thing. I'm still not sure if anyone really believes it or wants to. Unless they've been sheltered. But when people are reasonable and can question it and come away still holding to a loud certainty, I still wonder how certain that is, or if the volume is to convince themselves.
Yeah, so my background is I was raised Mormon, and you said something that and now I've lost my belief in that faith. And you said something that I think is core, is that, like, for believers, it's your worldview, right? It's like how you make sense of the world. And I think for some people that is so like, it's disorienting. When I lost my faith, I used the word disorienting. Like, there was a moment where I literally felt like the world was spinning, as my brain was kind of trying to recalibrate. Um, yeah, I just think it would be fascinating for, like, in your shoes to listen to so many people. Have you seen that? Have you seen people kind of in the moment of these discussions? Have you kind of listened to them have that moment of sort of, I don't know, disorientation? Like, do you see people do that?
I'm sorry, do I see people rephrase that one more time
Yeah.
for me?
I'm just wondering. I mean, I've seen some people maybe what I would say is a deconstruction of some beliefs, but I haven't seen a moment where I felt like somebody was really disoriented, where I would call it a moment of severe, like, when I say disorientation, I mean, like, what's the meaning of life? Who am I? What am
Oh
I
yeah, existential
purpose here?
crisis.
Yeah, existential crisis. Yeah.
I have. Well, I don't know how genuine those are, but I have seen people on this panel kind of reach a panic state as they start to question something they hadn't questioned before. And I try to be mindful of that.
Yeah, and I'm not insinuating. You seem very respectful, which I think is really, uh, really, really nice. Because it is. I mean, like, the other thing you said was sort of, if you're sheltered, right? Like, and by sheltered, I mean not that they live in a commune somewhere like a monk, but you're those ideas that you kind of hold to as your belief are sheltered. Like, you might pick at the edges, but those core beliefs sort of stay with you.
And if they're the realities presented to you by the people you trust, and um, and your access to alternative information is limited in some way, not necessarily like you said a commune, but yeah, if it's limited or guarded, then yeah, I can understand then that you might accept something to be true because it was told to you. But in the face of critical thinking,
Yeah,
how can people still hold to those beliefs? And
yeah.
is it really holding to the belief, or is it holding to the comfort of having had an answer before?
Yeah, in the Latter-day Saint faith, you build this trust in the leaders. Like they're the oracles of truth. They're absolutely trustworthy. Um, and you even build this like, even though you've never met them, like you put them on the pedestal. And when sort of through my journey, you realize that they're not telling you the whole truth, like about, and again, this is from my Latter-day Saint view, you realize that they've told you part of the story, like not all the details of Joseph Smith, just the good parts. Like there is such a sense of betrayal when these people you put your faith in aren't trustworthy. Like that was really hard for me.
Did you have a shelf, as many ex-Mormons refer to, of things that built up over time that were problematic with the faith until finally the shelf breaks? Have you heard that metaphor before?
Yeah, yeah, I've heard that. Um, I would say my shelf was actually that God speaks to people. Over over the years, I would pray, and we were taught that God would answer your prayer. But if you didn't get an answer to prayer, maybe you asked the prayer selfishly, or maybe it wasn't the right time to get an answer to prayer. God answers prayers in his time. It's not like he's taking orders. And yeah, after like 40 years, I just felt like God wasn't answering prayers. I was like, I don't think prayer works the way that people talk about prayer. Or at least prayer didn't work for me. Like maybe other people were getting answers to prayer, but I wasn't. So that was like I was praying when ironically, I was praying in the middle of praying when I lost faith. And then later, a couple of years later, I actually started learning more about the church, and I found a lot of the problems with Joseph Smith and seer stones and changing doctrine. But I had lost my faith before that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't get much better once you start looking into the seer stones and the doctrine. Did you seek a God after leaving Mormonism? Or did you like hold that there was a God still? Or did you care about God anymore? You say you lost your faith during prayer.
Um,
Was it faith in God in general? Or was it just faith in that God?
Yeah. This comes back to some things that the answer is yes. I did lose faith, but not only faith, but I lost faith in other people because, like I said, you rely on these teachers, on these church leaders, like, oh, well, they must know. So that keeps you kind of leaning on the faith of other people keeps you in it because they're like, okay, they must know, they must have some spiritual knowledge that I don't. And so it makes it really hard to rebuild faith when you lose faith in other people. And and so then it's like, well, what about scripture? Well, when you realize, hey, maybe the Book of Mormon isn't the word of God, that somebody just wrote it, then you're like, well, okay, if men are fallible and scripture's fallible and the spirit is fallible, it's really hard. And I wanted to. I really wanted to, but it's like, okay, scripture's fallible, men are fallible, leaders are fallible, the spirit's fallible. I'm in really trouble. I'm trying to put it together, but it's hard. Like I want to. I think I'm a believer at heart, you know? Like there's something there I want to believe in, but I just I can't put the pieces together. Yeah. I,
Do you want to believe in a creator or a listener, a savior? Is it a particular kind of thing that you want out of a god?
that's a great question. The Latter-day Saints, growing up, they ask a couple of questions that sort of are still at my core. And that is, where did I come from? What am I doing here? And what's the future? And I think about those questions. You know, I do wonder, I do have a science background. I'm a dentist, so I'm like half a doctor, right? Like I have a chemistry degree, so I would say I'm pretty scientific minded. Uh, but no, I think about those things. I think about where did I come from? What am I doing here? Where am I going? Uh, and I guess I like the fuzzy idea that there's purpose to it, but I also understand that from a science point, there doesn't need to be a creator behind it all. There's naturalistic explanations.
So, what would you say you want from a god if there was one?
Um, I would love purpose. I would love to have purpose.
You want to know that you were made to pass butter.
Butter? I'm not familiar with that.
Rick and Morty reference.
Oh,
Sorry, he makes a robot that keeps asking its purpose. He says you were built to pass butter. He passes the
yeah,
butter across the table. You want to know that. You want to know what your purpose is, even if it's
yeah,
something mundane.
yeah. Like, is my whole purpose cavities? You know, am I here just for fillings? I don't. I'm kind of chuckling when I say that, but I love being a dentist. By the way, love being a dentist. But yeah, what is there more to it?
Why do you need there to be a, a given purpose rather than the one you've made yourself?
I I think maybe I'm accepting that there doesn't need to be. I think I'm close to that, but I think I just like the certainty. Like there's this warm blanket of certainty, right? Like where I would say I lived. in some time and belief. It's like, oh, I know his name is Jesus. Certainty has a name. His name is Jesus, you know, or the certainty of the leaders or the certainty of a scripture. Like, I think when you're questioning, you lean to those things. And I like the certainty. And just accepting that I'm imperfect, you know, I'm just a guy. I'm just a human. I can make mistakes. Like, it's nice to say, oh, I have this perfect knowledge of a teacher that can show me the way. Yeah, I guess I like that certainty. But it's this, I do recognize that that quest for certainty is somewhat irrational. Um, like, why can't I just figure out my own way?
What would you do with that certainty?
Mm, I I don't know. Um, I think it would just feel good. I think it would feel good to feel like maybe there was something more I could have done with my life. Because if you're not certain, then it's like maybe I should be doing something else. Maybe I should be teaching my kids something else. Maybe I should be uh, spending my time doing something else. Like you said, if my job is to pass the butter and and I'm doing that, then I'm good. But if I should be, if my real purpose is something else, then I'm not fulfilling everything I could be.
If your purpose is something other than what you choose to do, then does that mean that the assigner of that purpose failed at conveying the assignment?
Yeah, that comes back to prayer, right? That was the exact thing is I was like, what when I was praying, I'm like, what am I supposed to be doing here? Um, am I supposed to be doing that? Exactly what you just asked is I felt like God didn't care enough to put me to tell me what to do. It wasn't, I was willing to do whatever God told me to do, but he wasn't directing me. And I'm like, and the issue that sort of was like at hand was my marriage and my family. And I had some issues that I was like, if God should care about anything, he should care about families. And if he's not going to give me direction on this, then like I wasn't asking like where should we go on vacation or like um what movie should we watch or something trivial. I'm like, what do you want me to do with this situation in my family? Like, where do I go with it? And I felt like if God's not going to direct me, that's interesting. Actually, that's interesting that I was talking about purpose, and now I'm realizing that the whole thing that made me lose purpose was that God wouldn't tell me what my purpose was in a roundabout way. Dang, you're unraveling me with your questions right now. I mean that in a really ironic way. I appreciate this conversation. I think it's great that you ask questions.
Do you think that any of the promises of your previous faith are as important as the purpose that it had given? Or is that really the linchpin of what was your belief?
Um, the LDS faith teaches you that you need to progress. Like the core idea is progress, right? Like becoming like God. They even claim that you can become gods. And I think that's a pernicious. I've seen that, I've thought about it, and that is a beautiful idea. Like you can get better. And through the process of the mistakes that you make, Jesus erases the mistakes so that you can just keep getting better. Like it's a cool idea. Blessing and a curse, because if you're really honest about it, everybody is falling short. Everybody, like, I'm just a dentist, like I'm just a dude. I don't know the world. I don't know how to become a god. I don't know how to act like a god. And so you just feel like crap a lot of times because you're not measuring up. It's like, okay, you're supposed to do this, but you're just failing and failing and failing. And that's that's torture. That's hell. Like that feeling of failure is just ate at my soul for decades. But I guess part of me, I feel like a quitter, like I left the church. I feel like a quitter. So, that's probably what really eats at me is I feel like I shouldn't quit. I should keep trying.
Have you heard the old like cliche saying like about um oh my goodness, my mind just went blank. I'm so sorry. I was so all set to say something. I'm sorry, Thrayle.
I knew you came up here with a question.
I came with this different question, but I wanted to answer that first because I understand what it feels like to feel like you give up on something. Oh, the definition of insanity: doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. You saw that there was a pattern of insanity and you separated yourself from that. That's not quitting. That's realizing that you no longer need that. I only understand that from my perspective because I also grew up in a strict Christian denomination, and I've been listening to your story, and it's very relatable.
Yeah, that you summarized where I hit at age 40 is that is exactly what I felt like is the definition of insanity, like doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And I know the day in 2017, it was like October of 2017, and I was praying and I was like, how how old am I going to be? Like 40 years? That was like a good try. You know what I mean? Like, I just thought, am I going to keep doing this till I'm 50 or 60 or 70? You know? Um, yeah, I've never thought about it with that phrase, but yeah, the definition of insanity. Yeah, that's a good one.
do you feel like because you may have needed that for a period of your life that it was wasted? Or do you realize that maybe sometimes we can have fictitious beliefs that help us through certain situations? Like maybe that was what you needed at the time, and or do you think that it was just all a farce to begin with and you're glad to be rid of it?
The only thing that makes me upset, the answer is I had a pretty good experience growing up Mormon, I would say. And I do think there's some things that are very thoughtful and meaningful. I think my only thing that makes me upset is the idea that everybody is the same and everybody has to do it the same way. Because I know people that are still faithful, and I think they're genuine when they say, "Oh, I pray and I get answers and it's meaningful and I have this." So I don't discount other people's spiritual experiences. I can't say no you didn't, you know. No, you're not getting an answer or a spiritual experience. I can just speak to my own, you know. And for me, I do feel like I was trapped in a way because I didn't have that same spiritual experience in the same way, if that makes sense. And I definitely feel a sense of betrayal from, and this happened later, but I felt there was a sense of betrayal in learning about parts of church history, like changing doctrine, um, problems with the scriptures, um, learning Joseph Smith was a treasure digger, kind of divining and doing really different things. Like it made me feel like they weren't telling the truth. So then you feel lied to and betrayed. So yeah, I didn't like that at all.
Go ahead, Beth.
I was just gonna ask, so now do you reject entirely a belief in any deity, or is that still on the back burner?
So I would say I was agnostic, not believing in anything, maybe atheist. I don't know the terminology for, a good 5, 6 years. And then I would say I felt like this this nudge to try to figure out figure out God, because I kind of just left the LDS church and I just left faith altogether. Um, but I don't know if I did that very thoughtfully. And so I've sort of re-engaged with the idea of faith. Um, but if I'm honest, part of that feels like it could just be because I grew up in that amongst believers. So maybe it's just a familiarity that I like. Um, but I don't know. I don't know. I like I said, I'm somebody who wants to believe. Like I think there's something in me that is a believer in something good. And by that I don't know what that means. Like I don't know what God means. But I think it's this. I think God could be just like being the best version of yourself, right? Like being better. Um, I don't know, but
If
it's really hard to have faith when you lose faith in Scripture, faith in church teachers, and and you lose faith in getting answer to spiritual, like these spiritual experiences.
that faith and belief you want to give to something else, do you want it to be um both ways or one way?
Like a relationship to God.
Yeah, if you give your belief and faith to a God, would you also want that God to give their belief and faith in you?
Yes.
Is that more or less why you would give your belief and faith in them, so that they would give their belief and faith in you?
Um, yeah, I think I'm willing to, like, if there's like greater good, I'll call it the greater good. Like if there's like life with just me alone doing my thing, but if I could somehow connect to a God and he could influence my life to be better, does that make sense? Like that sounds like a win.
What if you cut out the middleman there? What if instead of all the belief and faith that you invest in this God, you skip him out and direct it towards yourself? Do you think that would also increase who you are and make you a better person?
Just like self-improvement in general.
Self-love, taking care of yourself, eating healthy, treating yourself like you would treat um your significant other or whoever you care about most in your life. So you would feed yourself, take care of yourself, take yourself to mental health if that's what you need, go exercise, just do the things that you need to do, and then but also give yourself the grace and the patience that you would also give yourself if you would give to someone you cared and loved about. um like if you prayed to a God, you would say you would tell them that you love them, that you're thankful for them. So why not do that same thing for yourself? Tell that yourself that you love yourself, that you're thankful for yourself. I know that's maybe sounds a little bit like woohoo, but have you thought about maybe redirecting the energy inward instead of looking for something to direct it at?
Yeah, yes. I think that leaving an organized religion that took a lot of my time, like for example, I don't like singing hymns. Never have never have liked the hymns very much. So I don't miss going to church because I don't need that. To your point of like self-improvement, I don't feel like him going to the church building singing hymns helps me with that. Um, and I don't think most of the sermons that are given at church are helpful. I actually have really thought if I could get back the thousands of hours I've spent reading the scriptures over and over again and replace that with going to the gym, I'm like, man, I'd be in a I'd be in a lot better shape, you know? I think that would be a better I think the point you're making is there a better use of my time? And I think the answer is yes to a lot of that uh, time. But the question is, what if I'm not great at using my time, which I'm not? Um, is there somebody that could direct me to do better, like a personal trainer or something like that that could make me more efficient.
As I have ADHD, and that usually means my time is scattered into is all over the place. I don't manage it well at all either, and I'm learning since I recognize it in myself. I'm seeking out a therapist or tools online to help myself manage that flaw I see in myself. So when we see flaws in ourselves, is it not good to just okay, whether yes, we can ask like a therapist, or we can ask like a professional, or we can go on the internet, because the internet's available to everyone now. We got all on our phones, and we can ask somebody. If you want, I can give you some links to some ideas of some things. But it's I'm just trying to understand if maybe all this positive intention you have, if it could be redirected, because it seems you're seeking for something to guide it, when it sounds to me you're a very capable person to guide yourself. You may not always believe in yourself all the time. None of us do, but like, you got up here, you're very honestly questioning your beliefs. You're not hemming and hawing around questions and saying, oh, I can't really answer that, or giving up like crazy excuses. You're speaking honestly and directly. You're asking questions. That's that's evidence of a capable person.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I really can't I don't have massive complaints about where my life is right now. I mean, trainer, if I I'm trying to think of other things I'm working on. I don't like therapists. I've had bad experience with therapists. I
Well, there's
probably
always
should go to therapy, but
there's always like things you can try. You don't have to stick with one therapist, or there's always other things you can do. There's books you can read about certain self-help books, but there are books out there that are helpful, or there's planners you can get that are very like positive. But if you like, I'm wondering, because if you're searching for something, and if you found out tomorrow that what you're searching for doesn't exist, you'd have all this energy to do and not know what to do with it. And I'm wondering if you found, okay, maybe I should just ask the question. I'm sorry. I need to take a deep breath. Tomorrow, if you woke up and discovered that there is no higher power, supreme deity that can guide you on your path, or give you knowledge and wisdom, but it's just us on this earth as it is, would it change how you live your daily life? How you treat people?
no. I mean, I don't know if you heard my earlier talk about like my existential crisis. Like when I first lost my faith, it definitely was a crash out.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah. I crashed pretty hard. But yeah, and then I kind of did what you were saying, like rebuilt myself, like worked on myself just through like normal means, like uh personal trainer, working on my health, trying to find good routines, trying to be a good dad. I have 4 kids, so trying to be good dad.
Yeah, I got 3, and being a good mom is like the most important. It beats out going to gym.
Yeah,
By
yeah.
far. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's hard with kids to really, like, they kind of take you all over. So, like, to focus on yourself and
Have you thought about how you would answer a question if they came to you with a religious question?
oh, we talk about it. Yeah,
Hmm.
we talk about it. You know, I steer them away. Again, I know people that find a lot of peace in their belief. So it, I just always I tell my kids, you can believe in what you want to believe in, but don't don't listen to the guy that says I know everything, because I don't think they do know everything. You know, but if it's something good, basically, if it's good, if it's good for you, if it's working for you, great. But if they're saying stuff you don't like, it doesn't mean that they know everything. Like I have a daughter who is LGBTQ, and we've had a lot of talks about, like, well, you know, Mormons have their sort of cookie cutter heteronormative families. Maybe they don't know everything there is about families, like that. So yeah, I, yeah, I don't even know what it is that I'm searching for, I guess. I think what gets at me is I realize that I'm an imperfect, fallible person, and maybe there is something better, faster, stronger that I could, like, if I could team up with God, if me and God could team up, like, maybe that that would be awesome. But again, I don't know what that would look like at this point. But I'm keeping the idea hanging around. But you bring up a good point that, like, I think I can have, if that doesn't happen, if I don't find that, no, I'm gonna ride out the rest of my life with just doing my best. I'm happy with that.
I think for me, when it comes down to it, I would rather um, teach my children to live out their legacy than to live out some old book's legacy.
No, 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 no.
Oops, I think they got beer by accident.
Yeah, I don't think any of the books know it all. Yeah.
Oh, you're fine, Southern Style. It happens. I've done it myself. I think I've tapped probably while I was sleeping before. Or just.
No.
You're fine, Southern Style. Or just by accident. I was sleeping before.
See, but
Would you?
here, oh, go ahead, go
No,
ahead.
you ahead. Sorry, my question was off subject. Go ahead.
So this is where I look at it. Is I'm like, what's this? And maybe I just haven't dug into it enough. Like, what's this urge I have to, like, after not searching for God or like a higher path for a while, just sort of working on myself. I have this itch to, maybe there's something more in life. And and yeah, I don't really know what's driving it. I can't totally understand it, but I'm like, yeah, maybe there is, maybe it's just a curiosity. Maybe that's a curiosity that's been around, you know, forever in people. Is like, maybe there's something more, something mystic that I could find. Maybe it's boredom. Maybe it's just too cold. It's too cold and snowy here right now. So maybe I'm just thinking things. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're all experiencing the cold right now. Thrayle especially. In his igloo. I did want to ask you, did you at all raise your children in the church?
Yes.
Are they still in the church?
Um, yes. So I got divorced about 8 years ago,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and yeah, it's okay. I get along better with my ex-wife now that we're not living together.
Okay,
She's
so
a
better for both of you then.
yeah, she's a good person. Um, but she has maintained her faith, and so my kids on her weekends go to church with her, and then on my week when they're with me, we don't go to church. Um, so yeah, I would say my kids are that describes my kids. They're 50-50. I mean, they have faith that's a part of their life, but also they know that they don't have to go through the routines and rituals half the time. And they don't, for the most part, miss it when they're with me. So they're not begging. I always find that interesting. They're not begging to, like, please, can I go back? You know, they tolerate it with their mom, but I would say that they're not as devoutly religious as I was when I was a kid. Yeah.
Um, if that you and I probably had.
Yeah. No, that's actually a really good question. I would be surprised. I think they see faith as more like if it works for them, great. If it's not working for them, they can step away. And I did not have anything like that when I was a kid. Hey, and I can bounce down if this other guest wants to talk. I'm happy to do that.
I don't think the other guest existed.
Okay.
They might have been a ghost. This one's not a ghost, though. Though she might be asleep.
I'm not asleep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asleep.
We're back.
We're back. Did you have a question specifically for Extract or Sebastian?
No, not specifically. No.
Okay. How about you, Morgan? There you go.
Yeah, I had a phone call. So.
So I mean, I'm so sorry. I've only caught probably like the tail end of your conversation. But I did hear the portion where you were talking about the parts where you and your daughter perhaps disagree, but can agree to disagree. What? Why is it acceptable to you within your personal faith, like how you operate in life? Like what makes it okay for them to deviate and not, I guess, how do you justify them not following your faith or agreeing? Like, justify is not the right word, but that's the question I got. Sorry.
Oh, no. And I can see how I think you're misunderstanding. I am not the believer.
Got it.
My they
Cracking.
yeah, my daughter attends church with my ex-wife.
I see. Thank you.
Y-
I am.
y-
Thank you for clarifying that. That was the only question I got.
Yeah, no, that would be the question for my ex-wife. Yeah, why does she associate with an organization that doesn't support her daughter? And the answer to that question, sadly, is my daughter's 18 and she still hasn't come out to her mother
I see.
because of that. Yeah. Yeah. And I have kept,
That's sad.
it is and again, my ex-wife, I would say she's a good woman. I think she's a good mother in many ways, but I think she doesn't understand how her participation in the church is making her daughter not want to be totally open and honest with her. I mean, it is a tragedy. Um,
Sorry to bring
so
it up and make it like super personal, but that was not my intention. But thank you for
no, I mean,
clarifying.
you're bringing up how can that's my question. How can so many believing people, sort of just say, "Oh, my child is LGBTQ, so they're not going to be with us in heaven." Like that is a crazy belief.
I mean, and my question as well is the tendency for those who do attend church, and then also have family members within LGBTQ. They tend not. It's a push to constantly be apart, or be like, hey, you need to do this, otherwise, opposed to, well, if that's the way that you're choosing to live your life, yeah, like you can still come to church or whatever. But so that's the clarification that I need from someone.
Yeah, the reason why I don't just force my children, and again, so just to summarize my scenario, my children are part of the Mormon community, and it, in Latter-day Saints, this isn't just like, hey, this is a place you go on Sunday. Like, these people have known my children since they were born, right? And
Sure.
they've been there for birthdays, they've been there for, their sports events, they've been there like on campouts and things. Like, these are these are their people. And
Hmm.
so I'm very careful, I'm very cognizant of the difference between what is the faith and those deep, meaningful beliefs versus what is the community. And
Mm.
so I don't want to just tear them away from, because it's very hard.
That's a very
Like,
respectful position to hold, and a very difficult one. I respect you for that.
yeah, yeah, and that's why I would probably be a much harder line, but I realize how important the community is. And when you lose faith, I personally haven't experienced people like shunning or, you know, walking the other way when they see me, but there is a disconnect. Like, I'm not buddy buddy with people that used to be my close friends anymore. Um,
Sure.
and so I'm just not, I'm not ready. I'm not sure my children are ready for that sort of loss of community at their stage.
Totally understood.
Valid.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess I know it's not like a perfect fit for them, but I tolerate it for the greater good. I don't know. I don't know if it's the right thing.
They're their own people, and they get to make choices when they're adults.
Extractor, I have a question. Well, it's not actually my question. Just what I heard asks, are those people providing a conditional support?
They don't know they don't know that my daughter is LGBTQ. She's keeping that from them. That is her choice. And this is my daughter. So she's in the middle of making this decision on her own. And like I said, I haven't, like, I know my daughter has kissed other girls, okay? And I share everything about my children with my ex-wife. We co-parent very well. It's a relationship of trust. But it actually bothers me that I haven't been able to have this conversation with my ex-wife because my daughter's not ready. She's not ready to have that conversation with her mother. And
Mhm.
she also hasn't had that conversation with her faith community. So she hasn't dealt with that at all in the Latter-day Saints. But so what she has dealt with is she's seen how other people have been treated, and she's like, I don't want to deal with any of that uh, pushback from the church. So I wish
Yeah,
yeah, I kind of wish she would, but it's not my place to do that.
like Lady Huggy says in the comments, safety first.
Yeah, I don't feel totally at peace with that, but it's my daughter's decision at this point and how she
Yeah.
decides to do that. Yeah.
I
Most. Go ahead, Beth.
I'm sorry. As someone who was closeted in a Christian denomination, I think it's important to be there for her and check up on her as much as you can because um teenage LGBT um um are at a 40% increased risk of other things that are not good for them. Um So just please be very cautious, keep a close eye because there's a lot of stress that comes with not being able to be open with who you are amongst your friends and your family. So just be there for her as much as you can, please. And you sound like a great dad, and I wish you and all your kids the best.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, my daughter has some like sweet theater kids. She's in theater and just a great community, of course, supportive of everybody. And that actually is a much stronger connection for her. And I think that I think about community. I think about community a lot, like your friends, people you trust that provide support. Um, and and is a much stronger connection for her community. I think she's doing okay right now, but she's not really ready to wrestle the faith community part of us. That's to wrestle the faith community part of it. Yeah, somebody in the comments, W theater kids. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
theater kids are awesome.
theater kids are the best. And if you're looking for fellow LGBTQIA plus people, they're generally in there.
Mm-hmm. We do tend to lurk there.
Yeah.
Um, I won't raise my hand, but yeah, I guess that's me raising my hand. Um, I think most of my questions, I was just pointing out I was a huge theater kid. But no, I think most of the questions that I would have regarding this situation would mostly be for your daughter to see how she's critically thinking about the situation. But for you, um, it seems as though you're taking really the only approach you can. Or
Yeah,
is there more you could do to, um, or should do? I guess is a bigger question.
yeah, I feel conflicted between my honesty and trust with my ex-wife as a co-parent. And again, my relationship with my ex-wife is different than many. We got divorced and we just started getting along so much better. And she's a very devout parent and I am too. And so we come together on this issue of like our kids, right? Like we don't fight. If there's a kid's sporting event, we sit next to each other, supporting the kid. I'll sit in the stands with me, my ex-wife, and her new husband. Like that's the vibe. And so I feel I feel conflicted because I have this secret that our daughter is LGBTQ. Um, and I feel like normally if our kid is sick or if they're going through a struggle, we talk about that. And this is such a big issue. Um, but my daughter has asked me not to share that with her at this time. She's like, I will when I'm ready. You know, we just don't need to talk about it now. It's not a big deal. Like, well, she doesn't say it's not a big deal, but she's like, I don't want to talk about it now. So I'm like, okay, I have to respect that and keep her trust, but I would like to resolve it at some point just for the honesty sake.
Honestly, her call might be what is safer for her right now, given the age we're in America. There's been an increase of peer-to-peer violence. So there could be reasons why she wants to keep it private right now. Maybe she likes her friends and doesn't want to lose all of them.
Yeah, and
Maybe she knows. Maybe they've said things about that they would do to people in the LGBT community, and she doesn't want to be one of the victims of that. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons why she could want to keep that private. I understand it's probably keep it secret from the person who helped you create that wonderful being. Um, but her safety is probably what her mom and both of you would put foremost, I think.
yeah, yeah, what is sad, what I think is sad, and just what I heard mention this in the comments is her mom does believe that she's like her mom is a very caring parent, and I think it will hurt her feelings when our daughter does come out to say, "Oh, when did dad know?" And it's like, "Well, I've known since she was 14." And she's like, "You've known for years and she never told me." And and I'm just the answer is, yeah, it's because she holds these beliefs that are not flexible in in the mother's faith, in my ex-wife's faith. And that's why she doesn't talk to her about it. Um, and I guess that's just on her and her own beliefs, but yeah, I care
Maybe
about my
that's who I
daughter's
should be questioning.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, she should be up here.
Well, she is
send her the
18.
No, I meant the ex-wife.
The ex-wife. Okay, yes,
Mhm.
definitely. Oh my goodness, yeah.
Yeah, that would be I'd be really interested to see. She's very, very devout. See, but she's somebody that really like she loves all the ritual and the routine. She loves going to the temple. I like on weekends, she'd be like, let's go to the temple this weekend. And even when I was faithful and believing, that was a little too slow and it just wasn't
Mm.
top on my list, even when I was believing. And she loves that stuff. Yeah.
Do you think she could question her beliefs?
No, no.
No, okay.
Doesn't sound like it.
Then Thrayle only has one question for her. No.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have my answers, but no, I don't. That's why I try not to judge other people, um, because there's some like my ex-wife is somebody I knew deeply for a very long time, and she was a true believer. She really found meaning in the rituals, in the temple, in prayer, all that stuff. Uh,
Do you miss it?
no,
Do you miss finding meaning?
yeah, I miss the purpose. It feels good, like when you're like grooving and you're like, I'm doing everything God wants me to do. There are moments where I felt a lot of uh, meaning. And one of the things about the LDS church is, again, I come back to community because it's what I would say is a lot of what I got out of church was building community more than building God, right? Like seeing how the community, like helping somebody. Let's say somebody had an illness in the family, and so you went and mowed their yard, or somebody was sick and you brought them a meal, you cooked a meal and brought them a casserole, right? Like to me, that lived community of people helping people was like very inspiring, very meaningful. And when you're doing those things and you also know you're going to end up in like super good heaven and become like God, that's the more, yeah, I'm doing good.
Super good heaven, as
Super
opposed
good.
to mediocre heaven, or
Yeah, yeah.
how to say outer darkness heaven.
Oh, so you know a bit of LDS theology.
A little bit,
Yeah.
just a bit. I have questioned a Mormon or two and the texts.
Especially in one part of the text, right?
Well, there's several that are pretty problematic, but there is one that I prefer to
Yeah.
point to
Hmm.
and say, what the fuck?
I know.
Are you talking about the Book of Mormon?
Yeah,
What's the thing that stands out to you there?
2nd E 21 through
Yeah.
25, I'd say.
Yeah. That really stands out as a colonial idea. That doesn't sound like a Nephite living 600 years ago.
Yeah, it's the making their skin black in order to make them loathsome.
Yeah, the whole concept, the big view of the Book of Mormon is a total colonial idea. The idea that what made them loathsome is that they rejected God. Like they were this prosperous people. They saw all the mounds, they saw all the artifacts of a great ancient civilization, and these colonists were like, what happened to this great civilization? And they're thinking that many people just realize is, oh, they must have rejected God, because that's what happens when you reject God, is you're destroyed, you're wiped out. And so the Book of Mormon is just like the fan fiction of what happened to those people. And that's my opinion, but yeah. Yeah, that's the big story in the Book of Mormon is they were these people that were following God from Israel. They came over here to America. They were righteous, and then they rejected God and were destroyed. And that's why the civilization is gone, which ironically is just a repeat of the tale of the colonies. Like colonists would come here like back in the 1500s and their colony would start growing up and being successful, and then like they would all get uh, some disease would come through and half of them would die of pneumonia or whatever it was, and they would interpret that, like you could see this in the Puritans, they would interpret that as God's wrath, right? Like God destroyed us, we must have been wicked. And so the Puritans would be like, all right, we need to be more righteous. So they would become more and more like staunchly following God, and they would just get more, and then they would succeed. Their colony would grow, kill off a bunch of people. And so this cycle of like success, being blessed, and then being wiped out, and then the survivors becoming more devoutly religious happened over and over and over again in the colonies. And the Book of Mormon is just a retelling of that same idea, but the Native Americans. The Salem witch trials were just an extension of that. The reason why they were crazy about witches is they didn't want they didn't want this wickedness in their communities because people would get wiped out. They kept interpreting it that same way. Like, if you don't follow God, he's going to wipe you out. And that's why a lot of those communities were super religious. Kind of crazy. Guys, I love your live. I got to dip out and go do some things this morning. Thank you so much for letting me. Thrayle, I appreciate you answering a few of my questions. I would love to hear your, like you guys in your interactions with believers. I think you must just have a fascinating look at what motivates people, what drives them. Um, Sometime I'd love to hear more of your perspectives, like how you see things.
Yeah, definitely catch me when the questioner's up, and I'm open.
Okay, yeah, I'll do it. Thanks so much for your time. I got to go shovel some snow and get on with my day. But
Understandable. Appreciate
Good
you,
luck.
Extractor.
yeah, thanks.
Take care.
Bye, take care.
I appreciated him, his journey. I hope that he continues questioning his need for the divine or something. The, the something that he can't quite identify.
I don't know if there are any right or wrong paths. Well, maybe there are some wrong paths, but like he sounds like he's on a right path.
Right?
Hmm.
I think I called him by 3 different names while he was up here. I did. I called him like extra actor,
Mm-hmm.
and then I called him extra. Was it extractor? Yeah.
Well,
I don't know why my brain did that. I might be tired.
Oh no.
Well, I've heard many people say your name several different ways, Thrayle. I've heard it Thrayle. I've heard it
No,
like
that's the easiest name in the English language. How could you
the
get Thrayle
easiest.
wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, all of the noises except the E.
Bats, did you hear the
Why is
one
the
other
E
day? Is that Throll?
Throll?
Throll. Yeah, probably.
Now, to be fair, I mispronounce people's names all the time, but I don't know. It's usually on like names with a lot more characters than fit on the screen. So I just kind of make usually on like on the screen. So I just going
Their
screen. So I just going.
their username is just an emoji. Because that happens sometimes too.
There's that.
Yeah.
Wasn't familiar with the name Sebastian. I might see that as Sebastialidocious. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, you probably don't see many people named Sebastian in the US, so that's fair. That's fair.
It's been a while though. I think it was the 80s.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Just what I heard said it's because he's a dentist.
Oh, Extractor, yeah.
That's so funny.
No, I mean, there are some.
oh yeah. Extractor. Mm.
I mean,
Hedonist.
if I had a comic book with a
Yeah.
supervillain who pulled teeth, I think it would be the Extractor.
Mm. Did the music freeze? Got too? Got frozen by the ice.
Oh, there's the music again.
Yeah, I figured out the problem.
He just had to heat it up a little bit first.
Now I know why it does that, I think. Pretty sure.
How's the temperature holding up in there, Thrayle?
It's not too bad in the studio.
Okay, it's good.
It's pretty cold outside. Tonight's gonna be colder. Single digits.
Oh dear, be sure to bring blankets or something to put your feet in.
I have an extra blanket.
Oh, and try the potato method.
What's that?
It works.
Until the potato's cold. Then...
Well, that's why you put it in foil and blankets so that it stays hot. Or if you got a microwave, you could always reheat them. But take the foil off first.
The potato method.
Yeah, you heat up a potato in the microwave till it's all baked oil, and
Okay.
then you take it out with you, and then when your fingers are cold, you open up and eat the potato.
Ah, okay.
But don't just stick a potato in the microwave. Make sure you puncture it with a fork first.
Oh yeah, but shank that thing like it owes you money.
I'll remember that.
I got that.
It's just a potato. It has no feelings.
Oh my. I think...
What's up? Is it a guest?
I think... No. A guest. What's a guest?
Poltergeist.
It's wild how we haven't had any believers all night. I mean, extractor, kind of, but yeah. No.
We had that Muslim woman, but she couldn't really question her beliefs.
Yeah.
I was really the only one.
Yeah, that was terrifying. Yeah.
There was that one guy you talked to who basically treated ChatGPT like a god.
Dear. Oh no.
Dewey?
Another one?
He was the beginning of the live.
Oh yeah.
God of apps.
Heretical. I could pretend to be a Christian. That's funny. Comment. Maybe not the best idea. Comment. Maybe.
To be some kind of plutonian ice worm or something.
Doesn't need any more ideas. Don't. Oh.
Hello.
It's a worm with a Y. Heretical. Hello, E. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
21.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
Because belief in a higher power, belief in any god, is just a man-made coping mechanism to deal with the fact that you have to die.
And you don't feel you need such a coping mechanism?
Well, I don't feel a need for it because I recognize it as a coping mechanism, so no.
Do you use some other coping mechanism?
I mean, no. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Well, have you got anything to say, or?
Well, you say that you don't need a coping mechanism for fear of death or not knowing what happens after you die.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd like a coping mechanism, but like that's the point. You recognize it as a coping mechanism, and once you recognize it as a coping mechanism,
Mm-hmm.
you it's not real. That's the point. It's a placebo. So even if you'd like it to be true, it isn't. So you just discard it.
Does that make it negative?
It depends. If you want to believe that to feel better, sure. But if you want to parade it around as fact, then yeah.
Do you have any fear of death or non-existence?
Well, yeah, 100%. Because it's gonna be like you're not gonna experience, like, I won't remember talking to you like I am right now. I won't remember anything. It will be like before I was born. I won't remember this conversation. I won't remember any of my life. But me having fear of it doesn't prevent it happening. It's inevitable.
Do you have an absolute certainty of non-existence after death?
Well, you can't say that you're absolutely certain because that's narrow-minded, because you can't truly know. But it's one of those things that you can't truly know, but at the same time you do know to an
Put it on a
extent.
scale of like 0 to 100.
Like 99% that there's nothing.
99%.
Like you'd say like slightly agnostic, which is like you don't know, because I feel like everyone who has a religion is agnostic to a degree, even though they won't admit it. They'll say that they 100% believe in a god, but no one can actually know.
That realm of I don't know for you as far as life after death is 1% possibility.
Probably less.
What does that 1% possibility contain?
Just the fact that there is a divine creator who, because you can't rule out anything, right? So you got to account for it, but like at the same time, it is very, very unlikely that's true.
So the 1% contains any iteration of afterlife or continuation, reincarnation.
Yeah.
Are there any of those that you rule out entirely to 100%, or do you exercise that same sort of 1% margin of error?
I mean, I don't really look into the Christian God is the most wild. Like, if I were to believe in a God, it'd be the Christian God, but I just don't believe in that. But I guess all of them to a degree, because it'd be stupid, like, not take it all into account, I guess. But I think that.
Why do you put the Christian God as the most likely?
Because I don't know, there's the most historical evidence with that one, and it's just the most widespread. I feel like of all the religions, it's kind of like the big dog. But I don't know. I feel like religions in general, yeah, they're just coping mechanisms, man. Like
What do you think
die.
would compel you? What would compel you to believe in a God?
If I saw a miracle. And the thing with Christians is they loosely define miracles to kind of fit their agenda. So they'll go, okay, oh my God, God just saved my infant son from cardiac arrest. Miracles do happen. But at the end of the day, that's just chance, like 2 doors down, another kid is dying from leukemia. But like Christians or believers in gods will kind of cherry pick what they perceive as miracles and ignore the 100 other cases where that miracle didn't happen and the kid died for no reason. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You had a question, Sebastian?
Yeah, just did you ever have a belief in a God? or have you always been atheist, agnostic?
No, I grew up in a Catholic household, but
Did
it
you ever
was
believe it?
yeah. I mean, as a kid, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
as a kid, you're kind of what's the word? Impressionable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
indoctrinated. Yeah.
Yeah, but my dad was like a big Catholic and he was like a horrible person, so it kind of turned me off it. And then I kind of just did some soul searching. I just, like me not believing in a God isn't me being hateful towards religion. Like, of course, I'd want religion to
No.
be true. I'd want there to be an afterlife. Like,
Yeah.
who wouldn't, But like
Of
at the
course.
same time, you got to be realistic. I think that
Yeah.
there was no religion back like in prehistoric times. There was no such thing. Man comes around and religion comes around, and what does that tell you? I mean, it's manufactured, and it's something we all want to believe. It's an expertly made fairy tale to make us feel some semblance of being cozy when we pass away. But it's just I think it's almost certainly just going to be like before we were born. To be honest, we're just never going to remember our lives. We're just going to be dead for all eternity, and that's the case.
Yeah, I see what you mean with the prehistoric
just
stuff. Yeah.
Big long monologue answer though.
Yeah.
Did you have another question, Sebastian?
I don't know. Maybe one. Just it's difficult to question unbelievers, but what do you think if religion and beliefs in God disappeared from our planet tomorrow? What do you think the world would look like?
I don't know. It depends on the person. There would be a lot more nihilism, I guess, to an extent, because people hold on to religion. They think of it as this sort of, oh, we'll be okay in the end sort of thing. So there'll be like that edge of nihilism, but like at the same time, I think it would push people to live more in the moment. The good thing about being non-religious is that you actually kind of cherish what you have because there won't be anything after. At the same time, I think the good thing about being I don't think the world would be like worse off for it in the long run. People kind of hide under like the guise of religion is good, but some of the worst people I know have been religious. I don't think that it would have this massive ripple effect where everyone becomes horrible people if there were no religion.
You don't think the world would go insane?
I mean, if you're not able to come to terms with it, sure. I mean, like I said, it's a nice fairy tale, and the people who can't accept that the fairy tale isn't true, they'll have a hard time adjusting. But
yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah, thank you.
That's right.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, like I said, I'd want there to be a God. If Jesus himself came down from the heavens right now and declared himself to me, I'd 100% take that. I want to live in eternal paradise for the rest of time. Like I said, who doesn't? But
sure,
we don't have any basis. We don't have any fact. I mean, people will say there's factual evidence, but at the same time, is there really? There's the Bible, word of mouth, a book. Like, has Jesus come down himself and declared himself God? Like, realistically, he hasn't. So.
Okay, so wait. So would you like to live forever?
I don't know. The other thing is, I don't even like the idea of heaven, to be honest, because it's said that it's like this eternal paradise where you're happy all the time. You're united with God. You become one with God. I don't even like that. Because think about it,
Yeah,
that's
and
that's for
united
all
with
eternity, right?
family and yeah.
Yeah, that's for all eternity, and you're supposed to be joyful all the time. So could you imagine like smiling for all eternity? I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be like that if it was true, but like at the same time, um, I think you would get sick of smiling after a billion years. But you wouldn't even be able to get sick of smiling because you wouldn't have any other emotion. That kind of sounds like hell to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Smiling forever. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to lose
That's
my
terrifying.
sense of self, not even to be united with like a perfect God. I'd want to be myself and talk to people I love. You just lose your sense of identity too. I don't even like the idea of heaven, to be honest. So like realistically picture it, right? You're in it won't be like this, but like picture it, right, guys, like the religious people. So you're happy for all eternity, like not a million years, not a billion years, not a billion
Are you
years.
just
All
practicing a
eternity.
tight five for a comedy club? Like, what are we doing?
Well, no one's speaking, so I'm just giving them
Filling
a
silence.
rundown. Yeah.
Why?
Because no one's speaking.
Yeah, the host likes silence sometimes. You should too.
Questions for you. E. Appreciate you being up here. I think I'm ready to move on. Unless
All right.
Morgan
Yeah.
All right,
had
peace,
any
bro.
questions. Yeah. Appreciate you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
I didn't need to be vaped in my ear one more time.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was a little bit much right at the end.
Yeah, I heard that.
Blueberry waffle.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was reading, trying to proofread the poem.
That guest didn't think the live was lively enough, so.
I think it's lively enough.
I'm not mad, just slightly annoyed. My ears are slightly annoyed, that's all.
Yeah, no, there's nothing
Nobody's
wrong with
mad.
it. He's able to question. I just was ready for a little quiet and a little less of that sound.
I even enjoyed parts of the conversation.
Yeah, he was rational and questioning, I think. And he had the view of he wants there to be something. He wants there to be a God, and that's a big misunderstanding amongst believers and stuff. They think, many of them, not all, but some of them think atheist just hates God and just wants to sin or something. Yeah, and then that's just not true, you know. For most of us.
And for future guests, mine is wild blueberry savers. And I turn the mute button on when I hit it. Just for future reference.
GG's.
Watermelon ice. Pixie sticks?
No. Maybe.
Like a sour blueberry, maybe?
Yeah.
That sounds good. I like the sour ones.
Me too.
Am I the only one who doesn't vape?
Seems like it.
Don't fall into the peer pressure. Save your lungs. Save your lungs.
Do it. It's not worth
No,
it.
I'm never gonna. No.
Yeah. You'll live longer for it.
My daughter asks me all
Thanks.
the time. She's like, "Isn't that bad?" I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Well, why do you do it if it's bad?" And I'm like, "Well, because I'm an adult,
Yeah.
I get to make that choice."
Yeah. Yeah. Are you
Yeah,
considering to stop? Stop to
eventually at some point, yeah. Not any time in the near future, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But no, I
Alright.
explained to her that like because I'm an adult, and I understand the risks involved, I can accept those risks, and I'm allowed to accept those
Go lay
risks.
down.
Sorry,
Sure.
dog's being whiny.
Yeah. It's alright. I'm trying to beat Christopher in the Discord in the game.
Playing chess.
No, the Wordle.
Yeah.
I
Haven't looked at it yet.
I would love to play some chess, but I don't know how you do that, and I'm new to the Discord, so.
I still haven't figured out the chess in the park yet. But
yeah, what is that? Chess in the park.
It's just another activity, just like Wordle.
Okay. Like a group activity or individual?
Yeah, no. So you can play. You can play people on the server.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, if anyone wants to challenge me in chess, I am so cool. Yeah, and good luck. Challenge me in chess, and good luck.
Whoa, 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 heretical. Hold up. What?
Oh, shit. The disrespect.
I don't have that kind of luxury, my friend.
Well, I am beyond terrible in chess, so I think I should hold that placehold. I know how the pieces move, and I'm learning how everything else works, but if
Yeah.
anyone in the comments wants to join the Discord and maybe challenge someone up here to a game of chess, if you play me, you're definitely gonna win. It's a guaranteed win. The link is in the bio of both the TikTok and the YouTube. We get into more discussions and chess and Wordle in Discord.
Sometimes we even play Dungeons and Dragons together.
How's that been going? I kind of want to hang out and... Well, has it started yet?
Yes, so I think we're on to session 4 now. I think this coming... Is it this Sunday? It's either this Sunday or the following Sunday. I have to double check. I don't think I played this past weekend. Anyways, so it's every other Sunday, and I believe it has to be next Sunday. I'm pretty sure.
We gotta be careful. Thrayle is gonna hit us with the what the fuck prompt.
Oh, it's still relevant to Batcolyte. We're talking about the game that occurs on the Discord. And he's proofreading the poem, we're filling the space, and it's relevant, okay?
Yeah, yeah, no, I just say be careful, so.
It's just what I heard. Makes a good point. Anybody can join the Discord. You can find that link in the Batcolyte bio or any Batcolyte bio or in Thrayle's bio here on TikTok, or you can find it in YouTube bio as well.
And if someone like me who isn't good with D&D yet but would like to listen in, can I hang out and just keep myself muted and enjoy the D&D session?
Absolutely. It's like listening to a live play podcast, but you're actually watching the live play.
Perfect. Yay. Awesome. I want to see what everybody's characters are like. See who's the chaotic one. There's always a chaotic one or two.
Who do you think it is? Who I was
You. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hazelnut.
D&D started, I think that part of the Discord was opened. We started, and then this particular game that is being run in there started, I want to say like a month ago.
like the poem.
Okay, sounds good. I would probably be too late to join this particular game, but it is a space for anybody to run and play their own game, so you're more than welcome to start a game yourself or look for a DM to start a game within the server. Entirely up to you.
Mm-hmm. There's a whole section for planning and character creation and lore dumping and whatever else you need.
Yep, it's a really great space to be in. You don't have to know where to start. Just like Bats asked, you're more than welcome to come sit and listen. I believe the only new player in the group is Hazel. And that's about it. You cannot bullshit your way through. I mean, I guess you could, but it's ultimately going to be up to the Dungeon Master what they allow.
Well, it's gonna be hard to bullshit your way through a character sheet.
This is true. This is true. And that's another thing. I'm also a DM, and I would be happy to start a beginner game. So if that's something you're interested in, come find me in the Discord, and we can talk about it.
I may come find you later in the Discord then, Morgan, because I am interested in getting better at playing it, but I don't want to burden a bunch of actual players with a billion questions.
Hold on. There's no such thing as an actual player. That's the no true Scotsman fallacy, and you know that.
Okay. I just mean like I've played a little bit, but not enough to
You're afraid you're gonna bog down experienced players, which you wouldn't at a good table, but I understand the fear.
Everybody's ready to go. I'm like, what dice do I roll?
Yeah, I never played.
Roll your dice.
Fortunately for virtual Dungeons and Dragons, it's a lot easier. You don't necessarily have to you don't necessarily have to know which die. You usually can just click a button because your character sheet's already pre-filled. It does all the calculations for you, at least virtually. But that will at least teach you what the abbreviations and references mean and are, at least a little bit more interactively, a little more forgivingly as well.
Is the game easier to learn than Heroes of Might and Magic?
Ooh, I'm not sure. I don't know if I've ever played that.
Yeah, I love that game. Number 3, it's great.
I mean,
yeah, maybe I need to check out. What?
Have you ever played Baldur's Gate 3?
No, I haven't played too many games on PC.
I believe it's also on console.
PlayStation. Okay, I do have a PlayStation, but yeah.
I do believe it is on PlayStation.
But Dungeons and Dragons, that's PC game, right? Only.
No. So Dungeons and Dragons itself is a tabletop role-playing game. It's
that I know.
Be translated into a virtual setting, but it is not exclusively PC related.
Yeah. I remember it from the boys in Stranger Things playing it.
Yep, that's exactly the game it is.
Yeah. Heroes of Might and Magic has different castles, and they have a Dungeon and Dragon themed cave you can play with. So that's cool.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, you should try the game. It's I think it's almost free on the GOG Galaxy. It costs like $1 or something, almost nothing. So
it's okay. Yeah, I'll take a peek.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it'd be possible to tie in a can you question your beliefs with Vecna? You have a belief in gods, goddesses, higher powers, or Vecnas? No, that doesn't work.
Vecna's a simp. Vecna's a basic bitch.
He's a basic bitch? Damn. But doesn't work.
Vecna's a
Damn. Just don't ask me about my theories about Stranger Things in Discord. I might have a lot of them.
I still have to make it past the first season.
Okay, and then definitely don't talk to me about Stranger Things because I have way too many spoilers to hold back. And definitely don't hold back.
After the first season, I tried to watch anything after that, and just like the rest of the plot doesn't hook me, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, same for me.
It doesn't get better, but it felt nice to have it finished. I don't like leaving shows unfinished.
Me either. That's really frustrating.
I tried to watch the last season, but after 1 or 2 episodes, I was like, nah, this is not for me.
Mm-hmm.
It did help introduce a younger generation though to some good music.
And D&D.
And D&D.
Yeah, Metallica, Master of Puppets. That was cool.
They even introduced some Prince in the last season. And Prince is one of my favorites.
Oh. I see.
Metallica's great. Yes, of course. That was I was like, oh my gosh. And then Kate Bush was great. Like all of it was great. Like Eddie was one of my favorite characters. So a lot of his choices were great.
Yeah. Thrayle is gonna nuke us again soon.
Yeah, that's right. Just what I heard. Purple Rain scene. Pretty good. Pretty good. I got some conspiracy theories, but it's pretty good. Oh, and When Doves Cry. Oh boy, that was a very sad song. So guys, the end is nigh, I guess, and Thrill's working on a poem. Is there anything like can I ask, is it okay if I ask you guys a question? Are you okay with that?
Always, always, always.
Yeah.
Is there anything you okay with that? For you guys, do you think it was just do you think you okay with that? For you guys, do you think it a better person? Do you
Nah, I hate all of you. You guys suck. No, just kidding. I mean, all of the above, really. I mean, I definitely feel like I found my people, and I definitely it exercises the patience muscle and the active listening muscle, and it gives me a purpose.
Yeah, and for me too, it's been good. I haven't been here too long, but ever since I left the church and lost my faith a long time ago, I have never had like a real good community. Felt like because the church had a good community. So to answer your question, yes, it's good to find like-minded people through social media and stuff, Discord, and yeah, because it's too not too many of them in real life to talk to about certain things. So yeah, I'm grateful.
Exceedingly.
Mm-hmm. So yeah.
I think this space has helped me definitely understand things about myself that I didn't entirely understand before. Like having my brain picked by people who are much smarter than me is so wonderful. And, and I get to see myself because I only have a limited perspective. And I think it's helped me become a better person is so wonderful. Provides me a perspective. And there's take a moment for my own mental health and then come back and be like, okay, I'm ready to go again. I'm ready to grow, to learn, to understand things about myself that maybe are hard to understand, and try to help others maybe understand things about themselves too and their beliefs. Because I'm ready to get that. Maybe understand you're here, right? To analyze their own beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's our own or theirs, when the questioner is up, it's theirs, I guess. But for the most part, I see a lot of people come through here, and some of them are not as receptive, but the ones that are,
Mm-hmm.
I see a positive change, and that's something I want to be a part of.
Yeah, me too. I appreciate all of you.
Appreciate all of you too. We wouldn't have this community without all of us being here. All of you too.
You too, Thrayle. This is a great space. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you, Bats. Also appreciate you, Morgan, and Sebastian. Thank you all for being here. I think it is that time. That poem still also appreciate that poem still sucks.
Well,
Yes.
sometimes you just gotta work with what you got.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Either way.
Yeah, I appreciate all of you being here. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do the
Yes.
usual thing.
Remember to drop me down in the middle of a sentence so you can do it in
something like that. Some kind of style. Thank you all for being here. I do appreciate you. This appreciate you. Space wouldn't be what it is without all of you being honest and open and curious and well, what it is, questioning, right? It's what it's all about. And thank you all for your questions, for your answers for your, well, for all of your interactions, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live. Whether you were asleep the whole time, or you stayed awake with me. If you did, you should probably sleep, because I am exhausted. If you want to join the community, as Bats and Morgan and Sebastian were alluding to, there is a Discord link, or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there, otherwise it may look a little lonely. And if you can agree to them, then you shall either get there or they should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I do thank every one of you who helps that way. It does make all the difference. In the chat for the mods, well then do that, because this place wouldn't be what it is without them. So thank you to all the mods. Thank you to all of you. I think there's really only one thing left. Mods. They taught us to fear what survives the night, to give every silence a proper name. We learned to mistake the absence of sight for proof that the darkness must be hiding some flame, be silencing some flame. But truths can exist without your absence hiding solid ground, and not every answer is easily found. We were promised a land where the questions would end, yet each explanation has demanded much more and buried its doubts in the faith it would more, and belief turned rigid, rehearsed, and actually feel real. They asked us to carry their answers like a glass, to guard them from fracture, revision, and age. But meaning grows brittle in a tightly held grasp, page. Why define the in a tightly held grasp, each known, when there's no wisdom gained? Some limits may be on because they remain. So let us not rush to extinguish the fear, but be honest. So let us shadows before they are known, keeps our vision clear, while false certainties harden, extinct, while false certainty. The dark wouldn't threat admitting concern if we'd stop enforcing an assumed hidden light. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.